Hey guys, tonight we wander through a silent Dutch polder at midnight. Feel the cool air drift across your skin as you step onto the mossy path. Damp reeds brush your ankles like a soft tide of green. Every breath tastes of earth after rain, crisp and clean. You hear the faint, rhythmic whisper of waterwheels turning slowly. The night hums with a low murmur that seems to sing beneath your feet. You probably won't survive this, but trust me, you will feel at home. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below with your location and the time at which you're listening. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step forward along a narrow wooden bridge. Its planks wobbly but steady. A lantern flickers in the distance, casting shadows that jump and stretch. The water below shivers, carrying echoes of distant fields. An old windmill stands at the horizon, its sails turning with patient grace. Its silhouette glows faintly under the silver moon. You notice a single wooden plank carved with initials, an old farmer's memory. You pause, feeling the rhythm of the past resonating in your bones. A breeze lifts the scent of wet soil and damp wheat. You sense that history lives within these reeds, whispering stories to anyone who listens. Some say that the Dutch reclaimed 8 million acres from the sea. Others claim the windmills grew from the dreams of lonely dreamers. You feel a light chuckle in your mind, remembering a windmill that once ground invisible gold. The idea sounds absurd, yet oddly comforting. Historians still argue whether the original polder walls were built entirely by hand. A small animal scampers across the bridge, leaving a tiny paw print in wet mud. You lean in closer, eyes following its delicate path. The night air is thick with the hum of insects and distant water. You realize that every sound here is part of a symphony of calm. The wind begins to rustle the reeds, swaying in a gentle dance. You picture the waves in a small pond, their edges rippling softly. A faint memory of a child's laughter comes through as a distant echo. You recall the feeling of safety that only a familiar rhythm can bring. You find yourself at the foot of the windmill's base, feeling the coolness of stone. Your fingertips trace the worn wood, feeling the pulse of ages. An old tale whispers that each wheel was once a timekeeper for farmers' hearts. You feel your own heart beat in sync with the turning. You listen to the river that glides beneath the bridge, its water moving in perfect time. It sings a lullaby that only the night can compose. You remember the stories of ancient Dutch kings sung along these banks. Every word carried by the wind feels alive and soft. You close your eyes briefly, letting the murmur settle in your ears. The air grows still, almost reverent, as if the universe paused for a breath. You feel a light joke about windmills complaining that humans turned them too fast. You laugh softly, the sound folding into the night's calm. You walk further along the path, the bridge creaking beneath your feet. The rustle of reeds is the only soundtrack that follows. You feel the moss under your shoes like a blanket of green. The world shifts to a softer, slower pace. You notice a small lantern swinging on a rusted pole, casting a gentle glow. Its light dances across the water, creating wavy reflections. You feel the world tilt toward a dreamlike state. Your breathing deepens, easing tension away. You pause by a small wooden box, half buried in mud. Curiosity whispers that it once held tools, or perhaps a secret. You gently lift the lid, revealing a faded map of the Polder. The lines and curves remind you of paths you will someday walk. A distant bird's call cuts through the quiet, a soft melody. The wind carries the tone deeper into the night, blending with water's hum. You feel connected to the entire landscape, all its whispered histories. You realize you are, in a way, part of this living story. The wind grows stronger, shaking the sails of the windmill above. You watch as the blades pivot, turning with serene determination. A sense of awe washes over you, filling every corner of mind. You consider how ancient builders worked, their tools simple, but their vision vast. You hear a soft, rhythmic creak as the windmill's mechanism engages fully. You feel the vibration in your chest, harmonizing with your own pulse. The night air tastes of fresh rain, damp and clean. You breathe it in, feeling a sense of calm bloom. A distant farmhouse is lit from within, its glow small but steady. You can hear a faint kettle clattering somewhere beyond. The story of the farmhouse seems to echo the windmills, both alive and enduring. You find yourself smiling at the quiet harmony. You think back to the quirky tidbit about windmills grinding invisible gold. You cannot help but imagine ancient smugglers sneaking treasure across the fields. That thought keeps your mind light, floating in the night breeze. You feel the world's secrets unfolding around it. The wind takes a gentle turn, shifting the path of the moonlight across the water. You see the reflection of the moon on the surface, like a silver coin. The water ripples, creating patterns that feel like slow, graceful handwriting. You feel your thoughts drift, following the light's path. You reach a small wooden dock by a narrow channel of water. The dock creaks softly under your weight, a testament to craftsmanship. You listen for the faint whistle of a windmill at a distance. This sound echoes in a calming, almost hypnotic rhythm. You sit on the dock and feel the ground solid beneath you. You look out over the water, seeing the stars reflected like tiny lanterns. The night sky feels closer, as if the heavens are just a breath away. You sense peace settling within your chest. You hear the wind grow heavier, turning the sails once more. The sound of whirling water wheels fills the air, a steady, soothing tone. It seems to guide your thoughts forward, toward quieter places. You let your mind move slowly, following the cadence. You feel the presence of someone long gone, perhaps a fisherman, listening from a boat. You imagine the fisherman's gentle voice whispering across the water. A light joke makes you smile. Windmills might have been a bit jealous of the stars. The laughter lingers, easing your worries a little more. A subtle chill runs through the air, carrying the scent of moss and wet stone. You close your eyes, feeling the wind carry the memory of rain. You are wrapped in a gentle, almost physical blanket of calm. You find your breathing steady, matching the slow, turning wheels. A small rusted bell hangs beside a wooden gate, its sound faint. You listen closely, hearing the bell's resonance with a distant rhythm. It feels like a distant heartbeat, a reminder of life passing under the sky. You feel your heart sink with this gentle, ancient pulse. You notice the wind's direction change, steering the light across the water's surface. The reflection dances, creating fleeting shapes that seem almost alive. You feel a sense of wonder, the universe turning in small, beautiful ways. You stay present, allowing the night to take you deeper. Your mind drifts to the story of the Polders' reclamation. You feel the weight of history, but also the kindness of perseverance. You think of a farmer who once planted his seed beneath a windmill's shade. His hope was carried forward by the wind's gentle push. You hear a soft sigh from a reed behind you, as if it agrees with your thoughts. The reed's sound is like a low whisper, a lullaby for the night. You feel your senses becoming more attuned, each detail clearer. The calm grows stronger, wrapping you in its quiet. You sense the distance between the windmill and the bridge shrinking, brought closer by the wind. You visualize the path ahead, where the water runs thin, reflecting a darker sky. You feel a sense of anticipation, a gentle curiosity for what comes next. The wind's breath seems to lead you forward. A few clouds drift across the moonlit sky, forming soft silhouettes. Their edges blur as they move, painting abstract designs across the dark canvas. You are drawn into the endless horizon, feeling the vastness around you. The night feels infinite, full of soft, unhurried possibilities. You remember the open debate about ancient Polder walls, whether they were built by hand. You wonder how many hands, countless times, shaped those ancient thresholds. Yet, the debate still stands open like the silent night itself. You find comfort in the mystery, feeling it in your heartbeat. A distant crack of thunder, distant and soft, echoes over the water. It feels like the world itself is breathing, a faint pulse in the silence. You listen, feeling your own breathing sync with the storm's distant drum. The sky holds its breath, waiting for the light to return. At last, a small fireflies cluster near a reed, illuminating tiny golden lights. Their flicker adds a soft, playful hum to the night's soundtrack. You feel a brief, bright spark of joy before returning to the calm. The fireflies fade into the reeds, but their light lingers in your memory. The sound of the windmills returns, a steady hum that almost feels like a heartbeat. You feel a gentle reassurance, knowing that this rhythm will stay unchanged. You remain centered, finding your balance in the gentle turn of every wheel. The night carries your thoughts to a place of stillness. You pause, taking a moment to appreciate the silence that fills the air. You feel the weight of the world ease, like a sigh that settles after tension. Your heart slows, mirroring the slow, rolling movement beneath. You begin to believe that time in this place moves with calm, deliberate steps. You feel the sense of unity with the environment, with the wind, stones, and water. You realize the experience is as simple and profound as a breath. The world becomes a place where your worries shrink away under waves of sound. You find your mind drifting, following the current of calm. A soft wind blows across the bridge, sending a gentle spray of water droplets. They land on your wrist, cool and refreshing. You smile, enjoying this simple interaction with nature's hand. Your fingers feel the subtle vibration of the earth. You stand still, watching the water's surface rippling softly. You notice how each ripple is an echo of a distant wind. The scene feels alive, breathing in perfect harmony. You let your thoughts settle, as if anchored by the water's rhythm. You watch the windmill's wheel tilt, turning, continuing the silent chorus. You feel your own breathing echo that motion, a gentle pulse in your chest. Within this harmony, you hear a soft reminder. The world has its own quiet rhythm. You feel more in tune with it as the wind whispers stories. You see a small bird landing on a branch above the bridge. Its song blends with the wind's hum, a beautiful lullaby. You think of how even a bird knows the rhythm of the night. You let the harmony lull you into a state of peace. Feel the sun rise over a horizon that glows pale gold. The water shimmer with this new light, reflecting it in tiny beads. Your eyes adjust, watching the dawn slowly seep into the sky. The darkness dissolving, night hands the day a gentle, hopeful hand. The wind's hum slows as it gently eases into morning. You realize the night's murmurs were a gentle lullaby. The cycle continues, the same slow turn of wheels, the same steady breath. You are part of this rhythm, wrapped in its soft embrace. The path ahead beckons, guided by the light of day, the steady wind, the silent river. You walk forward, feeling the world around you shift. A gentle breeze carries the scent of fresh earth, the promise of warmth. You feel the world humming a soft, welcoming song, inviting you along. You hear the distant sound of a rooster beginning to crow. Its early call blends with the soft clack of the windmill's wheel. You feel the rhythm of life beginning anew, steady and bright. In your mind, you picture the day ahead, a canvas waiting for you. You finish your walk, returning to where the wind meets stone. You sit on the old wooden bridge, looking at the water as it moves. The morning stretches out, full of promise. You sit back, feeling the wind, the windmill, the world align. The memory of this night settles into your thoughts, like a quiet lullaby that will stay with you. As your mind rests, you feel the peaceful calm of an ancient, endless journey. You hold this serene feeling as part of your day, hoping it carries you forward. You feel gratitude for the quiet night, the wind, the rhythm, the story. You open your eyes and take a deep breath, feeling the cool air that remains. The world still hums quietly, the wind turning its slow, endless spin. There's a sense of quiet anticipation for the day's unfolding, and you know deep inside that tomorrow will bring more gentle, endless possibilities. You glide along the canal. The night air wraps around you. The wheels below spin. Their slow, steady hum fills the hush. You feel each rotation like a lullaby, a gentle rocking of the water. The silver edges of the wheel cut through the darkness like twin moons. Your breath syncs with the rhythmic creaking, a soft, low vibration that soothes. You glance sideways. The shadow of a wooden frame stretches across the canal wall. The water reflects it, a mirage that flickers as the moon shifts. You hear a distant clatter, the ancient sluice gates groaning. The sound mixes with the wheels, a low, steady drumbeat that carries memory. You close your eyes. The darkness feels alive with tiny lights flickering. An old legend whispers that spinning wheels were used to protect farms. Some farmers swore that the machines chased away spirits. Your mind drifts to the history behind the water. The Dutch Polder system began in the early 18th century, a marvel of engineering. The wheels were vital. They kept the fields dry for centuries. Historians still argue whether earlier designs were more efficient. You notice a quirky tidbit. Some Dutch folklore claimed that rotating blades were a doorway to the afterlife. You chuckle softly. Your ears fill with the ghostly hum of the water. The wheel's motion, gentle and rhythmic, feels like a pulse. Your breathing syncs with it, creating a quiet metronome. You step further. The path glistens with a thin film of moisture. A gentle breeze ripples the surface, turning ripples into waves. You watch as shadows shift. The wheel's silhouette moves like a phantom. Your senses heighten. The water's whisper becomes a lullaby of history. An unexpected chuckle echoes from behind you, a playful ghost of a past engineer. You laugh softly. It reminds you of your own quirky misadventures. The water keeps spinning. Its low hum feels like a steady heartbeat. You feel the hum seep into your bones, a reassurance that this place never sleeps. Remember the tiny lights you saw. They flicker again as the night deepens. Their glow paints the canal with a soft, silvery veil. You trace the outline of the wheel, each gear a tiny star. The night is calm. The wheels hum like a lullaby for the sky. You lean against the rail, feeling the coolness of metal. A drip from a nearby gutter echoes, marking time in the stillness. You close your eyes again. The wheel's hum swells, deepening the hush. You breathe in. The night air tastes of earth and wet reeds. Your thoughts drift to distant fields, to the endless rows of crops. The wheels turn still. Your body follows its rhythm. You feel content. The world around you slows like a lazy river. The night keeps its promise, a silent lullaby that never ends. You hear a gentle clink. Someone has placed a bottle on the rail. You laugh, it might be a prank, or simply a new story. You sip the cool liquid. The taste is surprisingly sweet. The water wheel hum continues, steady and reassuring. You feel the world tilt inward. The night seems deeper than ever. You breathe out. The sound mingles with the wind. You notice the wheel's shadow flickering, a slow dance of darkness. It feels like time itself is being measured on a silent metronome. You close your eyes again. The hum lingers like a familiar song. Each gear turning, each water strand gliding, whispers a lullaby. The night offers a soft, steady rhythm that soothes every part of you. You feel the wheel's energy ripple through the air like a gentle tide. Your eyes flutter open. The moon is a pale lantern over the lake. You inhale. The air is cool, saturated with the smell of earth. The wheels spin, a steady, endless promise of movement. Your heart calms, as if it were wrapped in a warm blanket of water. You lean close to the rail. The metal under your fingers feels solid. You listen. The hum of the wheel is a lullaby sung by the old Dutch. You smile, feeling as if you belong in this quiet world. The night is your companion. Its hush lets your thoughts wander. You hear a distant laugh, a child pretending to be a ghost. You chuckle softly. The sound blends with the water's whisper. You feel the night pull you deeper, a pull as gentle as a tide. You step backward. The wheel's shadow remains steady, like an old friend. The wind carries a faint scent of peat and old books. You breathe the air, a ritual you learn to love. The wheel's turn continues, a steady drum beneath the stars. You feel the rhythm in your veins, a lullaby echoing through the night. When you pause, the silence feels more inviting than a crowded room. It feels like a warm blanket that refuses to leave you. You close your eyes. A dream begins, a swirl of water, wheels, and quiet. You walk not through fields, but through the heartbeat of the water. The wheels hum. Their rhythm is soft, like a sigh. Every time you inhale, the quiet pulls you deeper into sleep. The water's coolness seeps into your body. Your muscles relax. You find yourself drifting, a leaf afloat in a gentle stream. The wheel's shadow leans across the canal like a gentle guardian. You close your eyes again. A soft, velvety darkness surrounds. The sounds turn into a lullaby of ancient and modern, a harmony that soothes. You inhale deeply. The scent of rain rises from the riverbank. The wheel keeps turning, steady as a heartbeat, an invisible metronome. You feel a sense of peace, like a child floating on a lake. You hear a distant murmur, a whisper of ancient songs from long ago. The wheel hums, as if singing a lull to the night sky. Your thoughts are carried like petals in the breeze. Each one is a gentle sigh. You feel your body relax. The muscles unwind. The breath slows. The wheel, steady and patient, cradles your mind into sleep. You close your eyes softly. The world fades, leaving only the river. You feel the river move beneath you, a subtle, rhythmic current. It is as if the world is breathing, slowly inhaling exhaling. The wheel continues spinning, a lullaby that sings to your soul. You drift deeper into a peaceful dream. Guided by the steady wheel, you remember the quiet moments, a lull at the night's deep sleep. The wheel's hum feels like a friend's whisper, keeping you safe. The world around you is calm, a lullaby of silver light and water. Your breathing slows, each exhale a gentle tap on a distant drum. You smile softly. The night is a gentle blanket you could never replace. The wheel spins on, a steady heartbeat, your own inside. You drift into a calm, quiet sleep that lasts forever. The water keeps singing a lull that never ends. You notice a soft glow, a lantern drifting, caught in a gentle current. It flickers like a tiny star, keeping the darkness at bay. You feel like a guest in a timeless story, a narrator of silent nights. The wind carries the scent of old wood, a memory of centuries of toil. You breathe that scent. It relaxes the mind, slows the heart. The wheel's sound is steady, a metronome in the dark. You imagine a child dancing near the canal, laughing with the wind. The laughter blends with the wheel, a bright note in the hush. The darkness deepens, but the lullaby keeps you warm. You feel the cool breeze slip over your skin, a soothing caress. The wheels spin on, a quiet song that feels familiar. You find a rhythm in the silence, a secret language of water. The silver path of light from the moon glides across the water. You notice its reflection, a mirror of a night you cannot name. You close your eyes. A quiet world appears, where time is an echo. The wheel's turning is your heartbeat, steady, gentle, relentless. You feel your mind drift, a soft cloud of dreams. The rhythm keeps you safe, a lull that wraps around your soul. You hear a distant call a bird, its song merging with the wheels. The wind whips the reeds, a delicate percussion. The sky turns dark blue, black velvet over the canal. You feel the silence pressing gently like a blanket. The water glows faintly, reflecting the distant stars. You watch the wheel, its shadow, moving like a slow dancer. You inhale, feeling the night's breath, cool, moist, alive. You exhale slowly. The breath meets the wheel's hum. The mist rises softly, painting the canal in silver watercolor. Your footsteps crumple hushed reeds, every tread a tiny ripple of sound. The moon, a pale coin, hovers just above the glassy surface. Night's light swallows the edges, blurring the boundary between sky and water. You inhale the cool dampness, feeling it seep into your bones. A distant owl croaks a silent note, adding texture to the hush. Above, a lone bat darts, leaving a fleeting, invisible trail. Beneath the moonlit glare, the water's surface shimmers like liquid silver. As you turn the corner, the mist thickens, forming a delicate veil. The veil lifts gradually, revealing silhouettes of submerged trees that never were. A faint green glows beneath the mist, a bioluminescent whisper in the water. You pause, letting the quiet settle like a blanket over your shoulders. The wind hums through reeds, orchestrating a soft, natural lullaby. A subtle laugh escapes from the darkness, as if the water itself cracks jokes. You chuckle. This echo feels like a playful cousin at a quiet party. The water ripples, stretching a mirrored image of the moon across its belly. A ripple becomes a ripple, then a ripple, an endless sea of repetition. You sit on a smooth stone, letting time dissolve into starlight. Your shoulders loosen. The weight of daylight evaporates into night. A faint scent of wet earth rolls in, tinged with distant peat. You breathe, inhaling the earthy perfume that speaks of old farms. The water's surface mirrors old maps, faint lines of past canals. A whisper from the reeds says, "Remember, we're all just water." You smile, feeling the absurdity of a reed's philosophical note. The mist curls around your ankles, cool as a forgotten bath. The horizon blurs, turning into a watercolor painting that never dries. A silver path winds through the mist, inviting you to follow. You step, the ground hums beneath, answering each footfall. The water whispers again, a lullaby of ages that cradles the world. You close your eyes again, breathing slowly, letting the water's song seep in. Your mind drifts to a time when the Dutch invented a new windmill. Those early mills, simple as a wooden wheel, brought trade to the northern coast. Historians still argue whether their design saved more grain or saved more souls. The question lingers as hazy as the mist around you. A distant laugh from the reeds reminds you that history is never serious. Quirky folk tales say the windmills cast shadows that can turn into ghosts. A legend whispers that those ghosts, after sunset, play chess with the water. You laugh. If ghosts could play chess, they'd probably checkmate each other. The joke fades with the wind as it carries the reed's song. Under the moon, the water flickers, reflecting the stars like tiny lanterns. You turn your head, noticing a speck of silver drifting between waves. It's a tiny ship, perhaps a forgotten ferry that once crossed these very lanes. The image feels like a story whispered to your ear by the river itself. You imagine the owl's tail feather painting a path across the water. The water reflects it, blue, gray, shimmering, like an eye watching over the field. Your mind lingers with the thought that every river knows its own story. The mist becomes a curtain, drawing a line between dream and waking. You inhale, the air cool, smelling like wet glass and distant sea. That scent carries memories of stormy nights at seas far away, a phantom voyage. The wind swirls around the mist, making it twirl like a silk ribbon. You feel the texture of the water smooth, cold, like a hand that wraps around your palm. It presses gently, a reminder that water can cradle even the deepest thoughts. You close your eyes, letting the mist fold like a cloud over your thoughts. The world is quiet, save for the rustling reeds that whisper your name. You imagine each reed as a note in a soft symphony, the water its sheet music. The wind adds a soft crescendo, filling the air with a lullaby of leaves. A tiny firefly flits near, leaving a faint glow that fades into the dark. This firefly behaves like a blinking star, reminding you that light can be playful. The laughter of the wind echoes in your ears, mixing with the water's soft hum. You realize the river holds more stories than a library, each ripple a sentence. The mist lifts one last time, revealing the silhouette of a distant house. Its windows glow softly, like a lantern in a sleepy town. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the house were part of the water world. A faint bell rings from within, a call to rest for travelers unseen. The sound drifts, curling around you like a warm blanket. As you drift further, the world melts into the slow rhythm of the water. Each breath becomes a wave, each inhale a tide. The mist thickens, a blanket of silver that keeps the night alive. You close your eyes, letting the calm seep into your thoughts. The water's quiet song is your lullaby, soft, steady, unwavering. You smile, the corners of your mouth curling like a crescent moon. The sky opens, a canopy of infinite stardust, each one humming softly. You inhale, absorbing the celestial breath, letting it fill the chest. You exhale, releasing all worries, each one slipping like silver dust. The tide of your breath sinks with the water under the wheel's steady pulse. The wheel turns, a slow metronome that keeps the night on rhythm. The sound of the wheel is like a heartbeat that whispers, "Stay." The echo lingers, comforting as a blanket, a promise of safety. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, the darkness wrapping you gently. The wind stirs the reeds, playing soft scales on the water's guitar string. You laugh, a tiny joke to your own ears about reeds that cannot stop humming. The gentle sound soothes. The air sweetens with the scent of rain and pine. Each breath is a step deeper into a river of slumber. You feel the water, a friendly hand, guide you toward dreams. The canal glows, reflecting the moon's silver kiss, a lullaby for the night. The water speaks in whispers, urging you to stay, to listen, to sleep. Your mind drifts like a leaf on air, unbound, unhurried. The world fades, leaving only the rhythm of the water and your heart. You sense the night's embrace, firm yet soft as a blanket over your shoulders. You inhale through the calm, exhale through the serenity. The water wheel turns, steady, like a compass pointing to calm. You let the slow rhythm seep into every cell, every fiber of your body. Your breath deepens into a lull that drifts into a dream. The Netherlands pioneered windmill technology in the 15th century. You close your eyes, the world dissolving into soft watercolor. You surrender to slumber. The night whispers gently, "Rest." That is all the sound you need before drifting away. Softly you let go, feeling the water's pulse under your chest, the silence above, a lullaby that ends. And with that hush, the water carries you into sleep, where dreams ripple across the sky. The mist rises softly, painting the canal in silver watercolor. Your footsteps crumple hushed reeds, every tread a tiny ripple of sound. The moon, a pale coin, hovers just above the glassy surface. Night's light swallows the edges, blurring the boundary between sky and water. You inhale the cool dampness, feeling it seep into your bones. A distant owl croaks a silent note, adding texture to the hush. Above, a lone bat darts, leaving a fleeting, invisible trail. Beneath the moonlit glare, the water's surface shimmers like liquid silver. As you turn the corner, the mist thickens, forming a delicate veil. The veil lifts gradually, revealing silhouettes of submerged trees that never were. A faint green glows beneath the mist, a bioluminescent whisper in the water. You pause, letting the quiet settle like a blanket over your shoulders. The wind hums through reeds, orchestrating a soft, natural lullaby. A subtle laugh escapes from the darkness, as if the water itself cracks jokes. You chuckle. This echo feels like a playful cousin at a quiet party. The water ripples, stretching a mirrored image of the moon across its belly. A ripple becomes a ripple, then a ripple, an endless sea of repetition. You sit on a smooth stone, letting time dissolve into starlight. Your shoulders loosen. The weight of daylight evaporates into night. A faint scent of wet earth rolls in, tinged with distant peat. You breathe, inhaling the earthy perfume that speaks of old farms. The water's surface mirrors old maps, faint lines of past canals. A whisper from the reeds says, "Remember, we're all just water." You smile, feeling the absurdity of a reed's philosophical note. The mist curls around your ankles, cool as a forgotten bath. The horizon blurs, turning into a watercolor painting that never dries. A silver path winds through the mist, inviting you to follow. You step, the ground hums beneath, answering each footfall. The water whispers again, a lullaby of ages that cradles the world. You close your eyes again, breathing slowly, letting the water's song seep in. Your mind drifts to a time when the Dutch invented a new windmill. Those early mills, simple as a wooden wheel, brought trade to the northern coast. Historians still argue whether their design saved more grain or saved more souls. The question lingers as hazy as the mist around you. A distant laugh from the reeds reminds you that history is never serious. Quirky folk tales say the windmills cast shadows that can turn into ghosts. A legend whispers that those ghosts, after sunset, play chess with the water. You laugh. If ghosts could play chess, they'd probably checkmate each other. The joke fades with the wind as it carries the reed's song. Under the moon, the water flickers, reflecting the stars like tiny lanterns. You turn your head, noticing a speck of silver drifting between waves. It's a tiny ship, perhaps a forgotten ferry that once crossed these very lanes. The image feels like a story whispered to your ear by the river itself. You imagine the owl's tail, feather painting a path across the water. The water reflects it, blue, gray, shimmering, like an eye watching over the field. Your mind lingers with the thought that every river knows its own story. The mist becomes a curtain, drawing a line between dream and waking. You inhale, the air cool, smelling like wet glass and distant sea. That scent carries memories of stormy nights at seas far away, a phantom voyage. The wind swirls around the mist, making it twirl like a silk ribbon. You feel the texture of the water smooth, cold, like a hand that wraps around your palm. It presses gently, a reminder that water can cradle even the deepest thoughts. You close your eyes, letting the mist fold like a cloud over your thoughts. The world is quiet, save for the rustling reeds that whisper your name. You imagine each reed as a note in a soft symphony, the water its sheet music. The wind adds a soft crescendo, filling the air with a lullaby of leaves. A tiny firefly flits near, leaving a faint glow that fades into the dark. This firefly behaves like a blinking star, reminding you that light can be playful. The laughter of the wind echoes in your ears, mixing with the water's soft hum. You realize the river holds more stories than a library, each ripple a sentence. The mist lifts one last time, revealing the silhouette of a distant house. Its windows glow softly, like a lantern in a sleepy town. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the house were part of the water world. A faint bell rings from within, a call to rest for travelers unseen. The sound drifts, curling around you like a warm blanket. As you drift further, the world melts into the slow rhythm of the water. Each breath becomes a wave, each inhale a tide. The mist thickens, a blanket of silver that keeps the night alive. You close your eyes, letting the calm seep into your thoughts. The water's quiet song is your lullaby, soft, steady, unwavering. You smile, the corners of your mouth curling like a crescent moon. The sky opens, a canopy of infinite stardust, each one humming softly. You inhale, absorbing the celestial breath, letting it fill the chest. You exhale, releasing all worries, each one slipping like silver dust. The tide of your breath sinks with the water under the wheel's steady pulse. The wheel turns, a slow metronome that keeps the night on rhythm. The sound of the wheel is the world's quiet song. The wind sighs, a gentle lull into dreams. Your mind drifts toward distant horizons. You imagine wind flowing over open plains. You smell the dust of faraway lands. You hear distant drums echoing in the quiet. The sound is a reminder that nights never truly sleep. The wind's gentle pulse is the only steady beat. You close your eyes, letting the wind do the rest. Your breath becomes a slow, soothing current. The wind's hum is the world's quiet song. You feel the wheel turning, steady as a heartbeat. You rest your head, feeling the cool stone beneath. The stone coolness spreads through your back. You let go of thoughts, surrendering to the night. The wind carries your thoughts like a feather on air. Each feather glides into a dreamscape. You drift, listening to the water, wind, and bells. The night stretches out like a gentle blanket. The wind's tone slows to a whisper. You feel your eyelids heavy, a soft pull toward sleep. The water's rhythm is your lullaby's final verse. You surrender to the dream, resting deeper. You close gently, the wind swirling around you. You feel the silence as a blanket of stars. The night's hush keeps your mind quiet. You breathe in the calm, letting it guide you. Your heartbeat slows, a steady, rhythmic lull. You dissolve into the quiet, like a leaf in a stream. You feel the wind kiss your cheek, the night's gentle hug. You let the calm guide you to dreams. You dream of breezes and quiet water. You fade into sleep, lost to a gentle world. You hear the wind's final sigh. The wind sighs, a soft goodbye before night ends. The Dutch East India Company was founded in 1602, becoming the world's first joint stock company. Some Dutch farmers once buried gold in dike walls, hoping the water would keep it safe. Historians still argue whether the windmill's original purpose was to grind grain or to scare ghosts. You listen to the debate, imagining windmills as both farmers' helpers and ghost hunters. The wind whispers answers, but it leans toward friendly rather than spooky. Each gust feels like a gentle brush against your cheek. The grass beneath you sways in rhythm with the wind's song. You step forward, feeling the reeds give a soft patter underfoot. The ground under the windwheel is a quiet, old stone. It has seen centuries of barges, storms, and quiet nights like this. You wonder if the wheel remembers stories of merchants. You imagine the wheel as a silent narrator of trade journeys. Its turning becomes a metronome of distant seas and cargo. You breathe in, and the scent of brine mixes with damp earth. Your mind drifts to the taste of sea salt on lips. You close your eyes, feeling the wind's coolness kiss your face. A distant horn rings, echoing through the canal like a choir. The echo fades into a heartbeat of the night. You smile at the rhythm of the world. A sudden shiver runs through you, as if the reeds know your thoughts. The reeds ripple, reflecting 1,000 tiny stars. You feel your heartbeat syncing with their undulating pattern. The wind continues, carrying a faint, comforting laugh. It sounds like a friendly cat in the dark. You chuckle, feeling the absurdity wrap around your mind. The night breathes, and you inhale its tranquil essence. A trickle of water glides beside the wheel, a silver ribbon. It reflects the moon, making it look like a silver coin. You trace the water's path, feeling the coolness rise. Your fingertips dance on the slick surface. The water shimmers like a gallery of tiny mirrors. Each reflection holds a story of travelers past. You imagine a sailor singing as his ship glides. The echo of his voice still lingers in the reeds. You listen, surrounded by the echo of forgotten songs. Your mind settles, like a bird finding a cozy nest. The wind hums again, gentle as a lullaby. It drifts over the canal, filling the air with softness. You feel the calm settle into your bones. Your breathing slows, matching the wind's rhythm. Each inhale and exhale becomes a wave. The wind's notes slowly fade into the night. You watch the stars drift across the dark sky. They move like a choir of light dancers. You feel the world shrinking into a soft, warm cocoon. The wind carries a faint scent of lilacs. You think of a field in spring, quiet and bright. That memory hums within your chest. You feel the wind's hand smoothing worries away. You let the silence soak into your thoughts. The world feels lighter, like a feather on the wind. You lean back, feeling the wind's cool embrace. The wheels turning becomes your lullaby's heartbeat. You hear the wind sigh, a gentle lull into dreams. Your mind drifts toward distant horizons. You imagine wind flowing over open plains. You smell the dust of faraway lands. You hear distant drums echoing in the quiet. The sound is a reminder that nights never truly sleep. The wind's gentle pulse is the only steady beat. You close your eyes, letting the wind do the rest. Your breath becomes a slow, soothing current. The wind's hum is the world's quiet song. You feel the wheel turning, steady as a heartbeat. You rest your head, feeling the cool stone beneath. The stone coolness spreads through your back. You let go of thoughts, surrendering to the night. The wind carries your thoughts like a feather on air. Each feather glides into a dreamscape. You drift, listening to the water, wind, and bells. The night stretches out like a gentle blanket. The wind's tone slows to a whisper. You feel your eyelids heavy, a soft pull toward sleep. The water's rhythm is your lullaby's final verse. You surrender to the dream, resting deeper. You close gently, the wind swirling around you. You feel the silence as a blanket of stars. The night's hush keeps your mind quiet. You breathe in the calm, letting it guide you. Your heartbeat slows, a steady, rhythmic lull. You dissolve into the quiet, like a leaf in a stream. You feel the wind kiss your cheek, the night's gentle hug. You let the calm guide you to dreams. You dream of breezes and quiet water. You fade into sleep, lost to a gentle world. You hear the wind's final sigh. The wind sighs, a soft goodbye before night ends. The river whispers again, pulling sleep deeper into your chest. You find the wheel turning, steady like a metronome of dreams. Your eyelids flutter. The night hums a lullaby of rustling leaves. The moonlight drapes the canal, softening every blade of reed. You note a small creak. The machinery groans under moonlit tension. A faint chuckle escapes a nearby rust. It sounds almost like a joke. You grin. The river jokes are better suited for a bedtime story. The sound fades. The water's hush envelops the whole field. The wind lifts an elder lily's petal, almost touching your cheek. A thought lingers. Perhaps the lily knows your secrets better than you. The night stretches, carrying wind like a sleepy traveler in a blanket. Your breath meets the cool air, synchronizing with the water's pulse. You hear distant bells. Their timbre is a secret lullaby. The river reflects each chime, doubling the sound in silver waves. A tiny fish darts between reeds, ignoring the cosmic symphonies around. The scene feels like a dream, woven by a gentle hand. A stray cloud drifts, sketching silhouettes over the quiet canal. In its shadow, the water glows like a miniature moonlit lake. You pause, listening to the world breathe in unison with you. The air smells of wet clay, a scent of ancient Netherlands. The Dutch East India Company was founded in 1602, becoming the world's first joint stock company. The history hums, tying past commerce to the present tranquility. Some Dutch farmers once buried gold in dike walls, hoping the water would keep it safe. Historians still argue whether the windmill's original purpose was to grind grain or scare ghosts. The debate lingers while the wheel turns, humming a stubborn ancient rhythm. You close your eyes, the wind swirls, a soothing, invisible blanket. In this hush, jokes about ghostly millers seep into your mind. Imagine ghosts checking a map. If that makes a laugh, the wind giggles. You chuckle. The wind answers with a softer breeze. The story continues, every ripple a whisper about forgotten trade routes. You trace the path of a faint ripple, following its hidden story. The water's voice is layered, like a choir in slow motion. The reeds sway, their tips catching the moon's silver light. You note that each reed seems to hum when the wind passes. A tiny firefly dances nearby, blinking like a distant star. The firefly's glow fades, but it leaves a warm aftertaste. You realize the firefly is just a feather of night sky. You hear distant laughter, perhaps a miller watching a ghostly game. It sounds like a joke to your heart, which nods politely. The wind carries the laugh, curling around the canal's edge. You listen. The canal's surface mirrors the sky's constellations. The stars seem to nod, acknowledging your presence under the night. In this moment, the world feels both vast and intimate. The wind becomes your companion, whispering of times long past. You sit on a moss-covered stone, letting the wheels echo settle. The stone cools your fingertips, a quiet reminder of solid history. Each thought is filtered, like water through ancient dikes. You breathe, hearing the wheels turn like a ticking heart. The night deepens, shadows grow longer across the canal's floor. You hear the water stir, as if it were breathing itself. The wind whispers in your ear, a promise of tomorrow's sunrise. A gentle rumble of distant plains suggests the world beyond is alive. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, yet the story stays vivid. The wind swirls, shaping a lullaby that drapes over your mind. Your thoughts drift like boats on a calm night. The water's song stays, a lull that never ends. You look up, the sky blooms with a tapestry of stars. The moon arcs slowly, a silver river cutting across the dark. You feel the moonlight brushing your hair like a gentle caress. Each breath feels heavier, the wind pulling you deeper into rest. You hear the wind echo your pulse, a perfect rhythm to sleep. You sit with the wheel turning as it spins with patient ease. The wheel's weight feels like an anchor in a gentle sea. You sense the past swirling around you, a mist of old memories. The wind carries a distant smell of tar and wood. It reminds you of the first mills, their beams soaked with resin. Those beams, the stories, and the water are an orchestra of ages. You laugh softly. Perhaps the wind itself likes a good story. The joke is answered by a sigh from the reeds. They shiver, as if agreeing with the wind's playful tale. You feel the world's weight lift, as if the canal's bed is a cushion. The night wraps around you like an old, comforting blanket. The wind shifts. Something unseen moves near the dike. Perhaps it is a breeze from a dream or something else. You stay still, listening to the quiet of the water. The water's surface ripples, reflecting faint stars in the dark. The wind seems to know your name, whispering it once. It's a soft, intimate sound, like a hug from a friend. You smile, trusting the night's quiet guardians. The river's hum keeps growing, an endless lullaby at your feet. You notice a tiny frog croaking beside a wet stone. It sings softly, a counter to the wind's lull. Together, they form a duet of night's melodies. The croak is playful, but the rhythm steadies your breath. You close your eyes, now your mind is a pool. The pool reflects the sky, and you become part of it. Your heartbeat slows, in sync with the wheel's measured turn. The silence hums, but not harsh, soft, and warm. You watch how the wind drapes its silence over the dunes. Imagine the wind as a blanket that never dries. The canal sings, the wind hums, the moon watches. You feel as if you're in a dream that never ends. A gentle rustle reminds you of old wooden shutters. The memory brings a smile deeper than the current. The wind carries the scent of fresh paper. It's like a new page waiting to be read. You breathe deep. Each exhale gathers wind's calm. Your chest settles into the rhythm of water. The story is still as the wheel turns unendingly. The night offers a lullaby that echoes forever. You feel the wind kiss your cheek, so gentle it feels like a feather. The wind's touch reminds you of a memory from childhood. It is a memory wrapped in mist and quiet. You hear a distant howl of a dog, perhaps, or just wind. The howl sounds like a warning, but your heart calms at its sound. You let it slip into your mind like a lullaby. The wind keeps rolling, a constant companion for the night. Your thoughts are quieting, the world sleeping like a child. The wind, the wheel, the water all combine to lull you. The river's song is the backbone of the Dutch polder. You feel the connection to history, like a thread running through the ages. The wind whispers, rest here, and dream of sunlit fields. The wind's voice carries a gentle joke. They say it can hear secrets. You grin. The wind feels like a friendly narrator. The wind is a companion that knows no boundaries. It sings softly, urging you to sleep. The wheel's turning becomes the night's steady metronome. You notice the water reflecting the wheel, merging two shapes into one. The reflection looks as if the water itself is a mirror of time. You imagine the wheel spins, not just turning, but creating rhythm. The rhythm is the pulse of centuries of Dutch ingenuity. As the night deepens, the wind stirs your memories. You recall a quiet summer afternoon, the sound of a distant mill. That memory feels closer than the river itself. The wind carries the weight of that time, soothing. You feel your limbs relax. The sensation is subtle. The rustle of grasses and reeds form a soft soundscape. Your breathing matches the wind's whisper. Your thoughts drift to a gentle river of thought. The wind whispers of a future that holds no harshness. It promises, gently, that peace follows. The night keeps a quiet vow to protect you. It keeps your sleep gentle and safe. You look back at the canal that has carried so many. The water's history is a living story. You inhale the night and feel the world breathe. The world breathes along with your own rhythm. The wind, the wheel, and the water keep rhythm together. The night ends gently, a slow closing. The wind whispers a final goodbye, soft as a sigh. The world feels peaceful, and you are ready to dream. Your sleep settles, calm, deep sound. The night continues, keeping its promise to soothe. The story remains, a lullaby carried by the wind. Evening hush embraces fields, farmlands sleep, borders hushed. The wind settles like a tired storyteller. It sighs between the rows. You feel the cool dusk wash over your shoulders, a velvet blanket. A faint melody rustles through the corn. The late-night orchestra begins. The horizon glows weakly with sun's last blush, faint pink haze. You hear the wind carry, whispers, small secrets from tired leaves. Around the dike, the fields pulse softly, breathing alongside the water. The sky drapes itself in a calm midnight blue, starlit and serene. A distant mill whirs low, its rhythm steady, the world's heartbeat. The wind's voice is soft as a whispered joke. A lull, you smile, hearing the wind giggle between the reeds. A dry chuck, your eyes close, and the field folds around you, the world sighs. Remember that night of the first Dutch windmill built in 1657, a symbol of progress. That mill carved history across the Polder, beating its own drum. You walk along the worn path, feeling the earth's pulse. The breeze carries scent of tulip petals, a sweet, fleeting memory. You pause by the old dike. Its wooden seams creak. The wind plays across the boards, echoing a lullaby. You hear a faint clink, a hidden chest. Perhaps it holds moonlit seeds, a fringe legend of midnight gardens. The night deepens, and the wind grows heavier, like a blanket. You feel that heaviness coat your shoulders. It is gentle. The fields hush further. Even the grass whispers slow. You listen, and the world hums with you. A crow cries, its call slicing the air, a single note. You note the crow's rhythm, a simple counterpoint to the wind. The crow's cry recurs, a metronome for the night. You breathe along, matching that slow tempo, your breath a gentle hum. You walk to the riverbank, the water gleaming faint. Its surface ripples like a liquid mirror, reflecting faint starlight. You hear the water's murmur, a continuous lull. Every breath merges with the water's breath, a quiet duet. You feel the river's edge, cool against your palm. The water embraces you, a gentle squeeze of night. You close your eyes, letting sound become a blanket. The world dissolves into a soft, humming field. The wind carries a faint, metallic scent, old brass drums. You remember tales of a Dutch windmill that held old musical instruments. An attic treasure, a brass flute, still hums on silence. The instrument's sound is lost. It echoes in dream. The wind whispers a soft echo of the clatter of forgotten barrels, a memory humming. You imagine it contains relics, maybe a treasure chest of old. A whisper drifts across the canal, a rustle of secrets. The wind carries it, weaving it between reeds like thread. You feel the secrets wrap around you like a cozy scarf. You breathe, inhaling calm, exhaling the day's clutter. The water's surface ripples as a soft breeze passes. You look at each droplet, watching it catch stars. Your mind drifts, following each glimmer like a comet. You smile, grateful for the simple beauty. A small shadow crosses your field of vision, a mouse. You think a mouse might be the wind's secret companion. It scurries away, leaving a soft echo that lingers. You inhale, feeling the night breathe with you. The wind whispers again. Soon you will dream of dawn's first light. You feel the promise of a new day curling around your thoughts. Your breathing slows further, aligning with that gentle promise. You let the wind carry you deeper into sleep's embrace. A soft hum settles across the fields, a lullaby of wind. You hear the rhythm echo through the night, a steady beat. Your pulse follows, a slow drum in your chest. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm drown brighter thoughts. The wind writes in clouds, shapes that float like thoughts. You follow each shape, feeling lighter. You dream of the water, the wind, the sun. You feel the world melt into a gentle, endless song. The night swallows light and memory into one soft, quiet blanket. You feel the weight of silence, a comforting press. You exhale, release the day's noise. Your body relaxes, each muscle easing. A sigh escapes the wind. It is almost like a lull. You hear the wind breathe deep, slow as a slow tide. Your mind starts to drift, floating. You let this drift become your guide toward sleep. The wind draws a map across the sky, constellations swirl. You trace them, following the lines of the old map. You feel each star is a quiet whisper, a secret. You breathe, letting each whisper soften your thoughts. The night thickens, drawing a velvet curtain around you. You feel the calm seep into your chest, into your bones. The wind sighs, whispering, "Sleep, my friend." You nod mentally, feeling a gentle agreement. Your breath slows into a rhythm, matching the wind. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the moment. The wind continues, a gentle hum across your ear. It cradles you like a mother's lullaby. You drift, carried by the wind into deeper sleep. The night keeps watch, safeguarding each dream. Your body rests, your mind floats, the world quiet. You feel the evening's hush become a blanket of starlight. The wind whispers one final lull, rest, until tomorrow. You smile, content, as the world sleeps. The last breath of night mingles with your own, soft and warm. You let the world breathe, and you breathe with it. You feel the lanterns igniting across the canal, each one a quiet ember. Their warm light spreads like a gentle tide, drifting along the water's edge. You feel the glow of lanterns flickering across the canal like distant fireflies. Their warmth curls, a slow pulse that matches the rhythm of your steps. The lanterns flicker, turning into tiny stars over the water's surface. You hear a distant thrum, the mill's gears turning in rhythm. You walk along the shallow water, the faint ripples echoing your steps. The lanterns glow slowly, a steady counterpoint to the night's hush. You pause, feeling the lantern's warmth seep into your skin. You notice the old iron beams reflected in the liquid. The light paints a subtle pattern on the rippling surface. The world feels less vast, more intimate in the glow. The lanterns seem to breathe, their dimming and brightening in sequence. You laugh softly, imagining a cheese lantern flickering on a windmill's roof. You picture the lantern's light dancing past the reeds. The scene feels almost dreamlike, like a quiet fair. The wind carries a faint scent of coal, oil, and a hint of adventure. The sound of water, wind, and iron mingles like a lullaby. You feel the quiet rustle of reeds around you. Your chest warms with each breath of this old light. The lanterns glow brighter, a gentle flare over the canal. You feel a small crack in the fence behind the lanterns. A faint voice of history whispers through the wind. You wonder if the first lanterns were built in 1657, a symbol of progress. The lanterns pulse gently, each light a steady heartbeat. You feel the light's warmth steadying your nervous thoughts. A distant echo hums through the air, soothing your mind. The night's hush lingers, holding every secret close. The lantern's glow invites you closer, like a lover's hand. You feel the gentle pressure, the light guiding your way. The surrounding reeds sway as if in time with the glow. Your pulse slows, syncing with the lantern's rhythm. The lanterns cast a soft, amber hue over the water. Your breath becomes slow, a steady rhythm. You feel a calm washing over you, as if wrapped in a blanket. The lanterns glow steady, a silent guard against wandering thoughts. A feather falls gently onto the canal, glimmering briefly. You hear distant chirps of crickets. The lanterns flicker, a gentle melody between the reeds. The night deepens, the water a mirror of the stars. You hear the faint hum of distant traffic, yet the lanterns dominate. The lanterns seem to sing, a lullaby in motion. You feel the light wrap around you, a warm blanket. The world is quieter, the lanterns keep it so. Historians still argue whether the earliest Dutch lanterns were made of cheese. The thought is absurd, yet charmingly whimsical. You chuckle, picturing the wiring as a hamster powered by tiny electricity. The lanterns glow brighter, as if acknowledging your humor. The lanterns cast a gentle path across the water's edge. You follow the lights, feeling the old ground beneath. The moonlight reflects, a silver line leading home. You feel the world's pulse syncing with the lanterns. The lanterns twinkle, each one a story waiting to be told. You imagine a navigator charting nights using lantern light. The path feels endless, full of promise. The air is filled with subtle fragrances of damp earth. The lanterns act like friends, keeping the darkness at bay. You feel the steady glow surround you, a protective circle. The night hums, a lullaby of wind and water. You close your eyes, letting the glow lull you. The lanterns keep shifting, their light a slow, steady drum. You feel the rhythm of your breath match that drum. The darkness feels inviting, not threatening. Each breath takes you deeper into calm. The lanterns keep turning, a soft drum behind your heartbeat. You listen, feeling the connection growing. The lanterns feel like a steady pulse, an anchor in dark. Your mind slips into a gentle float. The lanterns glow steady, like a beacon guiding through dreamland. The water's ripples mirror the soft beats of lanterns. Your heart beats in synchrony with the light. Your breath follows the light's tempo. The lanterns emit a soothing glow, calming your thoughts. You hear the ocean's distant howl, a comforting background. You feel the light wrap tight like a warm blanket. Each inhale fills you with tranquility. The lanterns glow brighter, sealing the spell of serenity around you. You sense your body surrendering to the night's embrace. A feather floats in the air, landing on your shoulder. The lanterns seem to hum, a lullaby for the world. The lanterns flicker in unison, a synchronized chorus. You feel the calmness deeper, enveloping your being. The darkness feels safe, the lanterns as guardians. You close your eyes a second later, let the glow guide. The lanterns keep turning, a gentle drum behind your heartbeat. You feel the rhythm of your breath sync with theirs. Your mind drift, carried like a leaf in the night. You feel the lanterns cradle your thoughts. The water reflects the lanterns, showing a silver path. The darkness keeps you calm, the lanterns as companions. You imagine the lanterns as tiny stars on a net. Your heart stirs with an old, quiet rhythm. You feel the night's hush settling, a veil of calm. The lanterns glow steady, a silent guard against wandering thoughts. You breathe slowly, the rhythm matching the lantern's pulse. Your breath feels lighter, as if lifted by the light. The lanterns keep shining, a beacon across the water. You feel the world breathe, the glow a silent guardian. The night keeps you calm, the lanterns as companions. You drift closer, the glow guiding you gently. The lanterns glow with confidence, brightening the path before you. Your breathing becomes even, the rhythm in sync with the lanterns. You feel the lanterns, light become a gentle companion, like a friend. You close your gaze, let the light paint your dreams. The lanterns keep glowing, a subtle reminder of quiet nights. You feel their light settle upon your face, warm comfort. You feel the world calm, light as a steady heartbeat. The lanterns flicker, a gentle dance that lulls your senses. You feel the lanterns glow brighter, like a lullaby to the night. The darkness gently cradles you as lanterns surround you. You think of a child staring wide in the glow. The lanterns keep whispering, a promise of peace. The lanterns cast a soft amber light over the water. You feel a calm, a blanket of gentle light. The world's hush falls, the light a safe harbor. You breathe, the lanterns guiding your thoughts. The lanterns shine like tiny stars, brightening the water. You feel the world pulse at your breath. The darkness settles, the lanterns as sentinels. You drift into a subtle dream. Lanterns keep watch. The lanterns shine a steady light, your comfort growing. You feel the glow warm your chest. The lanterns create a haven, a safe space. The night is calm, and you relax, listening to lanterns. The lanterns glimmer, brightening the air. You breathe slowly, the feeling steady. The light is steady as a heartbeat. The lanterns keep a steady glow, a guiding light. The lanterns glow, a guardian in the night. You feel your breathing quiet, the light steady. The world softens, a comfortable hum in the air. The light keeps you calm, a gentle lull. The lanterns keep their steady light. You breathe, the light, a calming presence. You feel the lanterns cradling your thoughts as you drift into sleep. The lanterns keep glowing like guardians. You feel the peace of the night. You remember the scent of oil and iron. The lanterns hum softly. You drift, floating on the glow. The night cradles you with safety. You drift into a gentle dream. You feel a sense of gratitude. You let the warm light wrap yourself. The lanterns keep watching over you. You breathe, letting the light guide your thoughts. You close your eyes. The lanterns keep fading. You slip into sleep, guided by steady light. You wake as dawn paints the morning light. The lanterns glow one last time, fading into memory. The night deepens into a velvet blanket, and you feel the cool air kiss your cheek. The moon hangs low, like an eager spotlight on your path. You spot a pigeon perched on a rusted canal guardrail, its glossy feathers glistening. Its coo is a soft punctuation in the night's lull, a tiny lullaby. You listen, and the coos fade, leaving only the hum of water. The wind whistles through the reeds, a gentle breeze tickling your ears. You hear the water's breath, a gentle exhale that fills your lungs with peace. You feel your body relax, surrendering to the quiet rhythm. The night feels like a lull that cradles every breath you take. You close to a final breath, inviting the world into a harmonious sleep. The pigeons settle, their bodies now a soft shadow against the canal. Their calmness reflects your own, both finding solace in the dark. You feel a contented sigh leaving your chest, an outward acknowledgement of peace. The wind and water hum in harmony, a nocturnal choir of serenity. This night's soundtrack wraps your mind, slowing your thoughts to a gentle hush. You let yourself sink into the dreamscape, embracing the slow rhythm. The night's hush extends beyond the canal, wrapping you in a blanket of calm. You are guided into a lull that feels natural, effortless, like breathing. The wind sings a whispered lull, a sweet lull that keeps the dream. You feel the night's promise that you may return to this gentle cradle. You drift, a feather caught on a cool breeze, into the quiet. You think of a time you wished you'd been here earlier. It feels like a gift, a slow revelation of peace. The wind is steady, the water rhythmic. You surrender, A gentle sigh escapes you, blending with a distant bird's call. You exhale, feeling the world in sync, breathing and calm. You pause, feeling the quiet before the dream fully takes you. You lie on your side, facing the canal, with the night's lull over you. You hear your pulse match the rippling water sighs. Your mind slows, the world quiets, and you slip into an easy sleep. The wind murmurs, a lullaby that lingers in your ears. You feel the night's embrace, holding you like a soft blanket. The canal glistens, droplets acting as tiny mirrors of stars. These tiny mirrors reflect your dreams, turning them into silver tides. You think of a calm song that plays softly in your heart. You let the song flow, merging with water's slow hum. You close your eyes again, a feeling that every breath settles like sand. Your thoughts drift, carried on a tide of quiet. You surrender to the night, trusting it will guide you. You feel the rhythm, the gentle pulse, the soothing lull of water and wind. The wind sighs, a wind's whisper curling around your thoughts. Your body relaxes deeper, melting into the cradle of night. You are embraced by the night's hush, a soft, endless lull. You close your eyes fully, letting the world fade into darkness. The night carries you on gentle currents toward dreamland. Your final thought swirls like a silver coin in water. It fades, like the moon's glow at sunrise. You slip into deep sleep, the canal singing quiet lullabies. You wake as dawn paints the morning light. The lanterns glow one last time, fading into memory. You step softly onto the damp earth, feeling the cool dust settle against your skin. The night still holds its hush, and the wind keeps the rhythm of distant bells. You pause. A gentle hush envelops the polder, and you sense the farmer's heartbeat in the air. The earth thumps softly, a slow drum echoing across the quiet fields where corn sighs. You close your eyes and hear a distant cart click, a Dutch farmer's midnight patrol. The clack of hooves over peat is a lull that steadies your breathing. Your shoulders ease, the night's lull wrapping you like a soft blanket of reeds. You feel a rhythm, the farmer's heartbeat syncing with the water's slow pulse. Each thud whispers a story, a field that once swayed with windmills from the 17th century. You recall that the Dutch pioneered windmill tech, turning gusts into gears of progress. The farmers, like artisans, treated each wheel as a living instrument. There's a quirky rumor that some used beetles as tiny compass points on their sails. Historians still argue whether the first polder was built by one visionary or by collective labor. With each breath, you feel the history seep through the damp soil. The wind whispers again, carrying the scent of night-blooming reeds and distant smoke. You notice a small glow, a firefly resting on a leaf, its light flickering like a tiny heart. It pauses, then scurries away, as if it knows the secrets of the polder. You chuckle softly, joking that even the beetles prefer the night over the farmer's noon tea. The hum of the water deepens, each ripple a note played by unseen hands. You lean closer to listen, the world shrinking to a single, resonant pulse. The silence around you thickens, like a blanket woven from midnight's own silence. You close your jaw, letting a sigh escape, the sound syncing with the water. It's a symphony, the farmer's heart, the wind, the water, all playing in unity. The farmer's heartbeat quickens, a light tap against the wooden planks of his small barn. You hear the faint creak, as if the barn is breathing too. Your mind drifts to the time a Dutch engineer claimed a horse could power a mill. Some argue that the idea was merely a myth, a playful story told to amuse apprentices, but you suspect there was truth, a hidden kernel in the folklore. The wind, now gentle, sighs past the distant windmills, their blades turning slowly. Their motion mirrors the faint rhythm of the farmer's own pulse. You let your thoughts settle, as if caught in a slow tide, drifting to quiet shores. The night deepens, its colors softening to a twilight blue. The moon reflects in a tiny puddle, like a tiny pocket of light. A feather falls from an unseen bird, drifting gently over the field. You pick it up, feeling the texture of soft fibers and a faint scent of earth. You hold it steady, aligning the feather with the rhythm of the water. Like a metronome on a farm, it keeps time for the soil. You hear the faint clink of a rusted bucket, a reminder of the farmer's tools. You can feel the weight of history in that metal, and you smile. You breathe in, and the night's aroma of damp earth fills your lungs. The wind whispers again, like a lullaby written by nature itself. You listen, the sound carrying across the field, matching the farmer's soft footfalls. Your pulse slows, the world around you becoming a quiet, rhythmic drum. You realize the farmer isn't alone. The air, the earth, the water, they all keep time together. Even the distant church bell plays a soft note, resonating with every heartbeat. You chuckle, thinking the bell might be a ghost in a tin of metal. The wind blows the reeds, making them sway like dancers in a slow, gentle waltz. You step on the wet grass, feeling each blade brush your ankles. The world feels small, as if the whole earth has settled into a single, calm breath. You close your eyes, letting the sound of the water guide you. A subtle breeze brushes your ear, carrying the faint scent of rain. You feel your breath sink with the water's soft exhale. The wind shivers, a gentle rustle of leaves and distant voices humming. You find a comfortable spot beside the field's edge, near a small wooden post. The post's timber, old and weathered, carries a memory of harvests. You lean against it, feeling the roughness of the wood against your skin. You hear a faint creak. Perhaps the post's ancient heart is pulsing. The wind whistles through the reeds, a low whisper echoing the farmer's voice. You inhale, filling your lungs with the night's perfume. You exhale slowly, a single breath of the evening's calm. The night is a blanket, and you are being knitted into it. You feel the world's pulse slow, a lull that is both gentle and strong. You listen to the wind's hymn, a chorus of soft sighs. The farmer's footsteps echo across the fields, a rhythmic beat that guides you. You let the rhythm take you, feeling carried like a leaf on a river. The sense of time stretches like a taut rope that slowly unwinds. You realize you are connected to the soil, the earth, wind, water, and human heartbeat harmonize. The wind whips against the reeds, making a subtle musical crackle. You chuckle as the wind seems to play a joke on your ears. Such is the quiet magic of farms at night. They keep secrets. You stay in this moment, letting the slow rhythm settle inside you. The night's song is slow and soothing, carrying you deeper into sleep. You close your eyes, and the sound of the water blends with your heartbeat. Your mind is a blank page, ready for dreams. You drift into the quiet, feeling the world lull you into rest. The farmer's boots rustle on the dirt, a sound you can almost taste. You imagine the scent of freshly cut straw, a fragrance that lingers in the air. The wind carries it farther, dancing with the reeds in a soft sway. You watch it pulse, feeling the beat almost matching the farmer's footsteps. The sky above is a canvas, painted with stars and a faint, pale moon. You whisper to the wind, asking it if it remembers the nights when windmills turned. It answers in a rustle, a soft reply to your curious question. The farmer's shadow stretches across the field, a living silhouette against the light. You feel the weight of night, a gentle press that steadies your thoughts. A distant owl hoots the call echoing through the reeds. The sound is a lull, a reminder that no one is truly alone. You think about the simple life, an existence defined by the rhythm of the land. You smile, hearing the wind chuckle, as if it knows no better. A small frog hops near the water's edge, its croak joining the chorus. The sound ripples, adding a gentle rhythm to the water's murmur. You feel a deep calm, a feeling that your breath merges with the earth. The wind blows, carrying a subtle scent of peat and distant summer. You inhale slowly, letting the aroma fill your lungs like a lull of memory. You smile at the sound of a distant windmill turning, perhaps in the far hills. You feel the earth under your feet, a steady pulse in the darkness. The farmer's song remains, a quiet promise that the light will return. You let that promise guide you into the next breath, deeper into rest. You hear the wind whisper, "All is well, all is calm." That is a lull that fits you like a soft blanket, a night's embrace. You find your shoulders relaxing, the last tension dripping into silence. The world slows, each breath a gentle pulse of the earth. You sit in quiet, feeling the farm's heart beating beneath your skin. The wind's breath is a lull that cradles your thoughts away. You let your eyelids grow heavy, the night's lull guiding you deeper. The world is quiet, and you are the only one who can hear this song. You drift toward dreams, feeling the river of calm guiding your mind. The wind hums as if a choir of stars joins the chorus. You smile as the farmer's shadow slowly fades behind the distant hills. The night's stillness becomes a blanket, and you curl into its soft embrace. You feel safe, the world asleep around you like a sleeping child. You breathe, slow and deep, letting the night's rhythm wash you away. You feel your body settle, a leaf drifting into a peaceful sleep. The wind's lull is the only sound you hear, a quiet companion. You close your eyes for the last time as the sky turns a deeper shade of midnight blue. You feel a soft ripple of mist curling over your eyelids. It lifts you gently into a world that hums like a distant choir. The vapor bends the light, turning the night into watercolor dreams. You drift, weightless, on vapor currents that carry stories from far lands. Each puff remembers a tale from a place you never visited. Picture a village where windmills sing in silence, their blades whispering secrets. You stand beside a canal in that village. You feel a familiar tug, a compass needle seeking north. You remember that beetle compass rumor you heard before. It said tiny beetles could guide sails, a steering windmills toward hope. You hold your gaze, watching the lantern flicker. The lantern's light flickers to a rhythm, a pulse from the heart of the night. A gentle voice whispers, "Listen." The night remembers. Your ears fill with the water's soft hum. The dream deepens, weaving strands of memory and mist together. You feel a tiny spark of wonder inside, a child's delight. The wind carries your delight back, a sound echoing in the reeds. You laugh again, a light sound that blends with the night. You pause, breathing slowly, as if inhaling the mist itself. Your lungs fill, and you feel the mist settle on your throat. The wind whips, and you sense a distant drumbeat. You imagine the drum from a village where windmills stand. The drum echoes with the same rhythm as the mill's hum. You feel the resonance like a lullaby, soothing your thoughts. Your head tilts to the right, a smile spreading across the face. You keep walking, following the sound of water and wind. Your fingers brush the reeds, feeling their veins pulsing. They glow faintly, a light pulsing from within. You feel the world humming, alive in this peaceful dream. You remember the phrase, "open sea of green," whispered earlier. It stirs a sense of adventure, but also a cozy home. You pause, feeling the soft wind embrace your shoulders. You take a breath, and the mist swirls a little brighter. You notice a subtle scent of clove in the air. You think of the spice trade that once filled the Dutch seas. You imagine sailors on a ship, chasing winds and horizons. Their voices echo, carrying stories of distant lands. You let the images meld with the mist, soothing your mind. The wind grows calmer, like a heartbeat slowing after a storm. You feel the rhythm of the water deepening, pulling you closer. Your eyes flutter, but you stay rooted in the dream. The water glows with soft phosphorescence, a gentle light. You notice small creatures moving, like fish in a lake. They glide past. You hear their tiny splashes. You feel a wave of comfort, knowing you are safe. The dream swirls, becoming a spiral of calm. You let the spiral guide your breath, matching its soft cadence. Your chest rises, lowering, repeating like tide. The rhythm is steady, a lullaby of the night. You inhale slowly, exhaling with a sigh. The world dissolves into a soft echo. You feel the mist brushing your skin, a tender as a feather. The sound of the wind continues, a constant companion. You sense the heartbeat of the earth beneath you. It pulses slowly, matching the breathing you are feeling. You slip back into a deep sleep, the mist folding around you. A gentle hush settles over the scene, as if the entire dream is at peace. You rest, a breathing in the water's lullaby. Your mind drifts into calm, a drifting like the water. You feel the world tilt gently, as if your body is a leaf in wind. You smile, a quiet joy inside. You close your eyes once more, letting the mist carry you away. The night is soft, endless, and you are at rest. The mist whispers that dream is a journey, not a destination. You feel that thoughts settle, a feather on skin. You drift deeper, embraced by the gentle lull. There, in that calm, you finally let yourself fully surrender. A sudden ripple curls around your ankles, carrying a cool scent of rain. You follow the ripple down a narrow path lined with gnarled reeds. The path curves beside an old stone sluice, its edges worn by time. You pause to listen to the water's steady chant as it flows through the sluice. The chant syncs with your breath, a rhythm that's older than words. You recall that Dutch built the first modern windmills in the 16th century, a marvel of engineering. The history hums at the edge of your mind, echoing through the silent night. You turn back toward the main canal, where the moonlight paints silver threads across the water. The silver threads ripple like 1,000 tiny lanterns suspended in air. Your steps echo softly, a reminder of the earth's quiet percussion. A faint glow appears ahead, a shimmering lantern lost in the water. You lean closer, seeing the lantern's glass crackle with a gentle fire. A memory of childhood fires flickers, the taste of smoky evening air. The quiet moment draws a breath. You feel the world pause. You feel the whisper of the wind, an old breath that speaks of places beyond. The wind carries a song, an echo of a distant harbor. The dream continues, a seamless blend of earth, water, and memory. A strange thought nudges your mind. What if the water could remember? You imagine the water holding a library of whispered stories, each droplet a book. The idea feels like a dream, but the water whispers back. A thought returns. Some argue that the river's memory is like a living chronicle. You let the thought drift, letting it sink into the mist. The mist thickens around your feet, a soft cloak of coolness. A breeze weaves through the reeds, like a song written on leaves. The reeds sway, each bend a note in the night's symphony. You smile, your thoughts drift with the reeds. A small animal appears, a deer moving softly near the water's edge. The deer pauses, its ears twitch, listening to the silence. You step quietly, not wanting to disturb the gentle animal. The deer looks up, eyes wide, reflecting moonlight. It steps closer, then pulls back, content to stay shy. You feel the world hold its breath, an unspoken promise of rest. The moon climbs higher, its light turning the water into liquid silver. You feel the reflection shimmer as waves ripple across the glass. Inside the reflection, old wooden boats drift slowly, guided by hidden currents. You imagine those boats are like travelers, crossing oceans in dreamlike voyage. The dream deepens. A tide of memory sweeps across the land. You feel a sense of belonging, the land's pulse aligning with your thoughts. A distant crackle of a fire grows louder. It echoes in your mind. The fire's warmth lingers, a nostalgic comfort against the cold night. You recall the warmth of summer nights, a gentle embrace of the stars. The stars twinkle, each one a story, a promise of tomorrow. You feel the stars breathe deep, slow, infinite. A wind whistles again, soft as a lullaby. The wind shivers, stirring the reeds, a subtle dance in the dark. Your heart beats in sync with the wind, rhythm steady, like an old clock. The clock's tick merges with the water's hush, forming a lull. You trace a path along the water, following its silver trails. Each silver trail feels like a pathway into the night, a story waiting to unfold. You follow the trail, feeling the water underfoot like a living carpet. The water warms your feet, a gentle heat that soothes tension. You pause. A gentle hush envelops the world, your breathing slows. You feel the soft weight of the night, like a blanket of stars. The stars seem closer, each one a tiny lantern hanging in the dark. The world tilts, your mind drifting into an ocean of light. You hear a faint choir of crickets, a chorus of nature's lull. The cricket's chorus hums a quiet lull that steadies the world. You feel the melody of the night, soft, infinite, and endless. You smile softly, as if the night knows your name. The night whispers, its secrets are simple, and simple are the answers. You feel your heart slow, each beat a gentle step across time. The world hums beneath, soft, steady, a lull that guides you into sleep. The last breath of the wind lifts you into the hush. You sleep, your mind dissolving peacefully into the night. The dream continues, a soft, endless lullaby that cradles all. A gentle hush settles over the scene, as if the entire dream is at peace. You recall that Dutch built the first modern windmills in the 16th century, a marvel of engineering. Historians still argue whether the first polder was built by a lone visionary or collective labor. Some folk claim that listening to a mill for 20 minutes will make it hum with wind's melody. Historians still argue whether the first polder was built by a lone visionary or collective labor. Historians still argue whether the first polder was built by a lone visionary or collective labor. The low murmur of waterwheels whispers through the night air. Each turn a breath. You lean on the bank, feeling cool mist on your cheek. Recall that odd wind dream. The echo of turning blades feels like a lullaby from a forgotten era. You hear a small splash, a mouse of water playing with its reflection. You grin. Perhaps the water wants a joke, too. Historians still argue whether the first polder was built by a lone visionary or collective labor. You imagine a Dutch king flicking a crown into the canal, hoping the water will carry it farther. The rumor says the king's voice lingers, an echo that rides the air like a feather. You lean deeper into the reeds, letting the story soak into your heart. A gust picks up, carrying the scent of old oak and distant ships. It feels like the night breathes through the water, carrying memories. You imagine a tiny fish flitting across the surface, watching your journey. The fish seems to smile, its scales reflecting soft starlight. You watch as a distant ship sails slowly, its hull echoing like a sigh. The water glows faintly, as if lit by an unseen lantern inside. You step closer, feeling the coolness of the surface. A tiny ripple lifts, drifting like a hummingbird's wing. You stare at the ripple, wondering if it hides a secret. The wind whispers, a gentle voice, like a friend who knows your heart. You feel a soft tug. A hidden story wants to surface. You stretch your fingers, touching the stone with reverence. You feel the ground shift beneath. You realize the earth is breathing with you. You hear a distant clack, like a wooden footstep on a wooden bridge. You find a spot, soft earth, cool shade, water humming nearby. You sit, feeling the ground press gently against your back. You inhale, smelling the faint scent of resin, a memory of forest. The wind joins you, breathing in harmony, exhaling a sigh. An old windmill stands silent, its blades still, echoing past seasons. You feel the wind's breath soft, cool, comforting against your skin. The water hums a lullaby that feels like a lull at sea. A faint glow appears near a small stone by the shore. It pulses with a light that feels like a heartbeat. You feel a gentle tug, a gentle urge to stay. You listen. The wind carries a whisper, a promise from the night. The promise is simple: rest, dream, awaken refreshed, carry the night forward to tomorrow. You smile, letting the promise settle into your chest. The wind lifts your thoughts, carrying them across calm waters. You sense the world sigh, everything aligns. The night closes around you. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. No, just a silly side note, skip it. Remember that tiny fish you saw, now maybe it's still listening. You feel a gentle ripple, like a soft breeze touching your toes. The wind joins you, breathing in harmony, exhaling a sigh. You hear a single star twinkle, a compass pointing toward peace. You let the light guide you, soft, steady, bright as the calm. The wind picks up again, like a drumbeat on the horizon. You feel the pulse of the earth, steady, deep, ancient. Some claim the water remembers every conversation and whispers back in a fish language. It is known that the Netherlands constructed the first modern windmills in the 16th century. You feel the wind, an old friend, whispering lullabies of forgotten times. You notice a strange feather glittering, floating near the reeds. It drifts slowly, like a lantern bobbing on a quiet sea. There is a hidden story beneath the surface, awaiting your ears. The wind hums a lullaby that feels like a lull at sea. You feel the water soft, cool, comforting, like a blanket. Your mind slides away into the soft darkness between worlds. The night sings, but the wind replies, soft, patient, persistent. You realize silence is not empty, it hums with everything you have not heard. The water's murmur is a language spoken by reeds, rivers, memories. You feel part of that language, a soft narrator in its gentle flow. A single star twinkles like a compass pointing toward peace. You close your eyes. The world fades to a single warm tone. The wind lifts your thoughts, carrying them across calm waters. The wind breathes like a lullaby, soft, steady, bright, and strong. You feel the world sigh. Everything aligns. The night closes around you. A faint mist curls around your toes, a gentle cloak of coolness. You listen. The water's whisper grows richer, a soft lull. The wind hums a lullaby that feels like a lull at sea. Your mind slides away into the soft darkness between worlds. You hear a single star twinkle like a compass pointing toward peace. Your fingers brush the reeds, a whisper of the wind. The wind whispers. If you listen closely, the secret opens. The promise remains simple rest. Dream, awaken refreshed, carry the night forward to tomorrow. You smile quietly perhaps. That's the answer, the wind hidden. Each breath you take becomes a chapter, soft, calm, unfolding. You feel the breath of the wind, an old friend of your soul. You hold the wind, a gentle lull behind your cheek. The wind whispers as you rest, a promise of tomorrow. You feel the world breath, quiet, steady, infinite. It lingers like a feather, soft, warm, safe in your hands. Night's lullaby flow into your mind and heart. You feel the wind, an old friend, whispering lullabies of forgotten times. You notice a strange feather glittering, floating near the reeds. It drifts slowly, like a lantern bobbing on a quiet sea. There is a hidden story beneath the surface, awaiting your ears. You feel the wind's pulse, soft, cool, comfortable, like a blanket. You watch a fish swim softly in the water, mirroring your thoughts. The water hums a lullaby that feels like a lull at sea. The night hums softly, a lullaby for your soul. You feel the air become heavier, a blanket of cool, gentle breath. Each wave carries a small memory, a forgotten dream. The wind murmurs again, soft, comforting, guiding. You breathe slowly, aligning with the rhythm of the night. You smell pine and earth, a scent of memory, of old wind. You feel the earth's pulse, steady as your own heart. Something in the water moves, a ripple of a hidden life. You hold the silence tight, yet soft, comforting. You feel the world settle into a gentle rhythm, your breath, the water, the wind. The wind sings and the water sighs, as if a lullaby for all. You close your eyes, your thoughts become light, soft, humming with the night. You feel the world slip away as the wind carries you. The crickets begin to sing, their gentle hum blending with the rustling reeds. Each chirp is a tiny, bright star in the dark water. You lean back, letting the chorus soothe your mind. The reeds sway, echoing the crickets like a slow metronome. Soft whispers of water punctuate the night, a gentle backdrop. You notice a faint shimmer, as if moonlight is dancing. In the distance, a windmill stands silent, its blades still. Experts think the windmill stillness adds a sacred hush. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you mentioned earlier. It feels like a silly side note, but it keeps you laughing. Your mind drifts to a medieval village 100 years ago. Historians still argue whether the crickets were summoned by mystics, but the evidence shows they just responded to the night air. A crack of laughter echoes from behind a reed bush. You check your phone. The screen is darkened, battery low. Maybe the crickets are trying to prove they can out-hum your Wi-Fi. You smile, then notice a tiny frog hopping between roots. Its skin glows faintly like phosphorescent fireflies. You inhale the damp air, smelling wet earth and distant timber. A breeze carries the scent of salt from a nearby sea. You watch the reeds ripple, forming waves that mirror the sky. Each wave seems to carry a hidden story, a whispered legend. The legend says that fishermen sang to the wind as tribute. Modern researchers note that wind patterns influenced Dutch architecture. For instance, Dutch engineers in the 16th century used wind to power pumps. That fact shows how nature helped shape daily life. You feel a gentle chuckle at the thought of windlet inventions. A small ripple catches your eye, a glimmer in the water. The cricket's chorus rises, creating an underwater choir. You realize the night is a masterpiece of sound and light. Your breath slows, syncing with the rhythm of the reeds. The soft hum feels like a lull for the soul. You wonder if the wind itself is a quiet storyteller. Remember the croc dung sunscreen joke. It's still echoing in your mind. It reminds you that humor can be soothing and grounding. The crickets are fading, leaving a quiet afterglow. You feel gratitude for the gentle symphony of the night. The night continues, a living choir of natural sound. Your heart matches the subtle rhythm, slow and steady. You can hear the wind whispering through the reeds as the world sleeps. The water continues to hum, a lullaby for all listeners. You find yourself breathing in sync with the gentle flow. The reed's vibration feels like a quiet heartbeat. You close your eyes once more, letting the choir envelop you. The night hums, you sink deeper into rest. Your mind drifts to calm places, far from city lights. You feel the cricket's music like a gentle lull in the darkness. The reeds sway, the water glistens, night deepens. You notice a small insect that glows faintly, like a firefly. Its light flickers gently, punctuating the soothing night. You feel a warmth in your chest as you breathe. The crickets are now silent, but the rhythm remains. You think about the future and the present mingling peacefully. The reeds become a soft curtain of green. You hear a distant boat rocking, a lull of life. The wind murmurs secrets, echoing the story of Dutch ingenuity. You recall the historic fact that the Netherlands built the first windmill. That engineering marvel changed the way water and land interact. You realize that every turn of a windmill once saved a village. It reminds you that simple machines can help humanity. You feel gratitude for the quiet machinery of nature. The night continues to hum, a soft lullaby for travelers. Your breathing slows, matching the gentle pulse of the reeds. The wind brushes against your cheek, inviting calm. You imagine walking out into a field, feeling the earth underfoot. You feel the wet soil sing, resonating with the night's chorus. You hear a faint rustle, the cricket's last echo in the distance. You smile, knowing the silence will keep you safe. You feel the weight of your thoughts dissolve into the breeze. The reeds sway gently, like a lull in a dreamscape. You listen to the water, the wind, and your own heartbeat. The night wraps you, guiding you toward deep sleep. You think of the night as a blanket spun from reeds and wind. Each breath you take is a thread tying you to this gentle hum. You feel the coolness of water against your toes, soothing. A distant owl hoots, adding a deep voice to the choir. You notice the sky turning a darker hue, stars emerging. The cricket's song still lingers, a low harmonic beneath night. You feel the world slowing, like a video in slow motion. A subtle scent of jasmine rises, carried by the evening breeze. You inhale, breathing tranquility into your lungs. The world feels quiet, almost reverent, as if listening to a prayer. You feel a deep connection between your heartbeat and the creak of the windmill. The windmill's slow rotation feels like a metronome in the darkness. You imagine a storybook, pages turning with each turn of the wheel. The tale is simple. Nature teaches peace, patience, and timing. You think of how the Dutch adapted their land using ingenuity and persistence. You feel gratitude for the engineers who imagined turning wind into power. The sound of water against stone is a soothing metronome. Your eyelids grow heavier, as if the reeds themselves closed them. You allow each blink to slow, each pause to lengthen. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like velvet. You feel the stillness surrounding you, a cocoon of calm. You hear a faint ripple, each movement echoing in your mind. You imagine a ripple as a message, a whisper from the past. The crickets sing again, a soft lull to seal the dream. You feel a sense of completion, like finishing a long story. You exhale deeply, releasing tension into the night air. The wind carries a faint scent of pine, comforting and familiar. You notice the small insect glowing again, a firefly in the dark. Its light flickers like a candle in an old tavern. You feel a warm calm settling across your shoulders. The creak of a windmill becomes a lullaby to your heart. You close your eyes, feeling the rhythm guide you into sleep. The night hums softly, like a lull in 1,000 years. You notice a gentle ripple across the water, a whisper of a story. You inhale, letting the cool mist fill your lungs. You exhale slowly, feeling the weight leave your chest. You feel the night wrap around you, a protective blanket. You smile, the crickets still echoing as a distant lull. You breathe in peace, breathing out gratitude. The air thickens with the scent of evening, like tea. You feel the world gently hum, the reeds whispering lullabies for the restless. The night air carries a hush, a veil of soft darkness. You close your eyes, breathing in the calmness that surrounds you. Each breath you take is a step deeper into the tranquil dreamscape. You smile softly, grateful for the quiet moments. You sense the crickets' chorus fading, leaving a tranquil lull behind. You hear a distant owl, gentle and wise, closing the night. Your mind drifts to stars, each one a silent promise of tomorrow. You feel calm, knowing the night cradles all things softly. You let the night carry you into sleep's gentle embrace. Lamps sigh, their amber blaze dimming as twilight swallows the horizon. You feel the glow recede like a sleepy tide. A soft gray blankets the canal, turning the evening into velvet. You notice each lamp flicker, as if a candle hiccuped. It reminds you of a tiny firefly trapped under glass. Historians still argue whether the first Dutch windmills were built by monks or merchants. The night drapes thicker, as though the sky itself is folding inward. You hear a distant creak, the windmill's arm, humming the old lullaby. Some locals whisper that the lamp's last flicker is a secret ghost watching over the canal. You smile, accepting the idea with a shrug that feels oddly grounding. A breeze rolls in, carrying the scent of wet clay beneath the reeds. You inhale, then exhale, allowing the earth's perfume to settle. The water shimmers a pale silver, like 1,000 tiny mirrors reflecting the low moon. You lean closer, watching the surface ripple with lazy, liquid strokes. The lamps glow dimmer, just enough to cast gentle shadows across the bank. You feel the rhythm of the night, steady as a metronome's tick. Experts think the stillness is a kind of soft, natural meditation. You chuckle, thinking that perhaps each lamp took a nap. The canal's edge glows faintly, like a watercolor brushstroke in the dark. You trace the line with your eyes, following the subtle curve of the water. The world around you hums, a choir of whispers from wet leaves. You inhale again, tasting the dampness of late summer. A single lamp flickers, its flame trembling, a tiny heart beating in sync. You wonder if the flame is bored, looking for a new light direction. The sound of rain drips softly on the roof, a steady, even rhythm. You lean forward slightly, feeling the moisture tickle your cheek. The lamps are dim now, soft shadows falling over the reeds like a blanket. You feel that blanket, comforting and thickening with each breath. The windmill's wooden frame creaks, older wood tired after centuries of motion. You imagine the mill builders, their hands steady with hope. Some say those who worked on early windmills claimed they could still hear the wind's whispers. The legend suggests that a worker once heard a secret message from the wind. You find this notion delightful, as if the wind is whispering jokes. You smile, feeling the wind's ticklish hand on your skin. The canal shimmers as a faint light, an ember that refuses to die. You see a ripple where a stone meets water, tiny waves carrying mystery. Your mind shifts to the Dutch ingenuity, their ability to shape water into comfort. You imagine stepping back to 11th century, watching the first windmill rise. The lamps flicker again, like a tired dancer taking a brief pause. You find humor here, thinking the lamps could use a little rest. The sky grows darker. The stars appear glinting points in a vast black canvas. You feel the cool air lift the weight of your shoulders, releasing tension. Wind moves across the water, a lazy hand smoothing ripples into patterns. You notice that each pattern is unique, like a fingerprint of the night's mood. Even the reeds seem to agree, swaying lightly in the rhythm. You feel the rhythm match your own slow, steady breathing. A faint glow, an ember left in the darkness, a small beacon of warmth. You think it might be a fox's eyes catching moonlight. You laugh softly, acknowledging the absurdity of your thoughts. The laugh fades into silence, leaving only the gentle river's sigh. The lamps whisper a final dimming, like a whispered goodbye. You watch the last ember flicker out, the darkness deepening further. You sense a transition from illumination to a calm, hushed silence. Your eyes close, yet your mind remains open, ready for dream. You feel the weight of the lamp's glow easing, leaving a cool afterglow. A subtle breeze stirs, carrying a melody of distant seas. You sense the entire canal as one long, sleeping beast breathing. You inhale deeply, let the sound fill your ears. At the canal's edge, a single lantern flickers longer than the rest. You remember a story that says lanterns stay lit as night guardians. You smile, entertained by the notion that they guard the water at all hours. The image becomes a gentle lull, coaxing you close to night. The windmill's wheel turns slowly, steady as a dreamer's pulse. You listen to the creak like a lullaby, each notch filling with calm. The sound becomes a metronome, matching your heart's rhythm. You feel your own pulse slowing into sync. The lamp's glow is gone. Now only soft gray silhouettes remain. You feel the darkness thickening like velvet over a sleeping child. The canals, once bright, now become a river of shadows. You feel the space fill with an old, familiar hush. You hear a distant owl, not a cry, but a low, resonant call. Its voice adds depth to the nighttime chorus, soothing and wise. You imagine the owl perched high, watching the silent world below. You feel his calm, steady presence enveloping you. All becomes stillness, a blanket of quiet over everything. You breathe in, out, each breath a small wave of calm. The water carries nothing but the whisper of wind. You feel the moment stretching, a perfect pause before drift. Your mind drifts, but the lamp's echo stays, a ghost soft and bright. You feel the glow in your chest, warmth, not of fire, but of reassurance. You let the memory guide your breathing, slow and easy. The final candle of the night burns low, fading into the soft gray. The darkness is deep yet friendly, like a velvet glove held over sleep. You feel the world pause, holding its breath along with you. Your shoulders relax, no tension clinging in the quiet. The last note of light is gone, but the calm remains. You listen to the water's whisper, a soft song of stillness. It hums under your ears like a distant bass line. You feel the sound cradle you, offering an invitation. The night is still, and your thoughts begin to ease. You imagine the lamp's last flicker as a soft laugh before sleep. You giggle at the absurd notion, finding joy in stillness. The laugh settles into the atmosphere, gentle as a sigh. You feel lighter, as if the night is lifting you. The canal stretches into a dark ribbon, a path for sleep. You trace its outline with your mind, imagining a journey. You sense the water's pulse guiding you along. You find yourself moving deeper into serene rest. The windmills stand silent, their blades like sleeping giants. You think of their history, a story of turning wind into power. You feel proud of their legacy, a testament to human persistence. You let that pride fill your chest with gentle ease. You feel the entire world quieting, a collective sigh of calm. Even the reeds settle, their leaves closing like eyelids. You feel a sense of belonging, a shared hush with nature. You inhale, hearing only the faint rustle of leaves. The lamp's glow has faded, but its memory lingers. It serves as a reminder of the day's transitions. You carry that light in your mind, a tiny ember inside. You feel it warm, steady, as you drift. You are surrounded by whispers of water, wind, and history. Each sound is a thread weaving sleep into your body. You feel the thread tighten, forming a snug cocoon. Your breath deepens further, matching the slow pulse of the night. The lamps have dimmed, darkness thickening like a velvet curtain. You feel the curtain drawing close with a gentle sigh. The world outside your thoughts shifts slower, like a dreamscape. You sense yourself slipping into softness. The night holds its breath, stillness deeper and richer. You feel that breath in your chest, a slow, rhythmic rise. You let it guide your breathing to a steady cadence. The breath settles, easing your mind into quiet. You are in this moment, a quiet sanctuary of light and gray. You feel surrounded by calm, a lullaby of wind and water. All around, the lamps are silent, the world a soft gray horizon. You slip into sleep, the last whisper of lamp light lingering beside you. You slip into sleep, the last whisper of lamp light lingering beside you. The gentle hush swells, as if a tide presses a secret against the shore. You feel the cool air brush your skin, a living invitation to drift deeper. Each breath echoes softly against the water, a low lullaby that calls you closer. Water slides by, unseen currents carrying stories without words. The surface ripples in slow, deliberate waves that seem to read your heartbeat. You sense each ripple as a hushed note, singing in a tongue older than the wind. Your mind gathers the quiet whispers, weaving them into a soothing tapestry. Historians still argue whether the earliest Dutch polder mills were built by priests or merchants. The debate threads through the history of the land, a mystery wrapped in stone. Some claim the first water wheel, a wooden leviathan, was carved by cloistered hands. Others say it was a merchant's tool, a sign of commerce riding the tide. You wander along the bank, feeling the surface cool against your fingertips. An old reed bends like a tired cat, its hair brushing the water's edge. You catch the scent of wet earth, sharp and clean, like rain on parchment. The scent lingers, a perfume that speaks of seasons and the patience of centuries. A mainstream fact settles into the tale. The Dutch pioneered the use of windmills in the 13th century to drain wetlands. The idea blossomed when farmers turned to the wind to lift water out of low-lying land. 1,000 mills spread across the delta, a green wave against the gray sky. These mills became the backbone of every small village, a promise of survival. Beside the water, a fringe tidbit stirs, almost like a joke, whispered in a hush. Legends say that a fisherman once spun a wooden spoon, hoping it would summon rain. The spoon whirled, a tiny comet skimming the surface, and a storm answered. Some say the trick still works if you whisper a lullaby to the whirl. The water remembers, and you feel it in a pulse that matches your own. The rhythm of the current feels like a secret heartbeat beneath the earth. You let that rhythm guide your breathing, each inhale a ripple, and each exhale a quiet ebb. You are wrapped in a calm that grows deeper with every breath. You pause for a moment to listen to the faint sound of a distant bell. Its ding rings, a resonance that stretches beyond the banks into the night. You hear it as a long sigh from the past, a reminder that time stretches on. The bell echoes through the reeds, a vibration that feels almost alive. The water glows faintly, a translucent shimmer that seems to hold memory. A ripple forms, a silver line that cuts the darkness like a thread. You trace it, feeling the cool shock of its edge like an electric whisper. The shimmering line dissolves, leaving only the feeling of something unseen. A quirky rumor circles the village. The windmill's wheel once rang a true bell tone when turned fast enough. Some say the bells sounded like a tiny choir of swans on the air. The story has been told over cups of tea, a silly anecdote that warms the night. The wind's hum becomes a choir that lifts the silence. You feel the current pull at the water, as if guiding every hidden secret. The secrets travel unseen, sliding on the water's surface like a secret tide. Every ripple carries a story that lands softly on your thoughts. You absorb those stories, letting them cradle your mind. The water continues to pulse, a living drum beneath the stones. The drumbeat is slow, steady like the breath of a sleeping child. You sense the rhythm as a gentle tug of the cosmos. It wraps you in a warmth that is also cool, a paradox of comfort. The air grows a fraction cooler, as if the night itself reached out to refresh you. You feel a cool breeze that kisses your cheek, a silent hand of the night. The breeze carries the scent of distant fields, dried and ready for harvest. You inhale deeply, feeling the breath as an ancient lullaby. History folds back into the present, like a tide bringing old stones to light. A mainstream fact resurfaces. The Dutch perfected the sluice gate, a marvel of hydraulic engineering. Its precise mechanism cut water out of land, turning wetlands into fertile farms. The sluice gate stands as a monument to skill, a silent guardian of the Polder. As you listen, the water whispers a secret, a tale of farmers who once danced beside it. They celebrated the harvest by dancing across reeds, their feet splashing in rhythm. The dance echoed through the night, a memory carried in water's pulse. You feel the music echo in your bones, a lullaby that holds you. The current pulls, and your thoughts drift like a boat on a quiet night. Every thought slows, bending to the rhythm set by the water. You let the silence fill your ears like a blanket on a stone floor. Your mind unwinds, leaving room for a deeper silence. You hear the wind's breath, its sound a low hiss that travels with the current. The hiss is gentle, a ghostly accompaniment to the water's song. You feel the harmony of wind and water humming through the reeds. Each note settles, a perfect place for your dreams to rest. A small joke twinkles in the air, the kind you laugh at when the wind blows just right. Do you think a reed could laugh? The reed does not have teeth, but it does have a rhythm. You smile, feeling the joke flow like a secret current. It brightens the darkness, like a single star on a cloudless sky. The secrets flow freely, like a river that has no bank. They glide through the reeds, through the stones, into your mind. You feel their texture as a fine sand against your fingertips. They settle in your chest, a gentle pulse that hums in time. You realize that you are not alone. The water shares its stories with you. It speaks of centuries where men and wind came together, a partnership born of necessity. The partnership left a record on the ground, the water remembering each step. You feel connected, part of a lineage of those who walked by the canal. The whisper of water touches your mind, each ripple a word unsaid. You breathe in the scent of earth and water, a mix that feels very real. You exhale, feeling the calm spread through your muscles. Your heart slows, keeping pace with the unseen rhythm. The current carries more than stories. It moves the very soul of place. The place breathes, holding histories as deep reservoirs. You feel them as a soft, warm presence, a comfort in the cool air. It is a gentle embrace from the night, a kiss on the world's palm. The water hums. The hum is a lull that cradles each dream. It carries all the secrets of the night, each a tiny lantern on a river. You feel each lantern flare briefly in the dark, then fade back to silence. The night's breath is steady, a rhythm that feels almost celestial. Your thoughts drift back and forth, a quiet conversation within. The water answers with a sigh, a quiet confirmation of your path. You feel the presence as a guardian, a friend in the darkness. The presence stays gentle, like a feather in the wind. You sense the weight of the night shift, a soft hand placing you under its canopy. The canopy is the water, the wind, the reed, the faint sound of bell. It covers you in a warm coolness, a layer of quiet. You lie in it, feeling the world tilt, the horizon soften. You keep breathing with the rhythm, the pulse of current and wind. The rhythm feels like an ancient drum, but softer. It encourages rest, a slow song that invites sleep. You let the rhythm guide you into stillness, a calm that deepens. You sense the air change, the coolness deepen, as if a veil lifts. The veil is the water's surface, turning clearer as you breathe. You hear the water's song, a low note that slides under the canopy. The song flows smooth, carrying you forward. The water slides on, carrying quiet messages. Your own pulse slows, each beat lingers in the current. You find a place under the veil where you feel a little lighter. Sleep beckons gentle as the night wraps around you. You feel the presence of a memory, a whisper from a past, a secret in the water. The secret is soft, warm, a memory of a time when men turned wind to lift waters. It is a lull that speaks, a song that never ends, a promise of day after night. You let that promise settle, and you breathe in the quietness. You hold the quiet against your chest, the water's pulse steady and deep. The pulse is a reminder that even in darkness, there is light, quiet. You feel the water's whisper as a gentle hand that caresses, as if to say, good night. Your thoughts drift, your breath deepens, the world quiet. You let the river carry you. You let the wind guide you. You feel the silence grow, thick like a blanket around you. Your body relaxes. Your mind listens to the water's song. You are ready for the sleep that follows this gentle, silent journey. You slip into sleep, the last whisper of lamp light lingering beside you. The gentle hush swells, as if a tide presses a secret against the shore. You feel the cool air brush your skin, a living invitation to drift deeper. Each breath echoes softly against the water, a low lullaby that calls you closer. You close your eyes and imagine the windmills turning slowly. Historians still argue whether the earliest Polder mills were built on sand or clay. The debate threads softly through the current's sigh. You drift, your mind a traveler in a quiet sea of possibility. The veil of silence drapes over your thoughts, a living garment. You feel your lungs tighten in rhythm, matching the river's pulse. You notice the first pale sliver of dawn breaking above the surface. The change is subtle, like a feather on your cheek. The wind hums, a lullaby for the universe. You listen, feeling the vibration inside your ears and skull. It is a low, steady thrum, a lullaby for the cosmos. The lull reaches a tiny lantern floating above the reeds. You laugh softly at your own amusement, the sound a gentle spark. The spark brightens the world around your sleeping eyes. You drift, and the lullaby rises, surrounding your head. Your ears fill with the hush of water, a comforting blanket. The blanket is deep, cool, a safe harbor for a weary mind. You feel the last breath of the day, the final sigh that slides away. The darkness deepens, like a velvet curtain pulled to the final scene. The curtain sways, brushing the reeds, a whispered goodbye. You know you are safe in this watery cocoon. You notice a gentle tremor, as if the earth exhaled. The exhalation feels like a lullaby, deep and soft. Your body dissolves into stillness like silk on stone. You recall the quirky legend of the rooster's egg wheel. You find it funny, though the story feels ancient and true. Laughter softens, blending with the night's quiet heartbeat. You hear the distant choir, the village bells in a far field. Their chimes trickle into the water, a melody like silver dust. The silver dust falls, shimmering like stars on a lake. You imagine the stars, each a tiny lantern. Your dreams swirl like windmills, turning quietly in your mind. You feel the gentle throb of the water under your pulse. It is a steady, patient rhythm, like a lullaby stitched into night. You let this rhythm guide you deeper into a dreamscape. There, the Polder's earth becomes a smooth runway of memory. You glide, riding the pulse that feels like a lull. The lull is gentle, like a blanket that shivers slightly as it moves. You smile, feeling your muscles relax, each cell releasing tension. The tension fades, and the world hums softly around you. You feel at one with the water, with the wind, with the night. Your breath aligns with the current, a harmonious symphony of stillness. You lean against the cool edge, watching the moon's reflection glide across the surface. Soft moonlight drapes the reeds into translucent ribbons. The night air tastes of damp earth and sea. The water hums, a low bass note that feels like an old lullaby from the river's heart. You notice a ripple, a tiny kiss between the reeds, and you smile. Memories drift like lazy clouds over the Polder, and your mind follows their path. The Polder's history whispers built on the bones of sea that once sang. It is said that in 1694, the first sluice was opened to let water roam. That small triumph saved villages and kept lives afloat beneath the clouds. You hear the squeak of a windmill, its sails turning like a lazy cat. A joke, if you listen. Water knows how to dance, no instructor needed. The mill creaks, a gentle reminder that even metal breathes with purpose. You think about how the wind turns and wonder if the mill ever dreams. Historians still argue whether the earliest Polder mills were built on sand or clay. Some point to ground firmness, others to the sea's stubborn patience. The debate lingers like a faint echo over the water. You feel a cool breeze whispering through reeds like a secret gossip. It carries a note of fresh grass, a scent that reminds you of childhood summers. The scent mixes with the faint metallic taste of the sluice mechanism. You taste memory, a flavor that tastes like lost time. Some farmers say the water remembers village names and whispers them back in the fog. A rumor claims that a hidden spirit guards the Polder, sipping dew from the reeds. You picture this spirit, a translucent figure, waving like a tiny flag. It offers you a nod, an invitation to rest, just another bedtime story. A hidden voice says the water keeps secrets. In old songs, the reeds hum back the names. The tailies float like leaves, swirling in the mist. You feel the weight of stories, gentle and unburdening. You chuckle softly, Realizing stories are the river's own lullaby. The water shivers, a ripple that feels like a gentle tap on the wrist. Your fingers trace patterns, and the current answers back with a sigh. You hear distant bells, a chime that echoes across the pond. Each bell is a star, a point of light in the dark water. They remind you that even silence can be loud when held in motion. You sip the air, taking in every breath like a hidden tide. The taste of moonlight on the water is almost nostalgic. Its silver sheen, a reminder that even darkness can shimmer. You feel a calm wash over you, like a lullaby wrapped in a blanket. Your eyelids flutter, and the world shifts gently into a softer plane. You inhale the hush, the water's sigh, and the wind's gentle kiss. Each breath unravels weight, and the mind sighs back in relief. You begin to sense the weight of the world outside the polder, but here, time slows to a gentle drumbeat, and you're safe. You lie still, letting the water carry your thoughts away. Dreams seep in, like mist over a lake at dawn. You hear the low murmur of distant life, distant laughter, faint as a breeze. It rises, 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 like a tide that never forgets a song. Your chest tightens, and you realize this is the night you crave. The air feels thicker, like a blanket of anticipation. You hear a faint hum, a low frequency beneath the surface. It rises gradually, coaxing the reeds to vibrate softly. The rhythm grows, and your breathing sinks effortlessly. An old story says windmills are the heartbeats of the polder, and you believe. They are the beat that pushes the slush of humanity through time. You feel the rhythm, a gentle pulse that soothes the nerves. The polder hums, and the story is yours to listen. The gentle waves push against your shoulders like a quiet tide. The sound is a lull, low and steady, wrapping limbs. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm carry you deeper. Each pulse feels like a heartbeat of the earth itself. The world beyond your dreamscape is still a whisper, silent, vast. You breathe, feeling the water's breath match yours, a perfect balance. You smile, like a gentle nod to the night itself. The wind hums like a distant choir, soft and distant. You sense the echo of each breath in the vastness. The sound lingers, a cushion that cradles your mind. You are a participant, not just a spectator of nature. Soon, the water's murmur grows deeper, a lullaby that drapes over your shoulders. It feels like a blanket of feathers, light and warm. Your heart slows, settling like a stone in a still pond. And the night takes you deeper, like a story that never ends. The breeze carries a faint echo of distant drums. You feel the rhythm of the earth in your bones. The water moves in time with your thoughts, a mirror held up to the soul. It reflects the quiet that is your heartbeat. You feel the river, the wind, the world, all humming a single note. The gentle waves push against your shoulders like a quiet tide. The sound is a lull, low and steady, wrapping limbs. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm carry you deeper. Each pulse feels like a heartbeat of the earth itself. You feel the world around you, still alive, gently rocking like a cradle. The wind carries whispers from every corner, each a small voice, a lull. The water takes those whispers, adding them to its endless song. You inhale deeply, feeling the water as your second breath. The wind hums like a distant choir, soft and distant. You sense the echo of each breath in the vastness. The sound lingers, a cushion that cradles your mind. You are a participant, not just a spectator of nature. The Polder's surface mirrors the sky, a reflection that blends night and water. You dip your hand into the cool surface, feeling each ripple rise. The air shivers, a faint tremor that hums beneath your skin. The morning's promise lingers like a gentle promise. The day begins with a sigh of light. You imagine the sun's rays dancing over the water. Each ripple becomes a note in a silent symphony. The mist curls around your ankles, soft and cool. You laugh softly, the sound echoing through the reeds. The world fades into quiet, a blanket of softness. The water breathes, a partner in your sleep. You let yourself go, sinking deeper into dream space. The night settles, a guardian of your reveries. The wind carries a story, a whisper of distant seas. You let it wash over you, a natural lull. You lean against the cool edge, watching the moon's reflection glide across the surface. Soft moonlight drapes the reeds into translucent ribbons. The night air tastes of damp earth and sea. The water hums, a low bass note that feels like an old lullaby. You notice a ripple, a tiny kiss between the reeds, and you smile. Memories drift like lazy clouds over the Polder, and your mind follows their path. The Polder's history, whispers built on the bones of sea that once sang. It is said that in 1694, the first sluice was opened to let water roam. That small triumph saved villages and kept lives afloat beneath the clouds. You hear the squeak of a windmill, its sails turning like a lazy cat. A joke, if you listen. Water knows how to dance, no instructor needed. The mill creaks, a gentle reminder that even metal breathes with purpose. You think about the wind turning, then wonder if the mill ever dreams. Historians still argue whether the earliest Polder mills used reed or steel blades. You smile, the echo of your grin drifting over the calm water. A windmill blinks, its sails reflecting your relaxed pulse. You watch as the blades pause, then begin to whisper the wind's breath. Your thoughts glide like mist, each one a soft drumbeat of night. The sound of metal against metal hums like a distant choir. A subtle rustle beneath a reed brings a quiet laugh to the air. You chuckle, realizing even the wind loves a good joke. If a goose ever starts a band, we'll call it the Feathered Folk. The laughter echoes across the water, a ripple of lightness. You feel the rhythm of the night, a gentle heartbeat of the Polder. You notice a tiny ripple, a delicate punctuation in the water's poem. This subtle wave draws your attention, as if inviting you to dance. You close your eyes, embracing the softness of the night sky. silver coin floats over the water, casting silvery threads. You feel the coolness of the water against your fingertips, a soft caress. A gentle breeze whispers through the reeds, a lullaby made of leaves. You can hear the water's voice, a low drumbeat that aligns with your breathing. You align with the breath, letting the night pull you deeper. You feel the tension melt, replaced by the water's reassuring hum. A gentle hiss from the sluice echoes, a distant murmur of history. You listen, and the sound tells a tale of reclaimed land. The Netherlands built the Zuiderzee works during the 20th century to reclaim land. The water remembers the effort, a memory kept in its depths. You imagine the engineers, hands stained with mud, laughing around a fire. Your mind paints the scene in sepia, the hum of progress echoing. The windmills spin, the sails turning, a living testament to human ingenuity. You breathe in the scent of iron, a faint metallic note. You exhale, letting the memory wash away, leaving only the night. The wind shifts, the reeds bow like dancers. You stretch, feeling the muscles stretch in sync with the water. The soft murmur grows, a lullaby that carries you further into dream. You drift, every pulse of your heart sinking with the tide. You feel the water rising and falling in your chest, a gentle tide. You let it be, trusting the rhythm you already know. The sound of distant bells fades, replaced by a single, steady drip. You find the drip, the water's heartbeat, a rhythmic pulse. You sit still, feeling the weight of the world loosen. You realize the dream feels easier to live, not just observe. You hear a faint whisper, "I'm tide, not a guide," and you smile. The words float away like a feather, settling on the water's surface. You watch them drift, then dissolve into the night. The hush thickens, a blanket of darkness, soft and protective. You hear the wind, the water, the earth, all in chorus. You feel it vibrate through your palms, a gentle vibration of life. The vibration syncs with your pulses, each beat a promise. You close the eye, letting the rhythm guide you deeper. A gust of wind brushes your cheek, a cool reminder of freedom. You smile, hearing a laugh from the reeds, the world's private joke. The reeds chuckle, joining the wind, filling the air with mirth. You inhale, the scent of night, soft and distant. The scent lingers, a scent that wraps each breath. You feel the silence, a velvet blanket over your thoughts. A trickster spirit in the water waves, a giggle under the reeds. You smile, the sound travels, echoing your own chuckle. You laugh quietly, the sound a secret between the reeds and you. You let the laughter sink into the water, a ripple of joy. The joy ripples outward, touching every stone. You feel the night breathe, slow and deep, almost listening. You realize the world is a lullaby. You hear the wind, the water, the reeds, all in sync. You close the world, but still sing, still breathing. The dream is strong, its shadow cast. You continue to play the lullaby of the waters. You breathe slowly, each inhale a thread in the tapestry. The wind carries the scent of distant salt and rain. You taste it, a mineral note that lingers long after. With each exhale, the world loosens its hold. A soft humming fills the air, a lullaby from the unseen. You hear a distant choir of crickets, their song a gentle applause. One cricket's chuckles, echoing your inner joke. The laugh resonates, a harmony born of shared silence. You feel your body soften, like a reed in calm wind. The night swells, a quiet ocean under your feet. The water glints, each ripple a tiny star's reflection. You close your eyes, and the world becomes a single note. Your mind settles, a tide of calm washing over you. You let the night draw you deeper, like a dream that never ends. The darkness is thick, a blanket made of stars. You hear the winds whisper, a quiet promise of tomorrow. The water speaks in tones you cannot name, yet it feels familiar. You rest, breathing into the world, and sleep takes hold. You hear a new echo, a subtle tick of time. The tick syncs with your heart, a gentle metronome. Your pulse slows, in rhythm with the midnight tide. You feel the quiet strength of the canals under your feet. Each reed is a note, each water drop a sound. The night listens, a patient ear ready to record. You sense the water knowing your name, calling softly. It invites you to join the dance of ripples. You step lightly, feeling the vibration in each footfall. The tide carries you farther, like a gentle tide of memory. You feel the wind shift, a soft breeze weaving through the reeds. The reeds sway, creating a gentle harp of sound. I tried surfing on the canal, but the current said I was too small. You smile, the sound echoing like a friend's voice. The night air grows cooler, a blanket of fresh mist. You inhale the coolness, feeling the water sigh. A fish darts, leaving a silver trail behind. The water absorbs the trail, turning it into a hush. You smile again, the laughter of the night washing over you. You close your eyes, feeling the water's heartbeat beside your own. The world around you sighs, a soft, endless lullaby. The wind whispers secrets of the past and future. You feel drawn to listen to every word, even the silence. You know the water knows the story of the land. It shrouds you in a blanket of calm. The wind carries a whisper of laughter in its path. You giggle softly, the sound blending with the reeds. The water ripples in response, as if dancing to your joke. You feel the vibration ripple through your body. Your body relaxes, every muscle shedding its tension. The lullaby of the night deepens, a sweet, endless song. The wind whispered a pun about leaves, and I laughed because it was too leafy. The stars seemed to lean closer, whispering bright secrets. You listen, the secrets folding inside your chest. You feel the warmth of a memory, a feeling from childhood. The wind hums an ancient lullaby to a new generation. The reeds sing along with the wind, a low rhythm of life. You feel your heart sink, a beat of living, a living beat. The world around you seems to breathe in unison. You are a part of this gentle dance, a thread in a vast ocean. The wind carries your thoughts, gently stirring the reeds. The silence deepens, and the water's whispers grow louder. You feel the world slowing down as the time passes itself backward. The night embraces you, a soothing, infinite blanket of calm. You exhale, letting the dream carry you to another shore. The water glides past, like a river of stars. The reeds murmur as if sharing secrets with the moon. You feel the connection, an ancient bond across time. You smile, the wind echoing your smile back. The world is quiet, and only you can hear it. You breathe, feeling the breath of the earth in you. Time slows down, and the night stretches into eternity. The dream, a river, pulls you further into its current. You let yourself drift, trusting the current's gentle guide. Peace settles over you, a calm that never leaves. You lean against the cool edge, watching the moon's reflection glide across the surface. Soft moonlight drapes the reeds, like translucent ribbons fluttering against the air. The night air tastes of damp earth, its scent mingles with distant sea. The water hums, a low bass note that feels like an old lullaby. You notice a ripple, a tiny kiss between the reeds, and you smile. Memories drift like lazy clouds over the Polder, and your mind follows their path. The Polder's history whispers built on the bones of sea that once sang. It is said that in 1694, the first sluice opened to let water roam. That small triumph saved villages, kept lives afloat beneath the clouds. You hear the squeak of a windmill, its sails turning like a lazy cat. The mill creaks, a gentle reminder that even metal breathes with purpose. You think about the wind turning, but wonder if the mill ever dreams. Historians still argue whether the Dutch windmills were originally powered by animals. You smile, the echo of your grin drifting over the calm water. A windmill blinks, its sails reflecting your relaxed pulse. You watch as the blades pause, then begin to whisper the wind's breath. Your thoughts glide like mist, each one a soft drumbeat of night. The silence between the wind and water feels like breath, a pause. You hear the faint click of sluice gates, a mechanical heartbeat. They open and close, as if the land itself is dreaming. All that remains is the rhythm of stars and the soil's steady pulse. The stars spill like silver dust across the sky, their light gentle. You feel the water's pulse beneath your toes steady. The wind hums a lullaby, a simple tune drifting across reeds. Your mind lets go of any worries, the night swallowing them. All that remains is the rhythm of stars and the soil's steady pulse. You let your thoughts drift, floating through a vast, moonlit ocean. The water sings, a low melody that eases your mind. The night keeps its promise, gentle silence, a quiet that heals. You breathe, inhaling the coolness of the night's embrace. Your eyelids grow heavy, the world slipping into a dreamscape. The wind whispers a lull, a voice that cradles your mind. The darkness is a soft blanket, a blanket of stars that never fades. You feel the coolness of water against your skin, a gentle kiss. The wind brings a scent of lilacs, a faint perfume of spring. The stars shimmer, a tapestry of light that feels almost tangible. You breathe in, feeling each exhale carry the night into your dreams. You drift the world folding into a seamless dreamscape of quiet. The night hums a lull, a song the stars sing together. Your mind drifts, a feather caught in the wind. You feel the tide of silence pulling you deeper toward rest. A soft echo returns, a promise that the night will keep its quiet. You close your eyes, the world dissolving into the hush of the earth. You open your eyes, feeling the cool air kiss your face. Beyond the reeds, a distant chime slides through the night. You tilt your head, listening to the echo drift. The sound is thin like glassware clinking in a wind. It rises and falls, a heartbeat in the water. You feel your breath match the rhythm, low and steady. A church tower in the distance is the source, you think. You walk toward the sound, each step echoing softly. The path is lined with old stone moss creeping. You pause, hearing the water ripple like a drum. The sound of the bell travels through the earth, a pulse on the surface. You remember the medieval church in Delft, built in 1325. That stone tower still stands, a testament to centuries. A quirky rumor says the bell can summon lost pigeons. You grin, imagining the birds dancing to the tune. The bell rings again, a deeper note like a whispered secret. You feel the vibration in your fingertips, a subtle thrill. A joke in your head. Maybe the bell has a night shift. You laugh silently, the sound mixing with the water's hum. Historians still argue whether the bell's echo traveled faster than the current. You ponder. You walk on, following the melodic path through reed and stone. The bell's resonance shimmers on the water's surface, a silver thread. You feel the liquid brush your toes, a cool and firm feel. The sound ripples outward, a weave through the reeds like a ribbon. You pause again, breathing in the night air, scented with herbs. The bell's echo fades, but the memory lingers like a lullaby. You continue walking, your feet softly pounding the mossy ground. The church tower looms ahead, a silhouette against the starscape. You feel the wind brush past, carrying old songs. At the tower's base, a stone fountain drips gently. The splash adds to the chorus, a tiny drumbeat. You smile, imagining the fountain watering a secret garden. The bell's tone rises, echoing deeper into the night. You notice the sound moving through the water, a river's flow. The journey feels distant, a gentle pulse under your skin. You feel the water tickling your ankles, a subtle invitation. The bell rings again, each note a whisper of the past. You pause, listening as the echoes travel underground through stone tunnels. You imagine subterranean pipes carrying the sound across centuries. The air grows fresher, a hint of damp earth. Your heart sinks to the cadence of water. You feel the universe pulse, a slow heartbeat. The bell's last note fades like mist. You smile, a content gaze at the quiet. A breeze lifts a feather, light as a thought. You breathe slowly, the sound like a lull. The water hums, a lullaby that soothes. The world seems far away, a soft dreamscape. You listen to the bell, patient and kind. You feel the echo travel, a steady stream. The water carries the sound deep underground. You wonder if the echo feeds the roots. You sense the old stones pulse with sound. The bell's song settles, a lull to stone. You feel your breath match the river. The wind whispers, a thread of silver. You close your eyes, letting the sound cradle you. A quiet chuckle, perhaps the bell dreams of applause. The sound lingers, woven through reeds. You feel the current tickle your limbs. You sense the night folding around you. The bell rings softly, a promise kept. You breathe the sound, a lullaby to your mind. The water sings under your palm, a calm. You feel the rhythm in your fingertips, a steady beat. You see the light on the surface, a mirror. The bell's echo touches the clouds, a soft ripple. You smile, the sound wrapping around you. You hear a distant cry of a night bird. The sound drifts like a feather among reeds. You feel the night close, gentle blanket. The bell's final note hangs, a hush of promise. You breathe in the water taste of salt and memory. You feel the world slowing, a lull. The sound settles in your chest, a soft hush. The bell's echo lingers like a thought. You open your eyes, a sunrise ready. The world brightens, a new day approaches. The bell's memory stays, a gentle promise. You step forward, feeling the water between toes. You let the echo guide you into the night. The night stretches out, a vast and still pause. You feel the echo's steady pulse, a slow rhythm of dawn. A light joke, maybe the bell is a cosmic drummer who likes to nap. You laugh softly, the echo in your chest, like a friendly knock. The river hums, a lullaby floating along the reeds. The stars swirl, an endless sea of silver. You breathe easily, the world a canvas of sound. The sound swirls within, you feel it as a gentle tide. You open your mind, the bell's memory a soft mantra. The water glows faintly, a mirror of starlight. The bell's echo whispers the voice, a distant lull. The wind carries an invisible thread across the field. You stand, feeling the water under your feet, still humming. The world listens, the reeds dance to the bell's song. You close your eyes, allowing the hush to swallow the night. A subtle rumble, a giant sleeping dream. The bell rings softly, a promise unbroken. You feel the current beneath, a gentle lull. The water's pulse steady as a quiet heartbeat. The stars hang silently over the quiet field. You sense the echo carrying stories on the wind. The bell's tone floats deep into the darkness. You inhale, the cool air heavy with night. The echo echoes, a distant whisper on a blanket. The world holds its breath, a moment before the next note. You hear a tiny splash, a delicate heartbeat on water. The sound moves across reeds like a gentle tide. You feel the echo, a tight as a drum on stone. The night deepens soft and endless. The bell's final note lingers, a quiet echo of promise. The water shimmers, 1,000 tiny lanterns. You feel the world a slow, soft breathing with the sun. The echo returns a calm lullaby for the mind. You open your eyes, ready for daylight. The world wakes, a new rhythm rises. The bell's echo stays, a quiet old friend in the morning. You walk the path, the water between toes. The air shimmers, cool and fresh, like a new start. The world holds its breath a moment before sunrise. The bell's echo fades silently, like the night itself. You breathe, the quiet fills your chest. You laugh gently, thinking of the bell's secret jokes. The world is alive, a gentle breath across the fields. You step forward toward the rising light. The bell's memory stays a quiet, steady promise. The water whispers, a lull among reeds. You hear the echo, a distant, comforting hum. The night folds quiet, soft, and calm. The bell's final hum stays in your ear, a soft dream. The world breathes, a slow, steady rhythm. The echo carries across the field, a gentle song. You feel the water a cool, soft under your skin. The bell's voice, persistent, yet quiet. You close your eyes, let the sound flow. The world dissolves, a quiet hush. The bell's echo remains a feather in air. You breathe again, an echo of comfort. The world moves soft, gentle, calm. The bell's tone echoes into the horizon. The night rests soft, calm, silent. The sound stays beneath and beyond. You open your heart, the echo greeting. The world hums a quiet, steady drum. The bell's song a lingering, true lull. The echo present a light breath. The world holds quiet and true. The bells hush soft and gentle, a lull. The world breathes a calm steady. You let the echo guide you into the night. You turn your gaze toward the silent water, feeling the cool air kiss your face. Beyond the reeds, a distant chime slides through the night. You tilt your head, listening to the echo drift. The wind curls around reeds, humming a lullaby that feels like a lullaby in a quiet hotel. You notice a tiny shadow moving, a fish gliding like a secret dancer. A soft chuckle escapes, because the fish seems to be enjoying the party. The path is lined with old stone moss creeping. You pause, hearing the water ripple like a drum. The sound of the bell travels through the earth, a pulse on the surface. You trace the sound with your fingertips, feeling the vibration travel through the reeds. A subtle chuckle bubbles inside, as if the wind is telling a joke about itself. You smile, because you know the night contains many gentle secrets. The Dutch reclaimed the land in 1569, a fact you learned in a history class. This fact reminds you that every gentle ripple is a testament to hard work and resilience. You see the echo of that resilience humming in sync with your own pulse. Legend says a polder can turn into a submarine if you swim fast enough. You laugh quietly because the image feels like a prankster's joke in a silent night. The wind now whistles, as if answering back with a playful grin. Historians still argue whether windmills truly saved the Dutch from flooding, or if they were just fancy furniture. You shrug, preferring the cozy myth that the waterwheels made music instead of keeping out the sea. You notice a small frog wearing a tiny hat, but that would be a tale for another time. The wind intensifies, wrapping around you like a warm blanket made of whispers. Your senses are filled with the scent of damp reed and the faint metallic tang of iron. The water's hum grows louder, echoing the distant chime found in old Dutch cathedrals. You inhale deeply, feeling the coolness of water and air blend together. The rhythm of your breath matches the sound that flows from the distant mill. The wind, too, joins the chorus, its voice a soft, steady counterpoint. You feel comfort in the murmur, knowing you are part of this peaceful scene. The night unfolds like an embrace, and you surrender to its gentle rhythm. You let the sound wash over you, soft as silk, calming every muscle. The wind's lullaby turns into a mantra that smooths the edges of your thoughts. The reeds hum along, singing a tune that feels like a lull in the dark. The memory of the wind hums inside your ear, gentle and constant. You close your eyes again, drifting further into the river's warm embrace. The wind sighs, a promise that you are safe within this liquid lullaby. You feel the world quiet, as if the stars have pulled the noise away. A final whisper comes from the reeds, as if telling you to dream. You smile, because the night feels like a song you have been waiting for. The wind's lullaby softens, becoming a gentle hand on your shoulder. The world continues to breathe, its rhythm steady as the gentle tide. You sense that each breath is a step closer to a night of contentment. The wind hums a final note, a promise that the next cycle will repeat. The night deepens, and the sound of waves grows like a lullaby in a quiet hotel. You notice a tiny shadow moving, a fish gliding like a secret dancer. A soft chuckle escapes, because the fish seems to be enjoying the party. The wind carries your thoughts, scattering them like petals in a calm pond. You think of a childhood game where you built castles in puddles. The memory feels softer than the current, fading into a distant echo. You take a breath, a rhythm that syncs with the water's pulse. The wind laughs softly, a joke about how quiet it wishes to be. The reeds shake, as though answering back to the wind's playful tease. A gentle hum grows, weaving through the air like silk among reeds. The silence feels more like a blanket, soft and reassuring. You let the rhythm cradle you, as if the water knows your name. The wind's lullaby turns into a mantra that smooths the edges of your thoughts. The reeds hum along, singing a tune that feels like a lull in the dark. The memory of the wind hums inside your ear, gentle and constant. The night's soundtrack continues, building a bridge between your breath and the river. You think, and the thought dissolves like mist, leaving only the tide. The wind whispers that all sounds are part of the same ancient song. You feel the world in sync, all moving like a dancer's groove. A faint laughter slips around a corner, as if the wind itself is amused. The reeds bend gently, a dance of shadow and light. The wind carries a song that has a rhythm of its own. The water answers with a counterbeat that feels like a friendly wink. Your breath follows the music of the night, slow and steady. You surrender, letting the water's hum lull you into deep reflection. The wind's breath is gentle, a promise of tomorrow's calm. You feel a gentle weight lift, as if carrying a secret map into sleep. The reeds glow faintly, their roots pulsing like a quiet heartbeat. You sense the world quieting, like someone turning down a bright lamp. The wind hums a final word, a gentle promise that rest will come. You let this sound settle inside you like a blanket for the mind. The night is still, but the whisper of water keeps you awake in peace. You close your eyes, and the world dissolves into a gentle, rhythmic lullaby. The wind sighs softly, like a lover breathing through a shared secret. You feel the water ripple against your cheeks, a gentle massage. The world holds its breath, waiting for the gentle next note. You breathe, a soft inhale that matches the quiet water's pulse. The wind and reeds respond, creating a soft symphony of the night. The story continues, weaving through the reeds, forever part of the quiet. You hear a distant splash, as if a fish greeted you with a splash. The laughter of water echoes, a playful joke between the reeds. You smile, feeling the night's rhythm settle deep inside your soul. The wind hums a lullaby that feels like a promise to keep you safe. The sound drifts, growing louder as if it wanted to be heard. You realize the wind is not shouting, but speaking calmly to your heart. The reeds sway, a dance of shadow that feels like a gentle hug. The water ripples, reflecting the night like a polished plate. You think you can hear the world breathing, each breath a soft note. Your heart beats in sync with the rhythm of the water's pulse. The wind sighs once, echoing a promise that the night will stay calm. You feel the weight of the day melt away, leaving only serenity. The reeds hum, a gentle reminder that peace lives in quiet moments. The breeze carries a soft whisper, a lullaby for the soul. The wind's song settles, and you fall into a peaceful dream. Morning light has yet to stretch across the canal, but the bell has already begun its nightly whisper. The chapel's chimes call softly, curling through the water toward your footsteps. You hear the sound as it mingles with the reeds' muted song. Each bell strike echoes like a sigh in a quiet kitchen. The water hums beneath, a low rhythm that matches the clinking of glass. You note how the reeds bend, responding as if they had a secret conversation. It feels almost like the water itself is breathing in time with the bell. Since the 1930s, the Netherlands' Zuiderzee works have kept the Polder dry. The quiet river remembers that effort, carrying echoes of engineered triumph. Some locals swear the windmills paint whispers into the night sky. Historians still argue whether the windmills truly saved the Dutch from flooding, or were merely decorative. Amid the chatter of water and wind, your breathing slows, aligning with the canal's pulse. You feel the vibration in your palm. As the bell rings, a gentle reminder of night's embrace just beyond the reeds. A soft glow whispers from the chapel's lantern, like a distant friend. The water reflects that glow, turning the canal into a silver ribbon. You step closer, letting the sound pull you into a calm that feels like a warm blanket. With each breath, the world seems to pause, and the bell's echo lingers, gentle and patient. Your mind drifts to the stories sung by fishermen long before smartphones were invented. You chuckle softly, picturing a fisherman wearing a headset talking to a gull instead of a boat. That image feels absurd, like a comic strip in a quiet night's hush. Yet the absurdity makes the scene even more vivid, as if every silly thought becomes color. Your fingertips trace the water, feeling the smooth stones at the bottom, cool under your touch. The stones seem to hum, a low tone resonating with the bell's vibration. This hum mingles with the wind, a duet that soothes the mind and body. You inhale slowly, a deliberate rhythm, and the world quiets further. Outside, a small child's laughter echoes, light as feathered wings. You smile, remembering how a simple joke can turn night into gold. Later, you will wonder if such laughter can truly soften the dark. A distant bell rings again, its resonance thickening into a soothing lull. The water carries the sound, making a gentle choir of ripple and silence. You close your eyes, letting the waves paint your thoughts into gentle gray. Your thoughts become waves, slowly rolling away, each crest matching a bell stroke. The bell's chord, a quiet as a breath, rises from the canal's edge. You feel an invitation to linger with the night's soft conversation. You remain still, letting each note sink into the marrow of your skin. Every whisper of water becomes a page of a story, written in current. Your heart, still beating, keeps pace with the canal's heart, slow and steady. You can almost taste the night, the metallic tang of iron, and the scent of damp reeds. Those aromas mingle, floating across the water, bringing memories of a childhood pond. You laugh again, this time at yourself, enjoying the absurdity of the moment. The sun now peaks beyond the dunes, scattering golden dust across the canal. You sense how warmth creeps along the reeds, a promise of an ending. Yet the bell rings once more, a final reminder that the night never truly sleeps. Your mind stirs, weaving the bell's timbre into a lull that feels like sleep itself. At this soft hour, you feel the world hum against your ears. The water's murmur sings like a lullaby, a melody that keeps you safe. Your limbs relax, and the dream's edges blur into darkness. You drift, hands resting on the edge of the canal, feeling coolness against your skin. Every breath is a step deeper into peace, each inhale a quiet invitation. You are a traveler on a silver road beneath the stars, guided by sound. With the bell's last tone still resonating, you find the horizon in gentle silence. I'll let the next morning whisper its own tale, but for now, the water holds you. All these sounds, small and big, become a lullaby that cradles you. You surrender to the river's rhythm, breathing in the calm of midnight's hush. Feel the water's pulse, feel the bell's echo, feel your own heartbeat synchronize. Your gaze drifts to the lantern's glow, still flickering like a hopeful star. The night keeps its secret song, and you fall deeper into sleep. You realize that every tick of the bell is a thread weaving into the fabric of dreams. Threads hum together, creating a tapestry that blankets your thoughts. Your mind surrenders to the current, letting the story flow like a gentle stream. Even the distant barn owl, perched atop a hay bale, watches the scene with curious eyes. You hear its hoot, a soft punctuation in the night's symphony. It whispers that the world is larger than the canal, yet feels close enough. Your breathing slows again, and you feel a connection to every ripple. You imagine each ripple as a footstep of a traveler walking beneath the water. Your feet, bare, taste the coolness of the night's air, a subtle reminder. The wind carries a faint scent of sea salt. Even though you're on land, your thoughts drift, following the river's gentle path toward dreams and distant horizons. Some say that the sound of water can heal the mind, turning sadness into quiet light. Others argue that silence is the true music, and the bell merely sets the tempo. You listen, choosing where to rest your thoughts between sound and silence. The night offers both, like a duet of quiet and song. Your body feels the pull of gravity, but the water supports you like a cradle. You float, letting the rhythm guide you deeper into the silence. The bell fades, but its echo stays in your ears, a steady reminder. You close your mind, and the world dissolves into a soft gray. Your breathing slows, a mantra of night and water. Each breath, a tiny wave, each exhale, a silent lull. You rest, heart calm, body relaxed, and let the silence hold you. The story ends softly, the water's song and bell's memory lingering like a dream. It fades, but the feeling stays, a gentle promise of peace. You can almost hear the distant storm's hush, a reminder that even clouds can sing. It's a secret shared between you and the river, a dialogue, quiet yet intense. A subtle vibration runs through the stone of the old mill, echoing distant footsteps. Each vibration invites you to imagine a procession of invisible dancers around the canal. You laugh, knowing only a few can hear such grand performances on a sleepy evening. The moonlight weaves through the reeds, painting silver silhouettes that dance with your thoughts. You feel the coolness of the water against your wrists, a gentle reminder of nature's embrace. A tiny frog, wearing a leaf as a hat, leaps onto a rock and looks bemused. Its eyes gleam like tiny lanterns, reflecting the glow of the distant lanterns floating. You chuckle, picturing the frog as an invisible critic judging each ripple's artistry. Beside you, a family of gulls gathers, their calls weaving into the night's lullaby. The youngest gull, curious, chirps a note too high for human ears to capture. You hold your breath, feeling the tiny vibration resonate with your own pulse. Silence is thick, but your senses are alive, tuned to the river's secret music. Every ripple seems to carry a memory, an echo of days long gone. The water remembers the clatter of carts, the laughter of children, the hush of winter nights. You feel an undeniable sense of belonging, like a guest welcomed by the canal. You imagine yourself a visitor from a far country, having found this hidden sanctuary. You smile, realizing that dreams travel far, landing in the quiet corners of water. The bench beside the canal, weathered by age, offers a comfortable respite. As you sit, the bench creaks softly, a low note complementing the water's hum. You reach for a smooth stone, feeling its coolness, a small gift from the earth. The stone, oddly shaped, seems to echo your heartbeat when you press it near your ear. You rest your head on the bench and wait for the night to deepen. A passing wind carries the scent of rain, a subtle aroma that lingers. The breeze whispers around the canal, curling like a ribbon of calm. The entire scene feels like a private concert, an orchestra of the very close. And you, like a solitary audience member, are fully immersed. You notice a feathered wing gently fluttering near the water's surface. It lands on a reed and disappears into the darkness, leaving a trace of silver. Your mind fills with questions, but the sound calms each inquiry. The water's murmur grows louder, as if welcoming a newcomer. You feel a sense of duty to listen and absorb the night's secrets. The distant church bell rings, its resonance echoing through the fields. A single note reverberates, a reminder that time moves beyond the water's edge. You close your eyes, letting the bell's echo merge with the river's pulse. Each breath you take becomes an anchor, holding you in this peaceful space. Your thoughts become gentle ripples, spreading outward, yet never disturbing the stillness. You realize that the darkness itself is soft, like a blanket made of stars. Stars flicker above, each one a tiny lantern guiding the night's narrative. You feel their light touching your face, cooling your forehead as you breathe. The wind carries a faint melody, a lullaby sung by the reeds themselves. The melodies blend with the river's murmurs, forming a soothing, layered harmony. You smile because this moment feels like a gift shared between you and the world. The entire canal feels alive, singing and humming a timeless tune. You cannot help but notice how the water seems to remember all the people who passed. Each ripple carries a story, whispered by those who once rested here. The calm around you is not still. It's an orchestra ready for a song. The waves rise, a gentle swell that rises with the rhythm of the night. A child of the world, you feel your heart beat in concert with the river. The moon, a pale guardian, watches over the canal, painting silver on the water's face. This painting feels like a living painting, breathing and alive with movement. Each star in the sky is a tiny note, singing a song of its own. The wind listens, breathing in and out, playing a lullaby in your ears. The river's song is a gentle poem, composed of silver ripples and silver notes. The sound travels to your ears, a soothing lullaby to lull you closer to sleep. You feel the silence grow deeper, but you hear the tiny hum of your mind. The mind finds peace, quiet, and calm within the river's gentle rhythm. Your dream begins, guided by the water's soothing sounds. The water's surface shimmers like glass, reflecting all the stars above. Your breathing slows. Your body feels the calming pulse of the night. The quiet that fills your chest seems to open like a flower. This calm feels like a warm blanket, comforting your body and mind. The water carries your thoughts to the shore, keeping them safe from the world. The night offers a chance to rest, to rejuvenate, to feel calm. You hold the feeling inside, deep within the chest, like a treasure. This treasure is the quiet that the water offers you. You realize you are part of something larger, a part of this beautiful world. The water keeps you calm, and you feel your heart calm too. The night becomes a gentle lull that comforts you. The stars keep watch over you, bright and kind. You feel the cool breeze, the lightness, your senses waking up again, slowly. You close your head, resting fully on the bench's wood. The bench feels solid, protective, as if it supports the whole world. You know your body is at rest, in a peaceful calm. The river's voice continues, a soft melody that carries along in your life. You find yourself just as the fog greets the horizon. Its gray shroud rolls across the fields like a silent tide. The farm's roofs blur, turning solid roofs into hazy silhouettes. A gentle hush fills the air, muffling the usual clucking. You inhale the cool mist, noticing its faint, metallic scent. This scent reminds you of old pumps echoing beneath earth. In 1932, the Delta Works began, shielding homes from waves. That project, spanning decades, redefined flood defense across the nation. You pause, letting the gravity of history settle in. Memories of past storms mingle with the present mist. Remember the frog with a leaf hat perched by the canal. Its eyes gleam like lanterns, watching the world unfold. Even the grass twitches, as if holding a secret conversation. The mist swallows sounds, rendering the ground a watercolor canvas. Soft footsteps echo from the dirt, a lone wanderer passing. You follow the path, feeling the earth cool beneath you. As you walk, a whisper rises from the soil. Folks swear the fog carries voices of old dikes. Some say it carries prayers of sailors lost at sea. This belief, a quirky fringe tidbit, lingers in whispers. You smile, amused by the idea of talking puddles. The ground beneath your heels sighs, a low harmonic tone. A distant horn sounds, a slicing through the fog like a knife. It is the village's old siren, reminding of safety times. You pause at the field's edge, watching dust particles drift. Each particle catches light, shimmering like tiny stars. The sight draws a warm glow into your chest. The warmth counters the cool air, steadying your breath. Your mind wanders, recalling childhood mornings beside ponds. You remember how every puddle held a secret, a story. Now, the puddles whisper stories of centuries past. These stories echo the quiet resilience of the Polders. You walk on, feeling the ground pulse like a clock. The fog thickens, swallowing the path into a gray veil. A rustling sound comes from above a dry leaf flapping. A bird calls, its tone piercing the haze. Its call reminds of distant waves, steady and relentless. You laugh softly, thinking of a fish with a microphone. The bird lands on a fence, disappearing into the mist. A quiet wind swirls, carrying scents of damp earth and salt. You inhale, feeling connected to the land's breathing. The air feels heavy yet tender, like a lullaby. You pause, remembering the bench that creaks by the canal. You imagine sitting again, listening to water's slow drum. A low hum rises from the reeds, like a choir's hum. The hum blends with the fog's sigh, creating a tapestry. You feel the thread of history intertwine with present breath. You hear distant chimes, their rhythm a gentle guide. They remind you of the canal's timekeeping, an ancient clock. The clock ticks, echoing the heartbeat of the surrounding fields. The echo fades into the fog, becoming soft background music. You stand, feeling weightless, a leaf drifting upstream. Each breath you take blends with the air, creating waves. The waves ripple across the field, painting patterns in smoke. You observe the patterns shifting, as if they had a mind. You wonder if the fog is a keeper of stories, a storyteller. The notion lingers, a sweet hypothesis, not yet fully proven. Some claim the fog remembers each footfall, each whisper. You smile as the idea of a talking fog tickles your imagination. Beyond the farthest tree, stars peep through the gray curtain. They watch you patient and indifferent, their light steady. The sky is a mosaic, a canvas stitched with silver needles. You let each star's illumination seep into your mind. The dim stars echo the soft hum of the reeds. The reeds respond, vibrating a gentle response of their own. The combination creates a lull that lulls any restless thought. You close your eyes, breathing in the cool mist once more. Your mind drifts to the old sluice, a monument to human will. A quiet pride fills you, recalling the ingenuity born in Dutch fields. You remember that in 1672, the Netherlands faced a great flood. The water rose, and people took measures to protect homes. That event set the stage for the modern flood defense system. Historians still argue whether the Dutch built the first modern sluice system in the 17th century. The debate fuels research, sparking debates in archives and classrooms. But to you, that history feels like a gentle pulse beneath your feet. You breathe, letting the pulse sink with the water's flow. The water flows, carrying stories, songs, and the soft murmur of night. You feel the weight of time melt into the mist. A sudden chill brushes your cheek, like an ancient greeting. You shift, feeling the ground respond, resonating softly. You recall the old legend that whispers wind can carry voices beyond the horizon. It adds a touch of mysticism, a layer of wonder. You smile, remembering a friend's comment about wind and dreams. The night deepens. The fog thickens into a silver blanket over the fields. Silence thickens, yet your senses stay keen, guided by the gentle rhythm. You feel the world lean into you, offering solace. Your heart pounds softly, in harmony with the river's beat. Each pulse is a thread connecting you to the ancient dikes. You realize that you are part of a continuum, a living story. You lean back onto the bench, its wood warm under your palms. The bench creaks, a familiar lullaby that matches the wind's song. Its rhythm syncs with your breathing, a gentle metronome. You close your eyes, letting darkness swallow light. A final breeze ruffles the reeds, like applause after a concert. You inhale, breathing in the midnight air, feeling complete. Your mind begins to drift, like a boat on calm waters. Each thought slows, dissolving into soft waves. You feel weightless, yet grounded by the earth's steady pulse. The world seems to pause, holding the hush of night. You listen to the water's breath, feeling it match your own. The calm settles like a blanket over the mind. You remember the distant bell, the canal's heart, a steady drum. Its beat fades, echoing in your heartbeat, soothing the night. You sense the transition from alertness to sleep. Your body relaxes, limbs cooling, muscles unwinding. You close your eyelids, letting the night wrap you softly. The last breath you take, a whisper into the midnight. You sink into dreams, carried by water, wind, and the gentle hush of the Polder. Your mind explores the quiet corners of your own heart. You imagine a tiny lantern flickering, guiding lost souls. A soft glow lifts, casting silhouettes on water's surface. The light seems to breathe, a living star within a cloud. You smile, amused by the absurdity of the idea. The water remembers each ripple, storing memory like a diary. You feel as though the earth is humming soft lullabies. The wind joins, weaving a tapestry of sound. You close your eyes, allowing the rhythm to pull you deeper. Your body relaxes, muscles surrendering to gentle gravity. You feel the darkness like a soft, insulating blanket. Your thoughts settle, drifting like leaves in a slow stream. You sense the water's pulse underneath, steady as a drum. It syncs with your breathing, a calming metronome. The bench creaks, a familiar song of time passing. You feel the wood's warmth under your fingertips. Each creak echoes like a soft percussion, adding depth. You close your eyes, listening to the world's quiet lull. The night feels like a patient teacher, guiding gently. You inhale deep, feeling the air cool against your skin. The coolness soothes, washing away any lingering tension. You dream of distant lands, yet stay grounded. The dreamland floats, a quiet meadow beside the lake. You sit, surrounded by whispering reeds, floating through time. You hear the murmur, a lullaby stitched from centuries past. The rhythm calms the nervous thoughts, easing the heart. The world dissolves, leaving only the present moment. You realize the night is a gentle hand guiding sleep's voyage. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, the eye muscles softening. Your breathing slows, each exhale a slow, steady wave. The river's rhythm becomes a tide of dreams. You surrender to the calm, drifting into sleep. The quiet is a blanket stitched from stars and reeds. Each thread hums softly, keeping your spirit at peace. The darkness wraps you, a velvet cloak of tranquility. Your body lies still, anchored by Earth's timeless rhythm. You feel your heartbeat aligning with the water's whisper. A single breath escapes, soft and full. The night holds you, a guardian of dreams. You drift deeper, where time loses meaning. The world fades to a gentle hum of nocturnal life. You rest, soothed by a symphony of water, wind, and star. You feel the earth breathe, as if it's exhaling a long-lost lullaby. Below your feet, the peat moist with centuries of forgotten footsteps. The ground sighs, a soft sigh that sounds like a distant drum. You hear a rustle that feels like whispers from a secret choir. Roots stretch deep into the dark, reaching for the horizon's heartbeat. They exhale slowly, their oxygen a lullaby for the entire polder. The exhale carries stories of boats that once danced in flood. Your breath mingles, forming a delicate cloud that rises with the moon. You let your feet sink into the soft layer of peat and moss. The moss feels like a green pillow, cushioning each step. It almost invites you to sit and listen to its breathing rhythms. In this moment, the world sounds like a playlist of nature. Remember that odd legend you heard about the windmills that can gossip. They say the wind sings secrets to the bristles, and the bristles gossip back. You chuckle, thinking the bristles might have a great punchline. You smile, and the wind responds with a gentle sigh that feels like applause. The peat emits a faint, earthy perfume, mingling with the mist. It reminds you of childhood kitchens where the stove's sigh was sweet. Each inhalation feels like absorbing a memory of resilience. Your body relaxes into the ground, as if lying in a soft hammock. Historical facts bloom like tulips. The Netherlands built the first modern sluice in 1672. That sluice, a marvel of iron and ingenuity, still hums beneath the fields. You feel the ripple of that history beneath every grain of sand. The sluice's spirit whispers to you, saying, "Stay hydrated, friend." As night deepens, the polders listen to the sky's soft drumbeat. Stars flicker over the water, turning it into liquid silver. You imagine the stars gossiping about their nightly migrations. A quiet lull from a distant church bell punctuates the silence. The bell's tone travels like a ghostly wave, caressing the reeds. The reeds respond with a subtle rustle, almost a playful back and forth. You think the reeds might be practicing for the next garden recital. You chuckle, and the night seems to echo your amusement. You pause to hear a water ripple, a tiny drumbeat that syncs with your heart. It reminds you that the polder breathes in perfect time with life. Your pulse slows, becoming a partner to the earth's rhythm. The world feels balanced, as if a scale rests in your palm. The soil beneath you is warm and earthy, reminding you of home. You imagine your grandmother's old wooden chair, humming under her feet. Its hum matches the field, turning the world into a symphony. You lean into the earth, feeling the song reverberate in your bones. A quirky tidbit surfaces. The Dutch once believed that if you sing to your garden, it grows faster. You smile at the absurd notion, imagining a choir of flowers singing back. The night embraces a garden choir, echoing your laughter softly. Everything feels harmonious, as if nature applauded your presence. The air fills with a subtle perfume of wet earth and distant blossoms. Each breath is like a slow, soothing tide, guiding your thoughts to sleep. Your muscles release tension, a wave washing over a calm mind. You feel your eyelids grow heavier, surrendering to night. A chorus of crickets begin to sing, their song a gentle lull. You listen, feeling the rhythm flow like a tide across your chest. It matches the steady beat of your own pulse, a perfect syncopation. You close your eyes, allowing the song to cradle your mind. You feel a small, subtle vibration under your toes, like a hidden drum. It is the heartbeat of the earth, vibrating through every particle. The vibration rises, rising like a whispered lullaby from the soil. You feel it sinking with your breath, easing you deeper into serenity. A light breeze brushes your cheek, cool and kind. It is the night's gentle hand, guiding you through a serene pilgrimage. You smile, feeling the breeze play a soft tune on your skin. The tune is simple, yet it feels like a promise of calm. You listen for the faint chime of a distant bell, a bell that once called travelers. It sounds like a message from the past, telling you to remain patient. You hear the bell's echo, resonating deep within your chest. Such echoes soothe, like the memory of a warm blanket on a cold night. A soft wind carries the scent of night bloom flowers, a gentle aroma. You imagine petals swirling, creating a fragrant cloud that surrounds you. The aroma calms your thoughts, soothing their restless chatter. You sink deeper into a state of gentle twilight consciousness. You notice a quiet vibration in the air, as if the night itself is humming. It matches the rhythm of your breath, steady and deep. You lie back, feeling the rhythm wrap around you like a blanket. Your mind begins to drift, floating effortlessly into the night. You feel your body's weight settle, grounding you to the earth's pulse. The last sight before you close your eyes is the gentle glow of the moon. It watches over you, a silent guardian of the nighttime dream. With that comforting image, you let sleep carry you into the endless quiet of the Polder. With the night still holding its breath, you find yourself stepping deeper into the hush. The quiet sigh of the windmills stretches across the fields like a soft lullaby. You notice the subtle wobble of a distant shaft, a gentle reminder of ages past. Historians still argue whether each creak was a secret message or simply the wood aging. The idea of windmills gossiping is oddly comforting, like talking to an old friend. A slight mist curls around your ankles, cool against the soil's warm hug. You inhale the damp earth, the scent of moss, and the faint ghost of salt. Your thoughts slow as if they are floating on a quiet pond, each ripple a small sigh. Remember that time you laughed at a windmill whispering. The echo feels just as playful. The night's hush offers refuge from the chaos you left behind earlier. You exhale, letting the world's noise drift away like a distant train. You realize the stillness is not empty. It sings a low, steady rhythm. The wind whispers across the canal, carrying the sound of distant church bells. You hear the bells call a simple, ancient tune that seems to echo in your chest. Its resonance reminds you of stories, of old villages where people gathered for prayer. A quiet line passes over your mind. The Treaty of Amsterdam, signed in 1997, unified water policies. That treaty still stands as a testament to cooperative stewardship. You pause to drink in the starry sky, each constellation a tiny beacon of trust. You trace the arc of Orion, feeling the subtle shift of the world's quiet pulse. Humor nudges you. If the stars could talk, they'd probably complain about light pollution. You chuckle, the sound dissolving into the night air with a gentle sigh. The water in the canals glistens, reflecting the moon's pale glow. Its calm surface acts like a silver mirror, throwing back images of the night. You lean closer, feeling the vibration of each ripple at your fingers. A subtle hum rises, as if the canal itself were breathing. You walk along the path, the sound of your footsteps muted by the soft earth. Each step feels light, as if the ground supports you like a gentle cushion. The path's edge is lined with reeds that flicker against the dim light. They sway rhythmically, a visual metronome guiding your pace. The quiet hush becomes a sanctuary, providing shelter from daily stress. You feel the weight of your worries melting away, carried off by the wind. The night listens, a patient companion to which you can confide. You speak softly about a dream you had last night, a quirky thought about flying jellyfish. Some say that the fish in the Polder glow faint silver under moonlight. You grin, picturing these bioluminescent swimmers dancing beneath your feet. The fringe tidbit feels oddly real, a quirky magic to the world. You wonder whether the glow is natural or a trick of the moon's reflection. The wind carries a scent that is both sweet and earthy, a reminder of rain-drenched fields. You breathe it in, letting the aroma seep into your senses like a lullaby. Your breath syncs with the wind's rhythm, each inhale a calm wave. The scent feels soothing, a natural balm for a weary mind. The silence grows thicker, almost tangible, like a blanket over the village. You feel as if every breath you take is part of an ancient drum loop. This loop dates back centuries to when farmers called the wind to turn their mills, their hands passed down through generations, the rhythm unchanged. Your thoughts drift to the night market you once visited, a chaotic tapestry of colors. Now, the stillness cuts through that chaos, providing a gentle reset button. You feel gratitude for this pocket of calm, a moment to breathe fully. It's the quiet space between life's noise, allowing clarity to surface. Historians still argue whether the original windmills were built mainly for power or for aesthetic. The debate persists, and you find comfort that it remains open and lively. You imagine them as an art gallery, old wooden frames showcasing wind's power. The idea feels playful, a gentle jab at seriousness. A soft breeze stirs the leaves of distant poplars, creating a rustle that sounds like applause. You feel the wind's caress on your cheek, cool and kind. You think this wind might be the Polder's version of a personal therapist. A quiet smile creeps across your face, the wind still tickling your thoughts. Your ears pick up a distant crackling, perhaps a fire on the village's back porch. The crackle reminds you of warm stories shared over embers, a nostalgic whisper. You drift deeper, letting every sound lull you towards sleep's gentle door. The night's hush grows more profound, an embrace that steadies your pulse. You close your eyes, but the image of the quiet canal remains vivid. It shines as a silver line against the dark canvas of the sky. Remember, the moonlight is your quiet partner in this endless hush. You allow the darkness to cradle you, to smooth thoughts into soft ripples. The wind shifts, bringing with it a faint scent of old wood. You imagine the windmills aging, their timbers weathering through the years. The rhythm of the wind feels like a heartbeat, steady and unending. You feel safe, as if the night itself is holding your hand. The silence deepens, each breath a gentle note in a midnight symphony. You feel your mind winding down, the tension loosening like a rope. Your body relaxes into the earth below, heavy and anchored. The Polder's calm, the wind's song, and your breathing, a perfect trinity. A quiet laughter echoes from the village, a playful ghost of a night market. You realize laughter can be a gentle wake-up call to the senses. You smile, thinking about how the windmills creak and the bells chime intertwine. It feels like a lullaby that is both ancient and playful. You find yourself drifting into a gentle daydream while still awake. The image of the quiet village floats above your mind like a cloud. You feel the world's pulse slowing, matching the rhythm of the wind. Your thoughts become calm, slow, almost floating like leaves. The wind brings in whispers of distant stories from the old Dutch chronicles. You hear a tale of a mill that never stood still, always turning out loud. You think of that mill as a storyteller, weaving history in motion. The concept feels oddly relatable. Our minds also spin with thoughts. You pause, listening as a distant owl hoots once, then twice, like a slow drum. A gentle laugh escapes your lips, perhaps a playful acknowledgement of the owl's song. You feel the owl's wise presence, adding another layer to the night's hush. The environment deepens, like a soundscape painting in silent strokes. Your feet move to the soft ground, the wet earth giving gentle resistance. Each step echoes through the field, a subtle boom that harmonizes with the wind. The sensation steadies you, grounding you in the present moment. You sense the Polder's heartbeat, slow and comforting. Remember the quirky tidbit about the fish. You picture them dancing in waves, their silver glow brightening the night. You feel awe at the imagination of natural wonders. That awe blends with the calm of the surrounding stillness. Historians still argue whether the canals were built just for irrigation or also as canals for joy. This debate adds a layer of mystery, inviting you to imagine hidden purposes. You let the idea drift like a feather on a breeze. It feels like a delightful mystery that keeps your curiosity alive. The wind carries a faint scent of jasmine, a gentle reminder of summer nights. You inhale, feeling the jasmine's sweetness mingle with the earth's musk. You think this scent might be nature's own perfume, a gift to quiet moments. Your mind acknowledges it, adding layers to the calm you feel. The moon casts a pale glow over the water, a halo that lights the path ahead. You keep following its trail, guided by soft silver. Each step feels purposeful, like following a gentle melody. Your breath deepens, matching the calm rhythm of the night. A single rustle from a feathered creature passes by, a silent reminder of wildlife. You watch it glide silently, noting how nature moves with grace. You smile quietly, feeling the world shift with its own quiet poetry. Such gentle moments seem to weave the night's tapestry. The soft wind lifts a small leaf, making it drift gently across the canal. You watch the leaf dance, a tiny dancer in a vast silence. You allow the image to settle on your mind as a calming visualization. The leaf's journey feels like a slow, deliberate story. Your heartbeat slows to match the wind's pace, a steady, rhythmic tick. You feel the calm spread from your chest to your limbs. You observe the steady flow of your breathing, a lullaby in itself. The night embraces you, letting your thoughts soften. You sense the distance of the world widen, as if the horizon pulls back. You feel the world's noise recede, replaced by a hushed lull. You enjoy the sense of isolation from your inner sanctum. The quiet becomes a soft cradle, smoothing all agitation. The wind's whisper grows fainter, but its presence lingers like a promise. You feel an unseen guardian of sleep, guiding you gently. You allow the night's hush to keep your thoughts from drifting. The wind's lull is enough to lull you into sleep. You feel the soil beneath tighten around your ankles. It feels like a gentle blanket, comforting and familiar. You feel a deep sense of attachment, of being part of the earth. You let the silence bring home the feeling of belonging. A soft clink of water over stone echoes in the distance. It is the same sound you hear whenever you cross a little bridge in the evening. You know it's a normal part of the world's quiet cadence. It seems to keep time like a metronome. You feel the night's hush pull you further into its embrace. You realize the world's rhythm is within your own breathing. You hear your own pause, the moment where all is still. You are present in a moment of profound calm. The wind's gentle sighs seem to speak from the past. You imagine it carrying old stories, a whisper of history. This sense of ancient knowledge comforts you, The wind becomes a quiet storyteller. You remain in this moment, fully rooted and aware. You let your thoughts become waves that rise and fall. The breath, the wind, and the earth create a tranquil triangle. You rest in this quiet, a safe refuge from earlier chaos. Historians still argue whether the Polder's design was purely functional or also a work of art. The debate fuels a gentle curiosity inside you. Like a child curious about a mirror, you imagine the Dutch planning as an artistic pursuit, not merely utilitarian. The concept keeps the mind light. You hear a distant laugh, maybe someone reminiscing about a mishap. The laugh is gentle, almost like a feather falling to the floor. You smile, feeling the humor is a part of this night's narrative. The laughter fades like an echo. You feel the presence of moonlight on your skin's soft, cool, a gentle reminder. You inhale and imagine the light as a subtle caress. The light is a calm whisper on the night's hush. You rest. The soft hum of distant insects mixes with the water's whisper. You feel the night's song complete, a full orchestra of quiet. You listen deeply, savoring each note. You notice the feeling of sleep pulling you close. Your eyes close, but the image of the quiet canal stays alive. You hold the memory, a soft beacon in your mind. You feel the calm as a blanket over your thoughts. Sleep approaches you. The night's hush offers relief from the busy day you left behind. You step slowly, feeling the ground underfoot. You sense your muscles slacken, easing into stillness. You are at peace. A gentle wind stirs the reeds, making them whisper like old friends. You feel a sense of camaraderie with nature. The reeds' conversation sounds like a lullaby. You breathe alongside them. The quiet hush around you feels like a second, private world. You feel the darkness embrace you, gentle as a hand. The silence has a deep, grounding power. It feels safe. The sound of distant bells rings once, a calm resonance. You imagine it as a timekeeper, marking each moment. Its gentle echo travels across the fields. You feel the vibration in your chest. You sense the wind carry the scent of wet earth, deep and soothing. You let yourself be transported by the aroma. The scent grounds you. It offers comfort. The night deepens further. The stars become a silver tapestry. You trace constellations with your thoughts, feeling the cool night. You smile at the hidden patterns. You enjoy the simplicity. A small bird chirps faintly, a distant call in the night. You hear the sound like a secret note. You think of the bird as a night ambassador. It adds a playful note. The wind's lull is gentle, almost a soft spoken word. You feel it brush your skin like an old familiar whisper. Its presence feels reassuring. It guides you deeper. You hear a soft creak of a wooden beam, a reminder of the old windmill. You imagine the wind turning with age and music. The sound is a gentle rhythm. It is soothing. Your mind drifts, the body relaxing in each breath. You feel each inhale a lullaby, each exhale a release. You feel gratitude for this moment of stillness. You feel at rest. The wind brings a faint memory of a summer breeze, warm and gentle. You let the memory settle, adding to your sense of comfort. The wind feels like a soft messenger. You feel at ease. Historians still argue whether the canals were a network of secret pathways. The speculation keeps your mind engaged, a light flicker. You think of hidden stories lying beneath the water. The idea feels intriguing. The quiet hush feels like a living blanket over the entire polder. You allow the night to cradle your thoughts. The calm is continuous and steady. You sleep in peace. Your breathing slows, aligning with the tranquil rhythm. The wind's caress, the water's murmurs, the earth's embrace form a seamless lull. You feel you are one with the night. You surrender to sleep. Shadows fold over the paddles. Night embraces the wooden frames. Soft, dark outlines appear, like silhouettes breathing under a silver moon. You step quietly, feeling the reeds ripple beneath your soles. The air tastes of damp earth and a hint of seaweed. You inhale deeply, letting the scent carry you into calm. Experts think the wind here is a sleeping lullaby for the paddles. A faint rustle echoes from a nearby wooden frame. You listen. The sound feels like a soft sigh beneath a blanket. The water glints like crushed glass in the moonlight. It reflects the star pattern above, a mirror of constellations. Your palms trace the damp boards of the paddles. You feel the slight vibration, like the pulse of an old heart. This faint thump reminds you of a drum in the distance. You chuckle softly, thinking the paddles might be humming. The night here is less silent than you expect, full of hush. You notice a tiny silver fish darting beneath the reeds. Some say these fish glow in twilight, a secret bioluminescence. You imagine the glow as tiny lanterns on a water highway. The quirky legend goes that a tiny dragonfly on a paddle can whisper secrets. You smile at the absurdity, but the whisper seems near. You pause to listen for the faint hum of the paddle's seam. You hear a note, gentle as a whispered apology. This sound feels like a secret lullaby sung by the wind. You wrap your arms around yourself, as if hugging the night. The darkness embraces, pulling your thoughts into a gentle orbit. You breathe in slowly, exhaling the tension, feeling its release. Your heartbeat syncs with the rhythmic water, a subtle metronome. You consider the history of these windmills, Dutch Golden Age ingenuity. During that era, windmills powered industry and preserved water levels. A mainstream fact, the Dutch used over 17,000 windmills in that decade. You chuckle as you imagine people swatting flies with paddle blades. The night whispers again, this time softer than before. A low murmur sweeps across the canal, like a whispered promise. You feel the promise tighten, wrapping around your fingers. You wonder if the paddles hum for you or the whole field. The question lingers, like a question mark in the dark. Historians still argue whether the windmill's bell served defense or celebration. You nod, amused by the debate, and let it drift. The light of the moon filters through the reeds, creating lacy patterns. You trace the lace, feeling the grooves of an ancient tool. You think of the miller's tools, a simple blade, a strong wooden frame. You smile, imagining a worker polishing the blade beside the paddles. The sound of polishing is muted, replaced by the water's gentle chime. You feel the chime soothing, like a bedtime story for the paddles. The night continues, a silent stage for the water's dance. You pause, hearing the wind whisper behind a distant hill. The wind shifts direction, carrying a hint of jasmine. You inhale the scent, feeling it wrap around your senses. The jasmine sweetens the air, a gentle reminder of summer evenings. The breeze takes a soft pause, as if holding its breath. You feel the pause, the world holding its whisper. The sound of water continues, a steady heartbeat of the night. It feels like a lullaby for your body, nudging you to rest. You let your gaze drift to the rippling surface, following a silver thread. You trace the thread, following the water's path through the reeds. The reeds hum softly, a natural accordion of green. You hum along, letting the rhythm become part of your breathing. The wind, the water, and the reeds converge, forming a tiny orchestra. You focus on each instrument, noting the quiet power. You feel the power steady, like a steady drumbeat. The drumbeat matches your pulse, a synchrony you savor. You inhale deeply, savoring the night's perfume and silence. You exhale slowly, feeling the tension leave your body. You sense a gentle vibration, a note floating above the water. It sounds like a sigh from the paddles themselves. You pause again, the night stilling, waiting for another breath. The silence is thick, like a blanket of velvet. You feel the velvet against your skin, cool and comforting. You notice a subtle ripple, hinting at a small fish beneath. The fish glides, a quiet flash of silver across the night. You smile at the tiny creature, feeling a bond with the water. You feel the bond, a thread connecting you to the paddles. You imagine the paddles as giants in a quiet sea. The sea is small, a patchwork of reeds and wooden frames. You feel a sense of belonging, a part of the hidden history. You think of the old stories carved into the planks. Each plank holds memory, a record of wind, water, and time. You pause, listening to the rustle of reeds, a chorus of whispers. The whispers weave a story, telling of a night long ago. You feel the story settle around you, warm and soft. You breathe in the past, feeling its presence like a warm blanket. You exhale, letting the echo of history fade into tonight. The wind hums, a lull that eases your mind. You sit, feeling the cool ground under your feet. The ground is soft, a cushion of damp grass. You close your eyes, letting the darkness envelop you. You hear the night's heartbeat, a steady, gentle pulse. The pulse matches your breathing, a perfect rhythm. You feel your body relax, the muscles easing. The water's murmur becomes a whispering tide. You feel the tide pull you into dreamland. You wonder if the paddles will rise with dawn. They may, but for now, the night guards your sleep. You drift further, surrendering to the soundscape. The soundscape is a lull, a lull you never need to chase. You let it be, trusting the night to lull you deeper. You feel the darkness wrap around like a blanket. You close your mind, letting the night carry you gently. The moonlight filters through the reed canopy, a gentle spotlight. You feel the spotlight tickle your cheek. The tickle is small, a comforting, patient reminder. You smile at the reminder, grateful for the night's hush. You listen to the reeds, hearing a lull in their sway. They sway, each motion a soft rhythm. The rhythm matches the moon's slow pulse. You feel connected to the moon, the reeds, the wind. This connection is gentle, a whisper of unity. You breathe, hearing the night's breathing, your breathing. You feel the blend, a seamless tapestry. You drift, the night cradling you, the world hushed. The world feels small, a tiny dot of history. You sense that the paddles keep their secrets, quiet. You feel grateful, knowing the night shelters your thoughts. You pause, realizing what the night offers. It offers calm, release, and a small world to explore. You smile, feeling your pulse settle. You hear the last whisper, a lull, a blessing. The blessing echoes, a promise that dawn will arrive. You open your eyes, the night still singing softly. You stay, ready to greet the sunrise, the world anew. You listen to the gentle rustle of leaves, a quiet applause. The leaves applaud the night, their sound soft like a lullaby. You feel the applause echo in your chest, a reassuring beat. A small firefly darts by, illuminating a patch of reeds. Its glow is fleeting, a brief star in the dark sea. You follow its path, fascinated by the tiny traveler. You feel the traveler's light guide you toward a quiet corner. There, the ground feels cooler, a subtle welcome. You sit, letting the coolness seep into your bones. It soothes your mind, releasing any lingering tension. You rest against the mossy edge of the polder, letting the night cradle your thoughts. A cool breeze brushes your cheeks, whispering secrets older than the old dikes. You inhale the damp scent and feel it seep into your lungs like a lullaby. The water hums beneath, a steady pulse that syncs with your own heartbeat. Your breathing deepens, matching the rhythm of the reeds swaying with the wind. You smile at the gentle absurdity of a night that feels like a giant, breathing book. It's not that dramatic, just the way silence takes a velvet seat. The reeds sigh, an ancient choir that answers back to every footstep you take. You feel the resonance in your calves, a gentle thrum reminiscent of a distant drum. The night listens, keeping a diary of your breaths, which it reads under the moon. Every exhale releases another strand of worry, turning it into a feather floating on water. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It's a joke, but it keeps the imagination moist. A memory of a summer day when sunscreen on a farm was literally the smell of grass. You chuckle softly, the sound mixing with the sigh of the water. The wind's voice is like a shy narrator, keeping secrets in a hushed tone. You feel a tiny breeze against your skin, a whisper of a joke from the past. Even the stars seem to nod, as if approving your meditation session. You inhale again, this time filling your chest with the scent of night and pine needles. That scent carries memories of campfires and whispered stories around a lantern. You close your eyes, feeling the rhythm of your pulse mimic the gentle waves. As the waves lap, they remind you of a spoon stirring a soup of dreams. The spoon shivers with each ripple, tickling your imagination like a child's toy. You let the spoon's vibrations seep into your thoughts, washing them clean. A distant bell rings, not from a church, but from a forgotten windmill's mechanism. You hear the chime, a memory of a time when mills choked every dawn. It echoes in your mind, suggesting the windmill's bell had a dual purpose. Historians still argue whether the windmill's bell served defense or celebration. You chuckle again, picturing a battle of tunes between the wind and the water. That image is oddly soothing, as if the world itself is playing a lull. You notice a feather falling from a nearby crow, drifting like soft music. It lands gently on your shoulder, reminding you that even crows enjoy tranquility. You lift your head, feeling the weight of the feather like a friendly joke. The feather ruffles your hair, the wind's tiny brush against your skin. You feel a gentle tickle, like a whisper of a distant child's giggle. The laughter fades into the sound of water, the night humming in unison. You breathe in another deep breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs with peace. Your thoughts drift towards the horizon, a watery strip where night meets land. The horizon is a line of light that bends, like an old joke told at twilight. You close your eyes again, letting this visual linger like a soft melody. The melody is quiet, but it makes the wind laugh through the reeds. You feel the wind's laughter ripple across the water, each ripple a quiet cheer. The sound settles into your chest like a blanket of wind. You are floating in a sea of calm, a boat that you never built. The boat is the water itself, the wind the oar, your breath the anchor. You watch the reeds tilt, a subtle dance that matches the rhythm of your heart. Your heart beats in sync, a steady drum like the distant mill's bell. You feel a sense of unity with every ripple, with every breath, with every mill. Your mind is quiet, a clean screen waiting for a fresh image. You listen to the gentle hush, a sound that soothes even the most restless mind. The hush is like a giant sigh, the night exhaling soft words into the air. You hear the world exhaling along with you, breathing a slow, deep, calming rhythm. Your body relaxes slowly, as if the wind were a masseur. You feel the tension dissipate, leaving space for tranquility to bloom. You notice the sound of water, a lullaby that keeps the night alive. Imagine the water as a choir, each droplet a note. You smile at the thought, feeling that the world is still full of jokes. You realize the jokes are in the everyday, like a rainstorm splash. The rainstorm splash is gentle, an invitation to let go of worries. Your mind follows, drifting away from the edge of the polder. You find yourself floating in a cloud of calm, the wind your companion. The wind sighs, a soft whisper that fills the ears of the reeds. You hear the reeds reply, a back and forth that feels like a conversation. The conversation is soothing, a gentle exchange that calms your nerves. You become part of that conversation, a silent listener. The night seems to wrap around you, a warm blanket of soft darkness. You feel the blanket against your skin, cool and comforting at the same time. A gentle draft carries a scent of wet earth, smelling like fresh pancakes. You laugh softly, imagining a giant pancake floating on the river. The idea of a pancake on water sounds absurd, yet it feels strangely comforting. You drift further, the wind guiding you deeper into dreamland. The dreamland is a tapestry, woven from light, sound, and quiet. You feel each thread pull softly, leading you somewhere peaceful. You find yourself in a place where all sounds are muted except the water. The water is still, a mirror that reflects your calm face. You touch the surface, feeling the coolness beneath your fingertips. The coolness spreads like a wave of calm across your skin. You let a gentle sigh escape, feeling the tension slip away. Your ears fill with the sound of water dripping softly. You breathe in this sound, filling your lungs with tranquil rhythm. The rhythm is steady, matching your heart's slow beat. You feel the rhythm become your breathing, a meditation that never ends. You realize you're in a state where time loses meaning. The only thing that matters is the gentle, endless flow of night. You rest, letting the world fade into the background. The background is a soft hum, a lull that keeps you safe. You feel the lull, a soft blanket that holds you close. Inside that blanket, the wind whispers more jokes about the world. Even the clouds smile as if they heard your laughter. They smile back, a subtle nod that says everything is fine. You inhale, feeling a gentle reassurance that nothing can disturb this peace. You exhale, releasing any final tension that lingers in your heart. You let the wind carry it away, a gentle breeze through the reeds. You feel grateful, grateful for the quiet, grateful for the jokes. You rest, listening to the slow drum of the paddles below. The paddles rotate gently, a rhythm that mimics your breathing. Every spin sends soft vibrations through the wood, a subtle vibration of life. You feel the vibrations, a gentle reminder that you are part of the world. That part is calm, a steady presence that holds your heart. You let the calm settle, thick as a cloud of dew. The dew sparkles, a constellation that feels like tiny stars. You watch them shine, thinking of a sky made of glass. The glass reflects your own reflection, a mirror of your own thoughts. You feel your mind float, a calm balloon drifting above the garden. You breathe, feeling the night settle around you like a soft blanket. The blanket is warm, a comforting hand that covers all. The blanket is warm, a comforting hand that covers all. You close your eyes and feel the sky stretch like a silken sheet, stars pinprick, each a tiny lighthouse. Your breath deepens, matching the rhythm of the night like a metronome set to lullabies. A faint hum from distant water drums against your thoughts, soft and steady. You remember the old proverb that says, the more the sky, the more peace you keep, a sleepy chuckle escapes. Another quiet joke floats up. Why did the star refuse to set? It heard a comet gossip about sunburn. The absurdity lulls you deeper. A whisper of wind brushes your cheek and stirs a memory of the Dutch dikes that once rose after the flood of 1282. You note the fact. The Netherlands built its first major dike to protect the town of Lely. The history sits beside your relaxed mind. A quirky tidbit flickers in. A forgotten society of pigeons once exchanged handwritten postcards across canals. Hidden beneath reeds, you laugh softly, imagining pigeons scribbling in feathers. A secret network of airborne mail. Your senses drink in the cool of night. The air tastes like wet stone and distant pine. You see a spark of a star that seems to pulse, as if breathing alongside you. A gentle vibration ripples from the water, a drumbeat under the moon, guiding breaths. You feel your throat relax, the tension easing from the corners of your face. Historians still argue whether the first Dutch windmills were built solely for grinding grain, or also for guarding against night raids. The debate drifts, a gentle wind through old books. The moon drifts, a silver moonbeam catching on a patch of water and turning it to liquid glass. You feel the rhythm of your pulse in time with the water's hum, matching the stars above. A joke. What do you call a boat that never leaves? A sun-kissed nap, soft and still. Your smile flutters with the joke. The wind carries a faint scent of seaweed, fresh and salty. A reminder of forgotten fishing shanties. Your mind sketches the image of a vast Dutch night. Water reflecting a sky crowded with stars. You trace a line of light where earth and water meet. A gentle horizon, a boundary soft as breath. A tiny breeze lifts a feather, light as thought, drifting like a lullaby, landing softly by your side. You run your fingers through it, feeling the feathers quill, a delicate touch of nature. The feather rustles in a tick of wind, an echo, a sigh, a tiny applause for the night. You hear the slow creak of a reed, its bark humming like an old accordion. Your eyes close. You imagine the reeds forming a choir of wood, each leaf a silent note of rest. You inhale, and the scent of old sap and damp earth fills your lungs, grounding you. A joke. Why don't waves ever get lost? They always stay on the shore, on the sea, never off course. The silliness settles into calm. You feel the gentle tremor of the reed roots gripping earth, anchoring this nighttime moment. Starlight glints on water, a tiny dance, scattering tiny mirrors on the current. Your heart syncs with the shimmering lights, the rhythm as steady as a metronome set to meditation. A short mental joke surfaces. Why did the sea refuse a bedtime story? Because it always wants a wave of dreams. You chuckle. You sense the cool night air around your shoulders, as if a cloak of coolness wraps your back gently. You notice a flicker of light behind an overhang, a moonlit puddle reflecting a silver crescent like a coin. You lean in. The reflection blinks like a sleepy cat, an eye closed and open. Your mind drifts into a scene imagined by your own thoughts. A field of sleeping tulips under starlight. The tulips sway softly in a breeze that carries the faint scent of lilacs. A joke. What do tulips say in summer? We're in full bloom, darling. You laugh, the humor brightening the night. You listen to the distant call of a nightingale perched high. Its song, a soft string pulled over the quietness. Your body relaxes in tune with the nightingale's notes. Your mind folding into the slow rhythm. You inhale again, this time feeling the pulse of the earth, the subtle beat of water beneath you. The earth's pulse is a soft thrum echoing the night's deep breathing. A quiet thought. The stars above are like old stories, each one a chapter in the sky's endless book. Your eyes flicker open, noticing the constellation of Orion, shaped like a hunter holding a lantern. The lantern glow is faint, yet the fire of Orion's light guides your spirit through silence. You feel a gentle tug from the wind, a breath of night pulling you deeper into calm. You imagine the wind as a hand, turning the pages of a book, turning the leaves in a silent forest. A joke. Why do windmills never talk? They're always blowing a quiet wind, but never a word. You smile. The memory of the wind's voice brings a warm, comforting hush, as if the night itself is whispering. You listen to the wind, and its sound feels like a lullaby played on a harp of reeds. You breathe out slowly, letting the sound evaporate into the open air, smooth and soft. The wind carries a faint scent of distant rain, a promise of clean water and renewal. Your heartbeat slows down, a steady drum that matches the rustling of the reeds. You feel the presence of an unseen guardian in the darkness, its light piercing the night. The guardian is a star, a luminous keeper watching over the calm waters below. You imagine it standing on a hidden ridge, its light guiding weary travelers and drifting boats. You sense the stars' glow warming your fingers, a comfort that soothes the night. A joke. Why do stars never get lost? They always have a bright idea. The pun lightens your thoughts. You relax further, feeling the stars' light as a steady, gentle pulse. Your mind drifts, floating on the river's surface like a leaf caught in a slow current. You feel the weight of the night, not heavy, but like a soft blanket on a calm sea. You breathe, and with each breath you trace a line of constellations, each one a gentle story to tell. The wind whispers, saying, "Rest," and you answer in a breath, closing your eyes into a quiet pause. You feel the rhythm of the night, the quiet hum of water, wind, and starlight mixing like a lullaby. A subtle joke passes through. Why don't shadows get tired? Because they're always in a state of rest. The image of lazy shadows brings a soft chuckle. A historical fact slides into your awareness. The Dutch built the world's first artificial island, a small piece of land reclaimed in 1642 to expand the city of Rotterdam. The fact hangs, neat and calm. Your mind lets the fact settle, not demanding analysis, just a gentle reminder of human ingenuity. You sense the quiet of the night grow deeper, a cushion laid by water and sky. The soft murmur of the canals feels like a deep sigh, a sigh that follows your own breath. You feel a gentle pulse, as if the water is breathing with you, a subtle echo. Your body follows suit, your chest rises and falls in harmony with the water's murmur. You inhale, letting the night's cool air fill your lungs like a cool glass of water. Your laughter turns into a whisper, as if the wind is telling you a secret joke. A joke. When a boat tries to do a joke, it always ends up in a wave of laughter, no pun intended. The chuckle dissolves into the night. Historians still argue whether the original Dutch polder dikes were built with concrete blocks, or if they relied on layers of earth and sod, an old question still swirling. The debate is a gentle, echoing presence, not an intrusion. You let that question drift like a small float, a momentary thought fading into the hush. Your breathing slows, the rhythm steady and measured, each exhale a wave leaving its wake. The star above remains steady, an eternal eye watching over your stillness. You feel the coolness of the water around your toes, a gentle reminder that you're grounded. The wind carries a faint sound of birdsong from the distance, faint yet alive. You listen to that distant song as if it were an old friend whispering comforting lullabies. A joke. Why did the fish win an award? Because it was outstanding in its field. The image of fish wearing a golden trophy brings a soft grin. You smile and let the joke dissolve into the night as a breeze carries it away. You sense the star's light as a soft blanket of warmth, a quiet glow that keeps the darkness at bay. Your mind takes a deep breath, feeling the night's quiet, unhurried tempo around you. You sit on the edge of the canal and feel the water's surface cool against your skin. A feather falls again, light as a thought, landing near your shoulder. A quiet reminder of a flight. You feel the feather's soft texture, the feather's subtle weight pulling you into the moment. The feather stirs a memory of a child's dream where the world is a quiet pool of blue and stillness. The image soothes the mind. Your breath rises, the rhythm of your heart soft, matching the quiet water around you. You feel a tiny whisper of wind, a gentle sigh that sounds like a lullaby being sung softly by the reeds. The wind's song feels like a lullaby, an old tune that no one remembers hearing, but the melody keeps your breath steady. Your mind paints a scene, a child wrapped in a blanket watching the stars, feeling a sense of calm akin to a gentle ocean. A tiny joke drifts. Why does the ocean love a calendar? It's always willing to keep time at its edge. Your chuckle travels with the tide. You focus on the star, its shining beam still steady against the dark canvas. A quiet memory surfaces. A small Dutch village had a tradition of lantern festivals, where lights floated down water, a luminous parade of hope. You feel the stillness, that tradition breathing in quiet gratitude. You imagine yourself holding a lantern, its flame flickering, a warm light against the cool night. The lantern's glow adds a gentle warmth, a small fire, small courage, bright against the night's shadows. A joke. Why did the lantern go to a therapy session? It always found itself burning out. Your amusement is soft and calm. You keep breathing, each inhale filling you with the cool night air, the sound of the water singing in your ear. The water's whisper is a soft hum, a gentle drum that keeps your heart steady. You feel your mind becoming lighter, as if a weight is shed with each exhale, each small breath. The star continues to watch over the calm, its light piercing the night like a quiet guardian. You picture the star as a silent observer, watching over a world that slows and rests with each breath. The wind whispers a joke. What do you call a star that likes to gossip? A bright commentator. The joke is light and floats like a feather. You feel your thoughts settle, a stillness that embraces your sense of self. You notice a gentle pulse in your own pulse, a subtle echo of the world's quiet heart. Historians still argue whether that echo is intentional or purely natural, a debate that adds depth to the calm. That thought is a quiet echo across the night's surface. The silence deepens, offering a quiet room where your thoughts can roam with ease. You are aware of your chest rising with each breath, a slow, steady rhythm that matches the river's flow. The river's flow is a slow, patient tide that gently lulls the world into a hush. You feel its embrace. The star's light flickers, steady, bright, like a sentinel that keeps the darkness from growing too dark. You let the light fill, an inner glow that comforts, a reassurance that you are safe here. A joke. Why did the star refuse to lose? Because it loved to stay bright, never to vanish. You laugh softly, letting that laughter drift with the wind. The wind carries your laugh, a soft echo, an echo that mixes with the quiet water. You notice the wind sigh, a deep sigh that seems to breathe slowly, like a deep exhale to the night. Your breath follows the wind, slow and deep. The rhythm smooths your mind. You feel the wind's presence, like a gentle hand caressing your cheek, a comforting caress that soothes. You let go of the day's bustle, the noises, the thoughts. They dissolve like mist over water. The mist lifts, replaced by a clear night, bright stars that punctuate the dark sky, guiding your breath. You inhale a deep breath, filling your lungs with a cool, crisp air that tastes of pine and salt. The wind lifts that breath, carrying it across the water, across the night, across your mind. The star continues its watch, a steadfast eye over the calm, keeping the darkness safe and soft. You let your mind wander, following a river of stars, following its gentle path across the sky. A joke. Why don't stars play hide and seek? Because good night is always easier to find. The pun softens the moment. The joke dissolves into the wind, turning into a gentle breeze that curls around your head. The wind's rhythm is steady, a gentle hum that aligns with your pulse, a matching beat. You feel a gentle tug, like the river's current lifting a small leaf, a sense of peace moving with you. The leaf's movement is slow and deliberate, as if it knows how to dance with the water. Your breath follows the leaf's pace, a gentle inhale and exhale that matches the gentle flow. You let the leaf drift, following the river's lazy path across the water, a calm that fills. A historical fact slides through again. The Dutch used windmills to lift water from polders, a system that made the land usable for farming. The fact is a quiet reminder of human innovation. You hear the rhythm of history echo through the night, not loud, but ever present. You feel a sense of awe at the ingenuity that shaped this peaceful place. The wind carries a faint scent of fresh bread from a nearby farm. The aroma is soft and comforting. Your mind paints a scene of a bakery with ovens, a place of warmth, a place of nourishment. The scent lingers, wrapping the night in a subtle, comforting scent that grounds your mind. You hear the distant call of cattle, a deep, low sound that syncs with the night's calm. The sound of cattle becomes a slow drum, an echo that fills the open air of the polder. The wind whispers gently, a quiet hum that echoes with your thoughts, blending with the water's sound. You feel your chest rise and fall in time with the rhythm of the evening. Each breath deepens, a slow inhale, a long exhale, the rhythm calm. The star continues its watch, a soft guardian that stays, keeping the night calm. A small joke passes. Why did the night refuse to be light? Because it prefers a dark, cozy embrace. The joke lingers like a calm smile. Your mind holds the joke like a small lantern, a light shining softly in the darkness. You keep breathing, each breath filling with cool night air, the smell of earth and pine. The night's calm draws you inward, into a quiet place of rest. You feel your feet, your toes, the ground, the canal, the water, feeling connected. Their touch is a gentle anchor. A quiet memory surfaces of a child floating in a small boat, staring at the stars, feeling safe in the calm. The memory is a gentle balm. You let that memory blend with the present, a gentle swirl of comfort that soothes. The wave of water's lullaby continues, a deep, patient hum that keeps time with your own breath. Historians still argue whether that lullaby is a natural rhythm or a deliberate creation of the wind, a debate that softens the night. That idea is gentle drift. You let the debate drift, a small wind in your mind, a thought that does not disturb your rest. You keep breathing, letting each exhale release a small bubble of tension from your chest. The wind carries the exhale, a little sigh that merges into the calmness. You are anchored, steady, breathing with the water, steady with the wind, steady with the stars. A joke floats by. What do you call a star that is good at math? A bright thinker. The image of a star counting in your mind gives a gentle chuckle. The chuckle dissolves into the wind, a soft vibration that blends with the night's quiet. The wind keeps the calm steady, like a gentle blanket over the world, keeping darkness from growing too deep. You sense the star's light as a quiet pulse, steady, bright, like a guardian watching over you. You feel the rhythm of the stars in your chest, a steady beat that matches the slow beat of your heart. Your thoughts become a quiet stream that flows beneath the surface of your awareness. You feel a calm breeze brushing your face, a soft caress that reminds you that you are safe, surrounded. You let the breeze guide your breath, matching it to its gentle rhythm. The wind's whisper continues, as calm as the waves that rise and fall around you, soft, patient. You remain in the moment, feeling the night surrounding you, calm and wide, gentle and deep. Your mind becomes a quiet lake, still, with only the distant hum of wind and water. A historical tidbit slides in. In the 17th century, a Dutch engineer named Jan van der Meer was credited for inventing the first large-scale polder management system, a system still in use. The fact surfaces quietly. You let it settle into the night, not demanding analysis, just a steady presence. The wind feels like an old friend that tells you a quiet story, a story that lingers as a hum. You breathe, and each inhale brings coolness. Each exhale releases any last lingering tension. The star keeps its steady watch, a soft, bright eye that keeps the night dark but safe. A joke. Why did the wind go to therapy? Because it had a lot of unresolved drafts. Your laughter softly adds to the night's hum. The wind's laughter is quiet. It fills the space around you with a gentle, playful rhythm. You let the wind's laughter merge with the water, the reeds, and the stars. All around, everything syncs with your breath, a single rhythm that keeps you aligned. You feel your chest expand as you inhale, a gentle swell like a quiet river. You feel it release as you exhale, a slow, careful release that calms your inner mind. You think of the night as a blanket, warm and light, soft and bright, enveloping everything. The wind's gentle pressure keeps your hair calm. The water keeps your feet gentle. The star's light continues to glow on the water, a shimmering trail that guides your thoughts. You notice a small ripple, a tiny wave that starts, then fades, a gentle heartbeat of the water. The breath inside your ribs matches the wave's beat, a delicate harmony. Your mind stays still, the quiet of the night holding you gently. You feel comfort, a presence that keeps you safe and still. A joke floats near. Why do stars never feel lonely? Because they have a whole dark space to keep them company. The thought gives a subtle smile. The thought dissolves into the wind, a gentle echo that settles into the quiet. You keep breathing, each breath calm, each exhale slow, keeping the rhythm steady. The wind, water, stars, all continue their hum, keeping time with your breath. The night feels like a safe, steady lull. Feel the wind sigh across the wide wheat, a quiet hymn that lingers. You hear the grains whisper, each blade humming, as if sharing secrets. The sound drifts like dust soft and unseen, wrapping the field. You inhale the earthy, perfume the taste of damp soil and growing. The breeze carries a melody that feels older than the rivers. You watch golden stalks sway, their tops dancing like tiny flags. The wind takes each step, pressing against your shoulders in a soft tick. You feel a gentle pressure, a reassurance that the world listens. Remember that quirky farmer from the old village who claimed birds, sang recipes. Their chirps echoed through the fields, turning wheat into edible symphonies. You laugh softly, a small echo reverberating under the sky. The wind carries that laughter, weaving it between the blades. Your ears respond, opening wide to the soft lullaby. The melody rises a gentle tide that calms the inner tide. Historians still argue whether the windmills were first for grain or for defense. You feel the debate swirl like pollen in the air. The air tastes of distant rain, a promise of fertile soil. You breathe this aroma, watching it curl in the night. The wind softens, becoming a blanket that presses against your heart. Your pulse matches the beat, a rhythm of wind and earth. You stretch, feeling each muscle relax with the gentle hum. The wind hums louder, a chorus that swells and fades like a song. You close your eyes, allowing the sound to wrap around your thoughts. The world behind you slows, dust settling in the fields. You hear a distant clang of a mill, turning a steady heartbeat. Historians still argue whether those mills powered the first Dutch navy. The wind keeps a rhythm, an unseen metronome for centuries. Your chest rises with each beat, deepening into calm. You feel the field sigh, a collective exhale that steadies you. The wind weaves memories of childhood harvests, bright and vivid. You smile, a soft release, echoing under the canopied sky. Your mind drifts to the scent of freshly cut straw. The wind picks up again, whispering a different tune. You hear the cadence, a song of distant farms and quiet roads. The field shimmers with dew, each droplet a tiny mirror. Wind and water perform a duet, gentle and timeless. You sense your thoughts slowing, as if floating on a cloud. The wind carries a lullaby that feels like a lull in a dream. You close your eyes, letting the rhythm guide every inhale. The field hums gently, a soundscape of wind, grain, and night. Historians still argue whether the Dutch invented the word wind. You feel the question drifting like pollen, harmless and curious. You let it fade into the background, listening instead to the breeze. The wind whispers a secret melody for those who notice. You listen, feeling the vibration in your chest, a hidden drum. Your breath synchronizes each exhale, carrying a quiet, rhythmic pulse. The wind swells softly, the grain shivers as if dancing. You feel each small vibration, a language the earth whispers. Your mind relaxes, the world around you slowing like a tide. The wind hums a lullaby, a gentle tide that wraps around your thoughts. You let the rhythm fold into the quiet, a blanket over a bed. The wind passes through the grass, creating a whispering veil. You feel the air cool, a gentle breeze that lifts your eyelids. The sky darkens, stars twinkling, each a quiet beacon. You hear a distant owl, its call a soft, steady note. The wind hums louder, the mill's gears turning like a metronome. Historians still argue whether that clatter was meant to ward monsters. You let that thought drift, letting the wind pull it away. The wind carries the scent of rain, a promise of renewal. You feel the air fill lungs cool and clean a gentle caress. The grains sway a silent orchestra tuned to the night's frequency. You sway to your body, matching the quiet pulse of the earth. The wind weaves through your hair, a soft feather-like touch. You feel each strand catch, a bit a tender brush from the sky. The silence deepens a cocoon of stillness, the world a hush. Your mind floats, letting the wind carry the day's worries away. You breathe in the soft song exhale into the open sky. The wind hums, the clouds drift, the stars keep watch as a choir. The grain murmurs underfoot, a low, comforting whisper. Historians still argue whether that murmur was a warning system. You smile, feeling the wind in your teeth, a bright, fresh bite. The earth whispers back its breath, thick with soil and history. You listen the wind carrying your thoughts to distant horizons. The field is a stage, the wind, the unseen conductor. You feel the groove, a subtle beat that keeps time with your heart. The wind folds over the canopy, a blanket of sound, so soft you almost feel it. You close your eyes, letting the hush pull you deeper. The whisper of wind lingers like a lullaby that never ends. You feel the weight of night, not heavy, but comforting. The wind guides your breathing. Each inhale a cool wave, each exhale a released whisper. You let the rhythm fill your chest like music, tuned to your soul. The field hums, the wind sings, the stars blink a cosmic lull. Historians still argue whether the stars whispered secrets to ancient sailors. You feel a soft pulse, a signal from the earth, a friendly tick. The wind carries the scent of wood smoke, a memory of hearths. You inhale deeply, the smoke weaving into the night's calm tapestry. The wind hums like a grandfather clock, ticking slowly through the fields. You feel the passage of time measured by the wind's gentle tempo. The grain rustles soft as a blanket, its rhythm steady and warm. You close the distance between body and field, becoming one with the calm. The wind sings again, a lullaby that feels older than any story. You feel the echo, a soft reply that settles around your feet. The wind's voice fades, leaving silence that is full and rich. The stars blink off one by one, a gentle tap that tells you sleep is near. You smile, the last warmth of the day's lull settling in your mind. The wind lifts the sound of distant bells, echoing like a soft choir. You inhale the air crisp, the night deepens around the field. You exhale, letting go of yesterday's clamor, making room for rest. Historians still argue whether the wind carries the ancient voices of the past. You feel that hum in your chest, a gentle reminder of continuity. The wind whispers again, a final secret tucked between the reeds. You hear it, a soft sigh that folds into your breathing. The sleep takes hold like a blanket laid over the field. You close your heart and mind, allowing darkness to cradle you. The wind hums one last lull, drifting into the dreams below. Your dreams begin a gentle river of night carrying you home. The field hums with the rhythm of sleeping an endless song. You settle deeper, feeling the wind's embrace like a mother's hug. Your breath slows a gentle mantra, repeating the wind's lullaby. The wind fades the night, wraps around your sleeping body, holding it safe. The night listens its silence, a blanket that holds your dreams like a secret garden. You feel the wind whisper, reminding you that this field has breathed stories for generations. Historians still argue whether the wind's song influenced the poems of Dutch poets. You close your eyelids, letting them sink into the hush. The wind fades into a soft sigh, a lull that carries you off. A bright moon slips past the clouds, its silver light a gentle balm. The fields glisten, each grain a tiny glass against the night's canvas. You sit feeling the wind lift your thoughts like a feathered sail. The wind hums the night, deepens, your heart settles into rhythm. You breathe, letting the wind's song cradle you into rest. You feel the world shift into hush, a giant duvet pulled over the land. The moon sits at the horizon, a sleepy eye watching over the fields. You breathe in the cool night air that smells faintly of damp earth and old stories. That scent pulls at memories of farmers who whispered to their crops at dusk. You hear the faint creak of a windmill turning, a heartbeat in the distance. Each click and clatter feels like a lullaby designed for the restless. There is a gentle ripple of water along the canal edges, an invisible wave. You follow the sound with your mind, letting it carry you toward the center of the field. The reeds nearby sway as if dancing to a rhythm only they can hear. Your shoulder blades relax as you let the wind trace a lazy path around you. You notice the stars flicker, a slow, steady pulse that matches your own breathing. There is a softness to the sky, like a blanket woven from silver threads. You think about that historic fact. The North Sea was once a lake that disappeared as the glaciers melted. That fact seems trivial, but it explains why the land feels so vast and open. You chuckle softly, thinking the ancient lake might have hosted secret water wrestling tournaments. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some Dutch farmers swear their windmills glow under an aurora, a trick of reflection. It seems improbable, yet the legends say it was the windmill's job to keep the aurora at bay. Your laugh is low, a contented hum that blends with the nighttime hush. You hear a rustling in the grass, a faint susurrus that rises and then settles. It feels like a gentle hand tapping your back, reminding you to stay present. The world around you seems to breathe a single, long sigh. You close your eyes briefly, letting the quiet fill your mind. Your heart settles into the rhythm of the air and the water's murmuring pulse. You're surprised that the silence feels almost tactile, like a feather settling on your skin. You lift your hand to trace the contour of a nearby stone. The stone is smooth from years of standing beside the water's edge. You feel the ancient river that once carried the North Sea's former waters, carving its shape. It reminds you that the world is always shifting, always resting in new beds. Your thoughts drift to the quiet, the soft, the untouched. You remember the open debate among scholars. Historians still argue whether the Dutch built the first underground canals for secret societies. The idea sounds like something out of a spy novel, yet it's spoken in coffee houses. Your curiosity spikes, but the night encourages calm over curiosity. You take another breath, feeling the cool breath in your chest widen and close. The water surface shimmers under the moon's pale glow. You imagine the water as a screen reflecting 1,000 tiny stars. Your eyes focus on the silver ripples as they spread across the field. The wind lifts a droplet from the water's surface, sending it gently into the darkness. It falls with a soft splash that echoes in your mind. You feel the echo reverberate through the soil, like a low, far-away drum. There is a moment, a single breath that seems to hold the entire field in suspension. You notice a crackle in the distance, a far-off clang of an old mill. It sounds almost too precise for such an old machine. You think of millstones spinning so slowly that they could time the heartbeat of the earth. Your brain makes a joke. If the millstones were any more slow, they'd be a lullaby for snails. You smile at the absurdity, the humor softening the night's seriousness. Your laughter vibrates against the stones in the mill, a tiny pulse in the wind's flow. You let your mind wander to the idea that the wind carried whispers of former times. You imagine those whispers traveling along the canal to places unseen. The sense of presence anchors you deeper into the moment. You note the presence of a whisper that seems to come from nowhere, but everywhere. A breeze carries your own thoughts, swirling like leaflets in autumn. Each thought finds a new path, gently guiding you back to the now. You listen to the wind as it whispers over the reeds, crafting a lullaby just for you. The soft music is the kind you could find on any playlist. Your body leans into the sound, as if the wind were a gentle hand. You feel the weight of the world lighten, as if your shoulders had been relieved of invisible stones. Your mind continues to wander, guided by the hum of the water. You wonder if the wind remembers the old farmers who tended this land. Their voices might have been caught by the sound, preserved in the currents. With each breath, the wind seems to breathe life into their memories. You sense a thread of history connecting you to their toil, to their laughter. You feel the connection as a tingling along your arm, a subtle vibration from the air. You think of a whimsical note. Did the wind ever trade secrets with the moon? You shrug, noting that the wind might have a secret handshake with the sky. The humor eases the darkness, making the night feel like a companion. The field below you seems vast, but also intimately small. It's a paradox that fills you with both wonder and calm. You inhale the moisture of the night, filling your lungs with a cool, grounding presence. You exhale, letting the air carry away any remaining tension. Your breath matches the field, a steady rhythm. The wind seems to hum in this very rhythm, a perfect counterpoint. You sit down on the grass, feeling the soft cushion of dew. The dewdrops sit like jewels on every blade, reflecting the moonlight. You pause, listening to the rustling symphony that fills the space. A sound emerges, a faint whisper of something beyond the field's edge. You hear a distant choir, perhaps the song of the earth. It sings of old times, of forgotten tides, of the North Sea's ancient lake. You feel the resonance in your ribs. You let the sound settle into a gentle lull. The world outside the field stretches, a black tapestry laced with glimmering lights. There are no houses, no cars, only the silence you're soaking up. Your heart aligns with the quiet pulse, aligning with each inhale and exhale. You find comfort in the stillness, as if you've discovered a secret room in the universe. You think of a light-hearted thought. If the wind were a person, it would likely be the world's best napper. You giggle, the sound echoing against the night's backdrop. The wind carries that laugh, a ripple that fades into the sound of the water. You feel the laughter and the water merge into a single current. You let your thoughts drift, allowing them to glide along the wind. The wind seems to carry you over the field's surface, as if on a gentle sea. You float, weightless, in a world where sound and silence mingle. You pause, acknowledging the quiet conversation between your mind and the night. You realize you are part of the field's hush, part of the wind's song. You feel a gentle pulse in the ground beneath your legs. The pulse is rhythmic, like a drum that keeps time for the earth. You think of the drum as ancient as the soil, beating through ages. Your breath finds rhythm with that drum, a shared tempo. You let your thoughts settle, finding a place inside the quiet. The wind continues to hum, a low but steady bass. You feel the hum as a steady companion. Your mind wanders to the idea. Is the wind a poet, writing with breezes? You laugh softly at that idea, realizing how the wind writes in quiet lines. The wind continues, weaving the sound of the night into a tapestry. You close your eyes, feeling the wind press against your face like a gentle hand. You notice a delicate chill in the night air, refreshing your senses. The wind seems to breathe, exhaling a hush that soothes even the hardest corners of the brain. You feel your muscles relax, slackening from the day's burdens. The field below you remains silent, a witness to your calm. You find the peace to let all thoughts drift like small clouds across the sky. You let the wind lull you deeper into rest, a soothing lullaby that embraces the night. Your body follows the rhythm of the wind, each beat a gentle pulse. You remember the historical fact. The Dutch built canals that still serve as modern marvels of engineering. The canals speak of a time when the land was reclaimed bit by bit. You think of a quirky idea. Perhaps the canals were originally a network of secret tunnels. The notion feels like a prank, a joke born of curiosity. You smile, feeling the absurdity of secret tunnels beneath the fertile Dutch soils. Your smile eases the night further, letting the world's silence deepen. You breathe in once more, inhaling the calm, exhaling it like a sigh of relief. The wind's song grows soft, the hum of water slowing into a gentle hiss. You feel the quiet surrounding you, a cocoon of sound and stillness. You become aware of a single breath you can take. It is the breath that fills the world with peace. You take that breath slowly, feeling the calm flow in. You exhale, letting the peace extend outward into the night. Your mind is still as the wind continues to hum. You sense that the night is holding its breath with you. You are part of the world's silent resting place, a quiet corner in the vastness. You inhale the coolness of the wind, feeling it coat your skin. You feel the wind's presence like a gentle hug. Your heart beats steady, echoing the wind's rhythm. You can hear your own pulse in sync with the field's natural hum. The universe seems to whisper, the wind carrying its soft song around your ears. You realize this sound is the same that had lulled the farmers centuries ago. You think of a joke. If the wind could teach a history lesson, it'd be all breezy. You chuckle, feeling the joke's comfort spread. The wind's tune remains, a lullaby that sings in your ears. You feel the echo in the water, a deep, resonant vibration. The vibration travels across the field in an unseen wave. You feel your body aligning with that vibration. You are still, like a stone in the river. The wind continues, whispering a lullaby about the world. It speaks of the quiet land, the endless horizon. Your thoughts settle like a feather upon a still pond. You feel the wind caress your hair, a light brush against your scalp. Your scalp tingles, the sensation of the wind's presence in a gentle brush. You let yourself remain in that moment, as soft as the wind's caress. You think of the open debate again. Historians still argue whether the Dutch built the first underground canals for secret societies. You smile at the idea, feeling a gentle, almost mischievous echo in the wind. The wind seems to nod to that joke, a quiet chuckle resonating through the night. You continue to breathe, each inhale a small part of the world's hush. Your exhale is a gentle thread that carries the world's calm into the dark. The wind's song remains a lullaby that never ceases. Your body relaxes, each muscle letting go of tension. You find a rhythm with the wind, the water, and your own heartbeat. The world rests, quiet, serene, and full of soft whispers. You rest within that soft silence, ready to dream into the stillness. The sky trembles, a shy blush slipping across the horizon. You feel the cold air shift to warm whispers of daybreak. A gentle glow starts to spread across the water's silver skin. Your senses adjust, as if waking from a deep sleep. The night's hush recedes like a tired dream. A distant church bell rings, announcing the arrival of dawn's first light. You inhale the scent of fresh bread, a farmer's promise to the day. You giggle softly, imagining the bell telling jokes about sunrise. Some say the windmills glow brighter during a full moon, but no one has proved it. The Dutch built canals that still serve as modern marvels of engineering. Historians still argue whether the Dutch built the first underground canals for secret societies. You chuckle, thinking someone might actually use those canals like subway tunnels. Sunlight filters through tall reeds, painting the water with golden stripes. It feels like a gentle hand smoothing the waves. You lift your face to the sky, feeling warmth spread across your skin. The light grows brighter, as if the sun itself is waking up. You notice a thin line of amber stretching from horizon to horizon. That line is the sun's promise, a secret of endless daylight. You hear a soft rustle as the wind lifts feathered mist. You smile, recalling how old tailies say windmills keep nightmares away. That quirky idea feels oddly comforting, like a secret handshake with the night. You hear a distant laugh, but it sounds like a boat's horn. The sound drifts over the water and dissolves into the air. You feel a chill, a subtle reminder that even daybreak carries mystery. The air tastes faintly of wet stone and sunlight. You close your eyes, letting the morning light fill every thought. You become one with the river, as if you were the water itself. You feel the currents pushing gently, guiding you toward a new beginning. Even the breeze has a new rhythm that beats in sync with sunrise. You hear a bird singing, but it sounds less like a song and more like a greeting. You chuckle at the irony of a bird greeting you in the early morn. The bird's trill echoes across reeds, a soft choir welcoming new daylight. You smile, feeling the world breathe a breath you can inhale. You rise from the grass, dusting yourself lightly with the night's mist. You step onto a worn stone path that follows the canal's curve. The stones are slick with dew, reflecting the brightening sky. You hear the faint click of a lock, sealing a tide of water. The lock's rhythm matches that of your heart, steady and hopeful. You walk quietly, as if avoiding footprints in the hush of morning. The path leads to a little bridge, arching over the water like a sigh. You pause, appreciating the simple geometry of the Dutch countryside. You recall a fact. Amsterdam's canals carry centuries of trade and dreams. The water below tells stories in a language only the reeds understand. You sense that someone once whispered their secrets to the waves. That idea feels oddly comforting, like a secret handshake with the night. You laugh softly, hoping no one hears this giggle under the bridge. The wind whispers through the bridge's lattice, a soothing lull that cradles your thoughts. You cross, feeling the coolness of water lapping against your ankles. The water is lukewarm, like a cup of tea brewed by a midnight gardener. You let your toes graze the sand, feeling rhythm echoing through the reeds. You turn, taking in the sight of a rusted paddle wheel. It turns lazily, as if humming a lullaby to the dawn. You trace its iron spine, feeling the history written in its scars. The scars are a map of challenges the land has weathered. You reflect on the ingenuity of a people who reclaimed water. You chuckle, thinking of how their canals are a modern marvel of engineering. You hear a distant drum beat echoing along the canal. It feels like a heartbeat in the heart of the water. You imagine the drum as a guardian of the land. You pause, wondering if the drum tells time in waves. Your mind drifts to a playful thought about timekeeping in canals. It feels like a joke, whispered to a curious wind. You smile, remembering that sound as a gentle tick-tock. The sun has climbed higher, flooding the fields in amber light. You feel a warmth that spreads like a familiar blanket. You notice a pattern of shadows dancing across the reeds. They move with a rhythm that mirrors the rising sun. You listen, tasting the quiet as if it were a song. The air is crisp, carrying pollen like gentle confetti. You close your eyes, letting the world fill the space of a mind. You sense the river's pulse, syncing with your own breathing. You feel the beat, a quiet drumbeat in the morning. You walk along the canal, hearing it hum under your feet. Every step is a note in a symphony of calm. The reeds sway, playing a quiet harp against the wind. You think of how the wind creates music with nothing but leaves. It feels light-hearted, like a joke that makes the day smile. You pause near a tiny cottage, its chimney smoking gently. You hear the faint clatter of a pot on a stove. It sounds like a kettle dancing in a quiet kitchen. You smile, imagining the owner sipping coffee as the day brightens. The scent of baking croissant floats across the water. You feel a warm pulse in the air, a sunrise chorus. You hear a laughter of birds, echoing like a cheerful whistle. It joins the chorus of the wind and water. You notice a butterfly flitting near a patch of wildflowers. Its wings paint colors against the sky, a small celebration. You chuckle softly, thinking of how a butterfly could be a secret agent. You sense its mission is to spread sunshine, not espionage. You feel the light grow heavier, the day pulling its weight. You continue walking, following the canal's gentle curve. The sun now fully crowns the water, painting it bright. You step onto a sandy bank, feeling grains under your feet. You press a thumb against a smooth stone, feeling its coolness. The stone's coolness is a reminder of the river's memory. You let your mind wander to old maps of the canals. They show routes that stretch across the low-lying Dutch land. You feel proud, as if you are part of a long river story. The wind sighs, carrying the day's first wind song. You pause, inhaling, then exhaling, letting the rhythm flow. You notice a small ripple forming, a wave of light. It stretches across the water, then fades into the horizon. You observe the pattern, feeling it echo your own heartbeats. You feel a sense of unity with the river's steady pulse. You smile warmly, feeling the world breathe around you. The day fully blooms, a bright, endless horizon. You step back, looking at the canal from a new perspective. You feel gratitude for the simple joy that surrounds you now. You notice the faint aroma of fresh grass rising with the rising sun. It mingles with the water scent, a harmonious blend. You remember the phrase in the old story, "The wind brings the sea." You laugh, thinking of boats riding waves on the sky. A gentle breeze follows, wrapping around your shoulders. You feel each breath align with the water's rhythm. You step forward, letting your feet kiss the earth. The world feels like a living poem, gently breathing. You notice the sky's color shifting from blue to amber. The light feels soft, golden, almost nostalgic. You think of a dream the night might keep. You imagine it as a story waiting to be heard. You breathe in, then exhale, feeling the world align. You hear a soft click of the canals, lock releasing water. A wave rolls, echoing like a breath in the evening. You feel it vibrate along your legs, a gentle reminder. You let the feeling carry you deeper into the day. You walk calmly, feeling every footstep align with the sunrise. You notice a small wooden dock near the corner of the canal. You pause, feeling the familiar hum of a life in motion. Its boards creak gently, like a lullaby for a tired town. You sit, closing your eyes, allowing the hum to lull you. The wind whispers, "Here's where the day begins again." You smile, feeling a sense of contentment settle. You realize the morning is a gift waiting to be claimed. You stand, eyes on the horizon where sky meets water. A gentle breeze lifts your hair, a soft invitation to linger. You inhale deeply, filling lungs with warm, light air. You exhale slowly, breathing out thoughts that dissolve. You feel the world pulse beneath your feet steady. You decide to stay a while, embracing dawn's gentle embrace. Your heart whispers, "This is home." The light grows brighter, painting a golden horizon. You feel the warmth spread across your shoulders. You open your eyes wider, watching the sky turn to amber. The day breathes, alive, and you breathe in rhythm. You realize this day is a poem you write with each step. You feel gratitude for the quiet moments that carry you. You take one final breath, savoring the quiet. You exhale, letting the silence fill your heart. The sun rises higher, its rays dancing on the water. The canal gleams, reflecting every color of the morning. You feel the day fully inside, ready to move forward. You step back, feeling the world breathe around you. You close your eyes. The canal's gentle hush settles around you. The soft glow of dawn wraps your thoughts in a warm, tender blanket. You feel each breath sink with the river's slow, patient pulse. Let the rhythm carry you, letting every worry melt like mist. The night's silver edges fade, revealing soft gold that whispers promise in quiet tones. Your heart softens, the world breathes, slow and steady, as if asleep itself. Imagine a gentle hand, the wind caressing your scalp, guiding you to restful depth. Trust every wave of the canal, a lullaby that drifts beyond sight. The world softens, colors fade to muted grays, and the sky stretches toward horizon's edge. Each step you take, your feet sink into damp earth, an echo of the old canal stones. You feel light, as though you are floating on a calm, endless sheet of water. There is no rush. This moment lasts forever, wrapped in a tranquil sigh. Let your mind drift, a soft cloud taking you to a silent, unseen shore. Every breath you take is a gentle pulse, matching the water's slow heartbeat. Feel the coolness of the water lapping your ankles, a comforting, rhythmic brushstroke. The day dissolves into night's soft amber glow, a bridge between dream and waking. Let this peace settle inside, as quiet as a sigh held at the horizon. Whisper your thanks, and let the world dim, ready for the next gentle dawn. The horizon blushes, a slow sigh of light. Soft breezes carry echoes of forgotten lullabies. You lie back, trusting the sky like a blanket. Sleep arrives. In your dreams, the water speaks in gentle phrases that feel like whispered lullabies softly. Let the river's cadence guide you to a horizon where day and night rest together. Dreams embrace you,